What do you say, folks? Welcome to our little Sunday fellowship. Little chit chat. We done our premiere earlier. Everybody seen they was having a pretty good evening, so we figured we come in and chit chat for a little bit. Yeah.
Complete.
Let's see who we got in here. Y'all bear with us. This first running this streamline live. Y'all are and trying to work out. But everybody is having a good weekend so far.
Michael White's in here.
Okay, what's up, Mike? Man, I hadn't had a chance to look at your s'more video yet, but I am. I promise.
Get back in.
All right, are we back in?
I Yeah.
Bingo. Okay.
I think so.
Technical difficulty.
Major.
Hotspot died on me. So here's what we're gonna have to do. Johnny, I need your help for a minute if you don't. This is going. Yeah. But I gotta run down the hill, go get the tripod thing. You want to talk to everybody real quick? Okay. She told me to run, but here
Yeah.
you go.
I did tell him to run really fast because he didn't tell me we were doing a live today until the second he ended the premiere video thing. So not prepared at all. And then the internet went crazy. So here we are. Now the dog's gonna go crazy. But either way, still. Shut up. But y'all just bear with us just a minute. And he'll be right back. Because he knew what he was gonna say on all this. I don't have a clue. And then he left the camera tripod all the way down in the middle of the beehives where we were. And I don't have my suit and I can't go down there. Okay. So here he comes. Finally.
You know, sir. I gotta fix the tripod.
Yeah.
This is our life, you know.
Yeah. This is the life he creates.
We're gonna get into some
Either way.
beekeeping in just a minute, people.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hasn't learned how to poop in a group yet.
No, I haven't.
It's part of his challenge.
More than 107,000 people lost their lives to drug overdose in the United States in 2021. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh. 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 No. 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 I've never been stung before, so if you recorded that, I hate you. You did, didn't you? The whole thing, didn't you? Uh-huh. The whole thing. Yep.
How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Thank you, sir.
You're so welcome. Hey, it's much clearer now. Before you guys got kicked off there, your video was freezing and the audio was too. But it's really clear now.
Good.
Man,
Well,
you could have saved me the embarrassment of having to ramble like an idiot.
I had a hard time deciding whether to interrupt you with a commercial or not.
I wish you would have interrupted like as soon as he walked off.
Okay, I'll remember that next time.
Thank you.
done a breaking news with that clip.
For
Breaking
real.
news, people.
Yeah.
Well, so, y'all, is there anybody still left in here?
There's 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's
Oh,
5, I think. Yeah.
That fiasco.
Awesome.
We actually do have some breaking news. Whenever you, if you need a break.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, go
I'll get
for
myself
it.
together on my little.
All right.
Go ahead.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Some scary moments for customers at a Kansas Home Depot. Police responded to reports of a bomb threat at the store in Wichita. A customer alerted employees. A man inside the bathroom said there was a bomb in the building. Police were able to locate the man responsible for those comments, and that man told police he warned other guests to leave the restroom because he was, quote, fixing to blow it up, but had no intention of causing a panic. Man also told police others in the room laughed, understanding his joke, which I'm just now getting. Home Depot says they will not be pressing charges. But I can tell you right now, you asked the producer for me to read that, didn't you? To Ethan now, please.
No.
We're going to have to go to a commercial.
No, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. All right, we can do this. All right. Turning now to an impassioned plea in a string of thefts. Police are searching for several thieves believed to have stolen a 400-year-old bonsai tree. The missing tree, seen here, Stay.
Yeah,
Mm,
I can relate.
you gotta watch your words nowadays. You gotta
That's
watch
right,
your
buddy.
words.
Fixing to blow this place up. I've heard that many times. It never scared me at all.
Lord no. The only thing I'm thinking is I'm getting out of here. I know what's fixing to happen. Lord no.
Most people
Mm-mm.
have probably blown a few places up themselves. But
Hey,
hey,
I'm
anyway,
just-
your video is really clear now.
you did-
Good.
yeah, well, just imagine being the dude having to explain himself over all that. You know,
Mm.
I bet the cops are still laughing.
I'm sorry, y'all. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
But how's things up in the Cumberland Gap area in Tennessee there?
Yeah, they're doing pretty good here, buddy. A little bit cloudy today. No rain though, but we got some coming in a few days.
Well, you say you done a little planting.
Yeah, I planted some buckwheat yesterday. Probably, I don't know, maybe an eighth of an acre, and planted some sunflowers, 3 different varieties that I'd heard were supposed to be good for honeybees. Let's see, a velvet queen, uh, chocolate cherry, and let's see, there's one other I can't recall. But I'm also going to plant some borage. But I was reading on the package, you're supposed to soak those seeds 4 hours before you plant them, and I hadn't done that yet.
Mm-mm. No, old DC, he's gonna have a bit of sunflowers too.
Yeah. Yeah,
It'll be more.
Crimson velvet. That's the other one. And something I was reading that they're supposed to have some really, in addition to providing a pollen source during a dearth time, they're supposed to have some health benefits, possibly from some studies that have been going on. So maybe even varroa mite control, which I thought was real interesting.
Yeah, that'll
Hey,
be.
anything's worth a try, huh?
Absolutely.
Do those type of plants produce oxalic acid naturally? Or do
I
you
don't
know?
know. I don't know. That's a great question. I wonder what it is. If they do have a health benefit, I wonder what it is. Maybe just something about their digestion or
I know there's like
kind of
certain
immune
things.
boost.
Y'all got Virginia creeper up there too, don't you?
Oh, all over the place. Yeah, it gets on stuff. It mixes in with poison ivy. You got to really watch it.
Mhm. That's from what I was reading, that's a good heavy producer of natural oxalic acid. And I
I
guess
didn't know that.
Mm.
what else was it? There was
It's like 3 or 4 things.
don't.
But
Which
I
one?
can't remember. I just remember mainly the Virginia creeper.
Don't hold me to it, but I think I have to look at it like I say, don't hold me to it. But the Carolina jasmine has it in there as well. One of the main reasons they really don't pull on it much, type thing. But we're loaded with that around here as well ourselves.
Awesome to be. I'm not really sure what they're bringing in. They're bringing in something. There's a lot of tulip poplar blooms on the ground, but I'm hoping there may be still a few that are holding on to their blooms. They don't seem to be working the clover. I mean, I'm seeing one every now and then on clover.
Well,
But they're still flying and working. So
Ours are bringing in pollen like crazy from somewhere, like an orangey colored pollen.
yeah, it's almost like a deep orange, a lot of it. Have no idea what it is. Now, finally, like in that little premiere we did earlier, hopefully we're making a turnaround because we are starting to see, the popcorn tree starting to tassel out good, or the tallow. The wild elderberry is all over the place. Honeysuckle is doing real good, and we've got some wild muscadine. And we've been back here for 6 years,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and this is the first time we've seen them put anything off, and the wild muscadine is coming out. So I don't know, bro. It's been a weird season. I know everybody's kind of on the same train. It sounds like in the South, but It's just been a weird season.
Yeah. Yeah. Just early warm up and then a crazy cold spell. And it just messed up our black locust and our autumn olive. As far as I mean, I saw very few black locust blooms. Peach trees, nothing like that really seemed to make it through.
Now, our peach trees, they in about February they come on real good. Looked like they was going, do good for the year. And now we didn't really get hit too hard with that last little bit of freeze like folks. I don't know, just probably about 50 miles north of us got hit harder, if you will. But uh, they made it through there. But whenever they started to turn, and you get that peach coming out of that bloom, every one of them turned black. Boop. And this was, I don't know, a good couple weeks after our last good cold spell.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Peaches are hit or miss for us. Every now and then we'll have a good year when it's a warm.
Yeah, we did
We
see.
don't have that late cold snap.
Well, it seems like the cold snap that we had this year wasn't nowhere near as cold as last year's. To me, I mean, like, I'm gonna say North Louisiana, Mid Louisiana, North. That last hard cold front to come through, people got it for a couple of days. If I remember right, it was like ice on the power lines, something you would see up in the north, not anything you would really see down
Yeah.
this way type stuff. But
Yeah.
this one that come through this year, it must have just had to been with the blooming cycle and everything worked just right to kill off what was blooming is the only thing I could figure. But it seems like that cold front wasn't as bad as what was year before last.
Mhm.
But like I say, I guess it's just a
way cooler than normal.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of folks had planted, a lot of different shrubs and stuff that were typically more used to a more northern climate, and well, more southern. They were, they were typically fine here, but that cold snap got a lot of stuff.
Lisa and his cow, hello, that showed in the roof has leaves and stuff.
good deal. Maybe we're gonna get a reboot or
Yeah.
some sort.
Yeah. Blackberry's just coming on here. What about y'all? Is that already bloomed for y'all?
They already turned. You can go
Yeah.
out, go
Pick
pick them
some.
in.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hey, look, my son and daughter-in-law are here for a visit, so I'm going to hop off here, folks. But I may check back in a few minutes. And hey, call me. Don't hesitate to call me if I can help you anyway.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Oh, see ya.
All right, John.
Right. You're on your own.
I'm on my own. Let me see if I can figure out how to. Let me go back real quick. These comments. Michael Fike. Mr. Mike Conley is over in Gunnersville area. What is the main? Do you know what the main flow is going to be up that way in North Alabama? To kind of give him an idea of what to be looking for up that way, or if anybody knows, let him know in the comments if you don't mind. And I'm gonna try to. There's got to be a way to put this link up here somehow. See what this is here. Nope. Don't know about telephone, y'all. It may be just.
I don't know if you can do it.
Let's see if we can go to the guest. Invite guest.
Oh, there you go.
Copy. Okay. Now. Let's see here. I guess I can go to the comment.
Yeah.
If I can get the comment. Wait a minute.
I don't think I don't know if we can do it.
We're gonna get it, y'all. Y'all bear with us. Bear with us. Better get out of here.
Major learning curves.
Yes. Don't want to do that. Okay, we got Lee's comment up here. All right, figure that
Just start pushing buttons.
out.
You need to weigh like 5 or 4 minutes. That's what you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go back to this. So just put it in there. All right, got it copied.
You already did that.
That's it.
Mm-mm.
We'll figure it out in a few minutes. Let me get into what I was going to chat about. Yeah. One more try. Post comment. There we go.
Oh my goodness, you did figure it out.
Wait a minute. Okay, here we go.
There you
Now,
go. Somebody put it in.
did it go in the comments?
It did.
Okay.
I saw it.
There we go. Anybody wants to come on in? There's 5 of you, maybe.
Feel free.
Phil,
to
yes.
come in.
Get back down here to comments.
Snoring.
See y'all's comment.
Look at you.
Been good. All right. Yeah, Lee, our tally pretty well we got into an early bloom. February, things just, really started opening up and taking off. Getting into early to mid-March, we seen the privet blooming really good. So we're thinking, okay, we're gonna have another good run at the honey this year, because really, I'd say since we've gotten into it, this year has been our slack year out of all of them. But I don't know. I guess Mother Nature knows what Mother Nature's doing. That's for sure. But it's got me confused as far as we've never really been in this situation to really have to sit down and think, well, what's going on? Are we going to be able to have enough to actually pull anything? Or is it going to be just all of a sudden full throttle game on and won't be able to keep up type thing? Because we was talking earlier that how the season is this year. Talked to a fellow in church. I asked him, I said, Brother Charles, I said, when's the last time that you can recall that it being this cool? And this gentleman, he's 70, yeah, mid 70s.
He's about 78, 77.
So he's a mature gentleman. He's lived here, down here, his whole life. And he said, son, it's been a long time since that I can remember as far as the weather just actually being a spring, if you will, for us.
Normally it goes from freezing cold winter to it's 98 degrees outside, literally overnight kind of thing. But the cool weather has really hung around this year, surprisingly.
Yes, it's been nice. Don't get us wrong. I mean, we've enjoyed it. The low humidity is the biggest thing. We can take 88, 90 degrees, no problem. But when that humidity goes cranking up 80, 100%,
That's what makes it so hot.
yeah, it gets a little warm out there. And I know old Lee, he gets it working out in them doggone if he's working out on the rivers or if he's working in a yard somewhere and all that type stuff. I mean, you want a wide open space for the most part, and there ain't no trees around to get no shade and all that. Unless you got a good boss that's got a Connex box you can go hang out in for your lunch.
He said it's gonna be 92 tomorrow.
Oh, really?
We've been in the mid-80s the last few days. Oh man. He lost 3 hives to a bear.
Oh, brothers, man. Where you at up that way? If you don't mind.
Oh, that's awesome, Lee. That makes
Sit
it a
back
little more bearable.
I don't know if that pinned it or not. Did it pin it?
We just started. Hit the menu button.
Don't want to put me in timeout. All right, we'll just go back. There we go. Hey, all right. There we go.
That's just
Showing it.
how I do it.
Whatever. Y'all forgive me.
That's not helping.
But had a couple people ask. We was talking to Johnny earlier on our little assault and using the corn cob. First of all, we can't take credit for none of that. We've just picked it up out of an old Foxfire book. How the old timers bee kept back in the day up in the Appalachians. Well, we done that video last year. Yeah, last year. We done that little video. And whenever we read it in the book, just like everybody else should do this just the same. Whether you hear us talk about anything or anybody else, go back and do your research. If it works with what somebody says, or things are making sense, then there's a good chance it's probably right about what it was. But for the most part, we know them old timers knew what they was talking about, whether it was a head cold, being sick, or beekeeping, that type stuff. We got to fumbling around in the book and thought it'd be interesting. I don't know if any of y'all's ever looked at them or read through them, but I was going to try to read y'all a little bit out of here how them old timers kept bees and done different things back in them mountains. They're pretty cool. To give you a baseline on it, they go out and they sit and they look for a bee tree or a bee gum. I believe that's what they called it up there. Let me go back here to the beginning. They called them gums, bee gums, or plank gums. But typically it was a black gum that they used, and it'd be hollowed out, and that's what they used for them old hives up there. Says the hollow sections of the tree will be brought home and the inside rounded out smooth and uniform with a long chisel. Midways of the gum, 4 holes will be bored, 1 at each point of the compass, and 2 sticks run horizontally through the gum at the right angles to each other. These sticks acted as supports for which the bees would suspend their brood combs. The bees would automatically save the top half of the gum for their honey and would hang those combs from the plank lid, or what they called the head, that was set over the top of the gum. The head was often held in place by a stick run through 2 wooden eyes visible in several of the following plates. It's got a few pictures in here. Then they put them in there slanted a couple different ways. But they bore out them old gums and they put them bees. Let's see if I can show y'all a couple of them pictures. It'll pick it up. That's them old gum trees. Them logs. They'd bore them rascals out. And let's see here. That's it. On the bee trees, let me go and see how they're talking about they was baiting them. Except for bait, Esco Pitt's father used corn cobs soaked in honey. He would choose a spot somewhere in the woods, chop out undergrowth and low-lying limbs to create a small clearing, or just find a natural one, is what he says. Now, all these stories are coming from the old timers. These are their words up in the mountains up there, how they used to do it. Where was that? Undergrowth and low-lying limbs to create small clearing, or just to find a natural one. Place the bait on a piece of bark in the center of the clearing, and then sit down nearby to wait in short order. If bees were anywhere in the vicinity, one would find the bait, fly back to the tree to tell others, and soon have a supply line set up for the bait to their tree. The bees would light upon it, rise, circle once or twice to gain altitude, and then head to the bee line or their home. All one had to do then was note the direction and headway, said Esco. He'd coursed them. That's how he coursed them, from that way. That often the bait was carried along and reset somewhere along the line to check direction to see whether or not the tree had been passed yet. They're pretty awesome. If you want to take and, or that's how they would track down where them bee trees were at. Take an old corn cob, soak that puppy in some honey, run through, and just set that cone closer and closer and closer, find that bee line, and eventually those old timers would find them old bee trees. And I think it was most of them was in an old gum that'd be struck by lightning or something along those lines. And this is where we kind of picked up on the saltwater part. It said Lon Reed's father used corn cob soaked in salty water for bait, and Lon still keeps salt water near his gums. You put the salt on the cobs and then put water, and they will suck the salt out of the cobs. There's not many folks, I guess, that know that, but they'll search for salt. I never did know that they done with it. Now you got to understand, they put how these people talk. So a lot of this ain't me just stumbling over my words. This is the old folks talking. So never did know what they done with it. Daddy said they fed it to their youngins. I never did put much salt. Let's see. Idea. It's pretty much saying they go through and pull that salt and feed it to the babies, and that's where we picked up on that. Now we did go back and do a little bit of research and found different places. It was talking about the micronutrients and what was it, the potassium and the salt, several other micronutrients that the bees look for. That's why we often see them in flower pots, or if you got a dripping water hose type thing, instead of them drinking out of the puddle of water, you'll see them over there to the side in the dirt, pulling on that wet dirt, getting them old nutrients out of there. Yeah, old flower trip. So let me get that up there. we go. Now, this other part I'm gonna read to you. We've had tanking. We've had 1-for-1 on the tanking. Some folks may say ain't much to it, but apparently it worked for these old timers. I'm gonna tell you what they said about tanking. If the swarm was flying, old timers in the mountains settled it in a number of ways. Some beat on dishpans with wooden spoons or metal forks, or rang cowbells to make them light. Esco Potts thinks the reaction this worked so well is that the queen, now he thinks that the queen emits a high-pitched noise to keep all the bees together. Makes a little sense. We hear queens piping all the time. He thinks they emit a high-pitched noise to keep the bees together. The ringing and clashing so confuses them that they settle to regain their bearings. Esco himself has often thrown handfuls of loose dirt in rapid succession, both into and in front of a flying swarm. He claims they light and settle immediately. Sometimes the swarm has already settled in a giant cluster when discovered. Once Esco carried a swarm that he had settled on a limb and all, several miles from his gum homes. Line often carries a burlap sack and a bee gum to the swarm. Spreads out the sack, sets the gum on it, and shakes the bees off their perch so that they land in front of the gum and go in. We do that with boxes nowadays. Chop them right out of a tree. Set them down in a box. Or you take and drop your blanket on the ground just in case you want to lose your queen in the dirt or in the grass or something like that. Shake them off, they walk right in the box. What else we got in here? Maybe a little interesting.
Didn't it say something about what they used to use for wood? Martha thought just so to drop a swarm wonders too.
Yeah, it does.
Would make a big difference.
Well, I mean, we got some competitions running now. You got Swarm Commander out there. You got Bob, Swarm Rustler. A lot of people are still fans on using just lemongrass oil. So it's kind of a,
Yeah,
yep. This other stuff in here. Y'all check it out though. It's in the, let me get that over here some more. Foxfire 2. You can Google
I
it.
think there's 9 books in the series, but they're just full of all different kind of topics and stuff.
Oh yeah, there's all kind. I mean, how to can, there's old wives' tales, ghost stories, all kind of different stuff in them old books there. Let's check this here. Now, oh Jasper,
He's out.
he's settled in. I guess he's the,
Larry just has the pump.
that's the gun line mascot now, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. His new stray. I run Sammy in there.
Hey, Brother Sammy.
Brother Sammy.
Love y'all too. I'm glad you said that because it gives me something to yak about for a second.
Yeah, like you need help with that.
We got out into, we was checking on a couple of the little splits, and the goof up split that we done that already had a queen in it from the beginning. They are doing well. So went in, checked on the no, let me back up. the other day, the weather was not so pretty. We still had a little bit of that rain coming in and out. And we thought with the sun giving it a break that we could get in and check on at least the little old splits we're doing. No. She ain't no more cracked that lid. And yes, they did. They was not happy at all. So we packed it up and went on back to the house that day. Just wasn't going to take any kind of chances. So went back out a day or two later and checked on them and was able to finally get into them. So we pulled the little low slide up that was in the horizontal hive. Well, they have built out. I didn't think they was going to build out this quick, but we already had about 5 or 6 frames in there. But they decided to move over and to build their own stuff. So we had to go in and clean all that up. Well, there was a couple big good sections of it that were nectar, and we didn't have any rubber bands to frame everything. We still got a piece of it over there in the bowl. But when we got inside, like I said, we had them 2 big old chunks. And I took a bite of it and I chewed on it for a second. I thought, oh, that's good.
It's different.
That was way, way better than last year's privet run that we got.
It wasn't very sweet though.
But the flavor in it, it had a 2-part flavor. And I bit down on it, like I said, chewed it for a second. Well, I tasted blackberry at the first. And I was like, man, this is pretty doggone good. Well, about the time I got myself together, went and got Hannah, I said, here, take a bite of this. My part done turned into the second. Well, the secondary taste was like the scopolamine or a muscadine taste. And I asked her, I said, tell me what flavor you tasting that. Well, she told me blackberry, then kind of went off the muscadine a little bit. Where we ended up, we had to go to Brother Sammy's house. Anyway, we had to go to the preacher's house, look at something for him, and took them a piece. And asked them, I said, what does that taste like to y'all? And their reaction was pretty much the same, blackberry and some other kind of little
They
berry.
were instantly though, like that's some kind of berry. It's a really, it was almost like a fall honey flavor, like just how strong it was.
Well, I wish we could have got a good batch of that honey. That would have been good.
Talk about good on some biscuits. That would have been really good.
Right out of the cast iron pan.
Jason said I was out. Be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, DC.
I'm sure he can find something to talk about for a minute.
Yeah, we'll get between here and there. Let's see if I can figure out how to put that link back up. We got a few more in the house. All right, copy that. Now, how to do that a second? Comments. That's
Yeah,
it.
okay, your comments. When you hit something that said make a comment, right?
Wait a minute. Post comment. There we go. Put the link back up. Anybody out there want y'all come tell us about your stuff. See what's happening on the other side of the country. It is interesting to us to listen, I guess, what everybody else has got going on the other side of the country type thing. We pretty well know what's happening in our region. Everybody's going to be basically the same honey, or for the most part, your flows are going to be pretty well the same, unless you just have a sporadic area like this year. But I don't know. I enjoy that. Like Johnny putting them bees
The
and
trees.
the trees and honeybees. He does. I know we mentioned that the last time, but it is pretty interesting seeing the different floral and whatever type trees that y'all got up that way. I don't know. When everything dies off around here, it ain't nothing but pine and
Oak trees.
oaks.
Mostly. I mean, we got a lot of varieties of trees on the land, but those two are by far the most prevalent.
And we do keep the crepe myrtle till late summer, pretty much into just about fall. I hear you, Lee. You good, bud. I done my yard cutting Friday evening when we got home. That way we try to take a little relaxation.
I hope things are all they're starting out.
Oh, bro, yeah. I know Mike Conley was talking about that too. He was starting to have trouble with a little bit of robbing, and that's why I was asking about the flow up in North Alabama up that way. If what the main flow was around this time of the year, but I don't know, y'all. Lord willing, we'll all make a turnaround. I know there's some people like Todd out there in Loma Vista. He was saying a while ago he just got done pulling, I don't know, 10, 12, or maybe more than that, several boxes to go ahead and start spinning. Then put some more back on for their flow.
200 pounds of honey.
So
That's a lot of honey.
it's great to hear others. Don't get me wrong. But as you're trying to work and, well, work, then come home and manage what you got at the house, whether it's 2 or 200, it's a job.
It's fun, Joe.
Well, yeah, enjoy it. But the main thing is just keeping that colony alive and going and viable. But if it goes getting too bad, then Maple's biologic order is going to be going up for all y'all selling that. The acres. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, way everybody's talked about it for us. Their overwinter brood. They've seen good numbers coming into spring. I guess if this is the first big year of test trial for the most part for a lot of people. But we'll definitely use it again, that's for sure. And like I say, hopefully we ain't got to go digging into the billfolds and go to getting any right now. Lord willing, we can get us a good flow coming up. Claremore, man. Well, I guess that'd be kind of a hard decision in a way. If you go to pulling them frames, then you got to take them a good far enough distance. Can't put. I guess where I'm going is you may not want to put them back in there wet like you normally would during a flow, for them to take and start refilling and capping for the main flows. If them robbing's going on, but
Hopefully it's not robbing.
yeah,
Hopefully it's
I guess it's just kind of like your best judgment. Yeah.
You should get a video of that.
Of the liking bug.
One of the things like it at night.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Now you get a night shift bee, and them talking bees from Blaine out there in Texas. You will have something going on. You talk about some genetics.
And so,
Uh,
distractions, but
Hmm.
they would have laughed so hard at us. That part, our
Still.
first year beekeeping, the first any kind of honey we got was out of that. The very first cutout we ever did, and we had no business doing that. We didn't know what in the world we were doing. Got tore up, lost the bees, everything. It was bad. It was a disaster. But we didn't have anything to extract that honey with. And we spent like 2 days hand squeezing comb and got like 3 jars of honey out of that. It was pathetic.
Well,
It was a learning experience.
it
though.
definitely was a learning.
I learned a lot of lessons in that.
Uh,
In the middle of the woods in a shooting house, like a deer hunting shooting house.
we,
Oh,
we'll tell y'all that story. Y'all probably
man.
Hush.
Uh,
youngins are acting up. Sorry. Uh, where are they going?
the shooting house.
Oh, the shooting house. Well, it's our first year in beekeeping. We had gotten it was our first year in beekeeping. We had, I think it was 3 colonies at the time. And the family friend had been telling us, he said, look, y'all, he said, there's some honeybees in our shooting house. They're not bothering us. They've been in there for a couple of years, but if y'all want them, y'all are more than welcome to them. Just go get them. Like, yo, yeah, yes, sir.
Good practice run.
Mm-hmm.
But we really should have prepared ourselves a little bit better.
So we went in with the mindset of, we got this. This ain't gonna be nothing.
That was a fairy tale.
Watched all kind of videos of easiest way to remove a swarm, and
We didn't want near enough videos.
I mean,
Nowhere near.
yeah, we watched any kind of video about removing bees or doing cutouts or swarm, anything. We thought we had it. So we go in, we get to the man's shooting house. And sure enough, I mean, y'all, there's, you can hear that? There was a good run of bees coming in and out of there. Well, we go to start tearing stuff apart, and the shooting house is built on 2-foot center. So you got about 22.5 inches of open space by, that thing was maybe 6.5 foot high in there. And they had built all of that out in probably 3/4 of the way down. It was a good size hive for our very first time. We should have been dealing with like a little baby colony about that big. Well, we eased the plywood back on that thing. See how big it was. Take a deep breath and go, what in the world did we just get into? And so we got the pieces off, and we got into them, got them exposed. Well, we didn't have a vacuum. We didn't have none of that. We were just going to find the queen, cage her, put her in a box. They'll come to it. We're good to go. Well, none of that worked. As soon as we went to start cutting stuff, we dropped a big old piece. Bees went all up in the shooting house. We're standing there hollering, well, not hollering at each other, saying, look, hey, just don't move, be still. Well, we finally get all that taken care of. We take us a break because it's in the middle of the summer. We're burning up, about to have heat strokes. And we look on the outside of the shooting house, and there's a huge cluster of bees on the outside of it. So now we're thinking, awesome. The queen's in there. We'll take this brood and stuff that we got banded up, stick it in the box, put it up there beside them. Just like on TV, they walk right on in. Yeah. We waited and waited and waited. They never walked in. Well, this is about midday, and little did we realize what we had created whenever, like I said, it was middle of the summer, we had a dearth. What we created was just an open frenzy, and we had no idea what we had done until the robin had started. And once the robin started, it was game over for the most part. So we packed our bags, went home with our tails between our legs. So we'll go back in the morning and we'll get that big cluster of bees off. That was on the side of the old shooting house there. So we go back, and lo and behold, y'all, those bees were still on the side of the hunting house. They're clumped up. So we was like, okay, we're just gonna scoop them in, put them in there, boom, we're gonna get out of here. Well, we started scooping, and we was getting good handfuls every single time. Another rookie mistake. We left the lid off as we were scooping them. We was just thinking we're putting bees in. They're going in there. If the queen's in, she's going to go to that brood like everybody says. No. It wasn't about 15 minutes later, we start seeing bees all up in the air. Well, as we're looking, those bees are going higher and higher and higher and higher. They went straight to the top of an old yellow pine, probably about 40, 50 feet up there, and they just clustered up on that limb. Lost a whole bunch. And what little bit of honey we did have left, like she said, we brought home, and we crushed that stuff for, I think, 2 or 3 days. We crushed and strained on that, and eventually we just said the heck with it. And it did take us a little bit of time, but I know some of y'all was picking on the hand crank extractors. But that's what we got, and that baby works perfect for us. I say it was well worth the investment for us. If you're looking to strain your honey pretty quick and be able to put that comb in with very, very little damage, so the bees ain't got a whole bunch of work to do whenever it comes to repairing and building all that stuff in there. Now, all we do is just take a 12-inch bread knife. We ain't got a hot knife or anything like that. That old bread knife, it'll saw right through that stuff, no problem. Boom, 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 boom. Don't take just a few seconds really to do it. We'll saw through that stuff. And last year, the preacher come by, preacher and his wife, and they harvested honey with us, and we had some good fellowship out of that. But I don't know, we kind of like everybody else. We sure ain't rich folks by no means, and if it's something that you want to get, it's like everything else. You got to take and save your money and hope and pray nothing happens in between to where you got to dig into that. But most oftentimes, if you look like the rest of us, there's gonna be something that comes up to where you got to dig into your little piggy bank. Larimore, we got, I think we're at 8 now. We got possibly 9. We're waiting to check out to see on that last little queen cell, when we done our three 2-frame splits a few weeks ago. The one was to goof up. The one they would not pull a queen cell. They would not draw a cell for nothing. I think we put 3 different frames in there over the last few weeks to try to get them to draw. And finally, whenever we checked on them day before yesterday, they had one good little old queen cell that was capped, drawn, the whole everything. So, Lord willing, that'll be our 9th. But we ain't counting that yet. Yes, sir, faith. Yes, sir, we got faith, brother. That's for sure. It's just working through it like everybody else. You got to get over them little bumps. Amen to that, DC. He said, Lord's got the piggy bank. He'll open it up. Yeah, we're gonna get there, DC. It's just, I guess a lot of it too is just like the time, y'all, the time to, without getting into a lot of things, there's a lot of adjustments in our life that we have to work around, and it makes it difficult to put out a video every single day or something along those lines, because it's either, you got to do something to keep the power and food on the table. So you got to go to work, do something, whether it's dragging scrap iron or working in an office. You got to do something. And other stuff is just things in life you got to help others take care of. So we'd love to be at the point, I guess, like everybody else one day, of not having to get up to a 9 to 5, if you will, and you can go out and work your bees and still know you got a paycheck coming in of some sorts. But we ain't made it to that point yet. That's it, brother. I'm like, oh Lord, I can't tell you how many times I've drug some scrap iron out of some place to keep the bills on. But as DC saying, that's how the Lord provided for us to have something. I mean, nothing is. It kind of upset me one day. I had a lady ask, Tim, can you do these type things? And I understand if it's below your belt. And I thought to myself, hold your tongue. I'm the type of person that it ain't nothing like that below the belt. If it comes to taking care of you and yours and your family, you as a man, you had better get out there and get your knuckles busted up and done something to take care of your family. They depending on you. Unfortunately, it ain't like that nowadays. But that's just the way I am. I'll get out and do whatever it is to make an honest dollar. We tell folks all the time, we just trying to make a living. We ain't out to make a killing. You see them old boys pull up in them flashy brand new trucks and them trailers, so-and-so construction. You know what you paying for. You paying for truck notes and trailer notes and all that kind of good stuff. Whenever we come and pulling into the yard, you're just paying for the knowledge of what we know to fix what you want. You're not having to deal with those burdens. But thankfully, that's the way the Lord has set things for us. He's made us a fairly smooth path. Yes, sir. That's it. Whatever it takes, brother. Whatever it takes. Yeah, and we are firm believers too. And I think it may have been your comment earlier this morning on the Bible verse, Larry Moore, on being content in whatever state you find yourself. The preacher went over that not too long ago, and we're glad we did because it was a good. Me and Hannah, we hold on to that a lot. That's one thing that we've been able to understand, and thank the Lord we have that understanding of being content in whatever state we find ourselves or whatever the season may be at the time.
Yeah, we had a major aha moment about that.
But that's unfortunately, there's not much contentment in this world. And that's a lot of our downfall as individuals. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but
Well, see, that's where people get it messed up. Because I had it messed up for a long, long time. Bad things would happen or life would happen, and like, how are you supposed to be happy about this, whatever it was, something falling apart, whatever your situation was? But I finally realized, or it was finally explained to me in a way I could really understand it, but it's not loving the bad things that are happening. It's your joy is in the Lord. He's in the middle of all that with you. So that's what people that look at you like you're crazy, when you can find joy and peace in something that was never really good, but that's where it comes in. It's in the Lord. It's not in the circumstances. So that's where we get it from.
hey, we the same with you, Larry Moore. Never signed paperwork on a brand new pickup truck. Everything we got is yeah, Jasper's in the cat food bowl. Everything's older, but it's paid for. So we're blessed on that end that we don't have to worry about those stresses each month type thing. But yeah, the old work truck, it's a 99 Chevrolet with an old 5.7 minute ladder racks on that puppy, but it does everything we need it to do.
No, I already got coffee, Larimore. No, the dog was acting up.
No,
I don't run like that for coffee.
no, she ain't that bad on her coffee,
No.
but she will make a fast trot as soon as we come in through the door, and that's the first thing
I'll make a
to the
beeline for
coffee
that
pot.
coffee pot when we get home from work.
Let's see.
It could be a lot worse.
DC's coffee making.
Yeah. I'll be getting up for a fresh cup before long, but I don't bolt for it like that.
Well, let me try to stick this link in here again. I understand y'all don't want to come on this train wreck.
You can't blame them. Oh yeah. Like, I can literally make coffee in the pitch black dark. Because usually I'm up way before he is. And he doesn't drink coffee. So yeah, as soon as I get up, it's going on.
I wish you could let you pin that rascal. But it
You're
won't.
gonna end up putting yourself in time now.
Well, let's see what else we got going on. What are we looking forward to?
We're really looking forward to pulling him.
Yes.
One of us is. Anyway.
Well,
Oh, there's Ed. Maybe he'll come on and talk.
come on in here, Ed. Tell us what's happening over in that Dothan area. Oh,
No, we won't laugh at nobody. Lord, do y'all think we we have any room to laugh at anybody?
I was saying, get her to go pull out a couple of my works. I mean, I gotta. Look, this is how she has to do things. She has to hide T-shirts whenever I get like a pack of brand new ones every 6-8 years.
Oh yeah, at least 2 of them are gonna be hidden to come out when he needs an undershirt that doesn't have stains on them.
Yeah, there've been a couple of times I'm digging for a T-shirt and look and find me a pretty white one, tucked away up underneath a stack of clothes that deep in the Chester drawers there. But I get it because I'm notorious on my clothes.
We all go through them moments, DC.
But DC, dude, you're killing it now.
You really are.
I mean, you was coming in just thinking 4 or 5 colonies in your early season, just kind of piddling around with that. And now, brother, you sitting on, you just, if not all of them, just about all your new stands that you built got something on them.
Mm-hmm. You've come a long way this year, DC, for real. Look, didn't he name it Sunday Fellowship Beekeeping Chat?
That's it. Yeah, we
That's what we're
fellowship too.
encouraging, DC. Big
That's it.
time.
We can talk bees and we can talk about the Lord on here without fuss.
Still.
But that's the main thing. I mean, he tells us to do just that too. Fellowship, love one another. And I do have to admit, we gain a lot on these chats.
A lot.
It just,
We really do.
you figure out how them fellas, all right, you watch them guys up in Canada, and one's way up north like Charlie up there. And you listen to them talk about how they got just this small window for a season to get any kind of honey, to get their colonies built up strong for the flow. Then they got to have them built up strong enough to take and to go into a long winter. And it's interesting how those men and women can take that small window, and you got folks like us down here panicking to where we've got 8 months of the year, literally, where we can either get a good nectar flow or just stay in our bees and continuously work them, do splits all the way up until October and not worry about a thing. I don't know, it's neat listening to how those people do it. Then you pick up on all them little tips, like Sawmill Charlie, how we tinkering this year with the 2 colonies of doing the single brood chamber management, just to
Try something new.
yeah, try it out, see how those methods work. They work good. Charlie's had some great results from what you see on his videos.
Larimore, you should just be able to click that link, and when it comes up on the screen, just hit Enter Studio.
Yeah, it'll tell you, Jack,
Yes, sir.
it'll tell you to put your name. You can put Larimore or Keith in there. Then if you ain't never done it before, it's going to want to ask for your microphone, click allow, for your camera, click allow. Then it'll go in there and put your name in the box, then enter studio. Then you'll have to hit it, enter studio again, I think it is, and it should pop up on our end that you're on it. If that makes any sense. Oh, I gotta put the comment in there.
That might help.
We got this now.
Well, he said he thinks he's fine
Okay. It's all right. Let's see here. Oh, Philip's in here. All right. Add the stream. Back up.
now.
Hello.
Did it put him on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy Memorial Day. I
You
guess.
too.
Is it today, tomorrow?
I think it's tomorrow, technically.
Tomorrow. Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah. Trying to figure all this out. Learn more
Yeah.
cities for coffee.
I was just flipping around our YouTube channel and I saw you guys on. Listened for a little bit and then I just decided to pop on.
Well, we
Thank
appreciate you coming in, man.
Yeah.
How's things going out your way?
They're good. I've been building fume boards today. Let me show you what I'm doing. Maybe I can figure this out.
Oh, hey, don't worry about it. It's been a train wreck from the get-go.
The whole thing.
Yeah. Bob taught me how to do this the other day with the settings, camera.
Bob's good at all that stuff.
Yeah, they got that mess figured out.
That didn't work.
Now, I don't know if you're on your phone. I don't know if you can do the flipper. Well, yeah, you can. There we go.
Okay, let me go back. Okay, now. Yeah, I built, well, I'm in the middle of building 5 of them. So basically, I just built these frames with this is basically cut off pieces from some boxes I built. But I just stapled some foam to it. And then I cut out, I keep, because I build all my own stuff, I keep a roll of this 20-inch flashing that Home Depot sells. So a roll flashing. So I just put that on there, and I was trying to staple it down, but this electric stapler I bought won't drive through this. So I ended up just using thumbtacks to attach it. But here's the finished one here.
There you go. They look good.
Yeah. They look about like the ones that are getting sold in the stores. So I'm gonna paint them probably yellow, something.
Did you file those edges on that metal?
I took some sandpaper and worked on it a little bit.
Knocked the burrs off.
It's real sharp. My roll is 20 inches, and that's almost the depth. You can see where I hammered down this edge right there. So the roll is 20 inches. The edges that are sharp are the cut edges, which are these long edges. But this one on this side, I didn't mean to make it long, but I did. And actually, I might want to start making them all long, because where I can hammer it down like that, it's not sharp anymore.
There you go. Tuck it over a little bit.
Yeah. So on this side was really sharp. And hold on. I just took this piece of sandpaper and just rubbed on it a good bit. That helps it out a lot.
That's pretty.
You just got the roll flashing.
Yeah, it's just a 20-inch roll flashing is all it is. That's the way I cover the tops on my colonies anyway. So I had it for that, so I just use it for this too. I buy the 50-foot roll at Home Depot, and it lasts me a long time. Yeah, this is it right here. One thing, if you do ever buy this, don't ever just cut it up. It'll just fly everywhere.
Oh yeah.
You build a box around it and then cut the.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hold on for dear life when we cut one of the
So yeah, I
That's-
built the box around it and then. Anyway, that's it. That's what I've been doing. See if I can flip back around. Yeah, I'm showing y'all my mess of a shop.
DC thoughts.
Believe it or not, I was actually out here cleaning it up, but as soon as I get enough work surface on the table, I think it's something I want to build and just quit cleaning, start messing it up again.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody else I know.
Well, I mean, you get a spot cleared out. You got to start that next project that you've been working on.
Yeah.
I also been washing buckets, getting ready for a honey harvest. So I got these washed up and ready to go. I think I'm going to probably still about 3 weeks out, I think, before I harvest anything.
Coming up fast.
Yeah. What's y'all's main flow out that way?
You know, I don't know, just wildflower. I don't even know what what I would call Maine out here. Down at the farm, I was hoping to get some mesquite, but I can't really tell. It's really light. The early stuff was really light, almost clear. Yeah.
Kind of sounds like that privet. You just about see through it almost.
I have a tiny bit of privet on my place, but not much. There's not enough to affect it. But you know, we had a lot of wildflowers. Had the blue bonnets and all that stuff. Indian paintbrush. I've been looking up. I finally started using that Google Lens and identifying the different flowers that we have. I don't really know about them.
Yeah, we do. You just don't know how to use it.
Oh, had no idea.
I didn't know you could use that. All you have to do is you do have to allow it to access your photos. So that's the only thing you have to do. Give permission to do that. It doesn't cost anything.
Well, I mean, they got permission to the Google photo storage already.
That's what I'm saying. You just given them, they're already taken anyway.
Mhm.
When I got this newer phone though, it's like there's a button when you open the camera. Like you would flip the screen or something. There's just a little bitty button you hit and it automatically opens that Google Lens. And you take a picture and it searches Google.
Had no idea.
Blown his mind.
Had no idea.
So
Yeah,
he's like coded software.
Yeah, I went back and went through a bunch of pictures of flowers I had, and yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. And it also gives you some, you know, it doesn't say it's exactly this. It says it's most likely this, and it might be these other ones that you can search through and figure out which one it is.
Some off the wall stuff a couple of times, but I have used it and it was right too. So
Yeah, it's not always exact. I mean, it depends on, I guess, how clear the image is. But that's what I've been up to.
Ben, are you talking about the vinyl soffit or like the roll, 24-inch roll of the vinyl you would use to break your fascia and brick freeze? Now, I mean, as far as cost, I know that roll flashing would be cheaper, cost effective, but
they said the roll.
The roll. Now the vinyl roll, like Ben's talking about, yeah, you'll get that little bit of extra protection with, you know, you got a primer on it, then you got whatever paint colors on that stuff. Then the metal is actually a little bit thicker on that vinyl roll, but if you do that type of work, or you know folks that's got some extra rolls of vinyl, or a roofer that's got some flashing left over.
Yeah, he said aluminum, not vinyl.
Oh, aluminum. Yeah, the aluminum roll. Yeah, I get like what we used to.
To break. That's a cricket. What you
But Lord,
did?
I'm trying to think. It was about $200 a roll. I think the last time we had to buy a roll.
But that was right after a hurricane too.
Yeah, it
So,
was. So they jacked them prices up, sure enough. Well, he got his stuff painted up nice, don't he?
yeah, he does. He probably cringed to see yours.
Is this around your home, Philip, or up in the country?
No, this is at my house. I've got way more out here than I need, but it's been such a slow year. I just been bringing stuff here and trying to get them to draw some honey. But
Yeah, fun time.
Are you seeing the difference between here and there?
yeah, a lot of difference. Down there, especially early on, I estimate I got 300 or 400 pounds on those colonies down there, and
Oh, shoot, yeah.
here it's like I have probably 70 pounds, maybe. Like I've got a lot of boxes stacked up like that one over there. I thought they were really going to tear it up because that was the first one I showed you with all those bees on the landing board. There's a lot of bees in there, but only one of those 3 boxes on the top is basically full. Another one's probably got maybe half full, and one of them's just completely empty. I just don't have another one. I'd stick it on another one if I get another one to fill one up, but they're just kind of babysitting one of those boxes for me.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. How far is your other yard from your home yard there?
It's about 80 miles as the bee flies, but it's like, on the road, it's like 95 miles
Oh, okay.
to drive. It's a long way. I didn't get the farm I got the farm before I got bees, so it's just kind of,
It worked out.
it worked out that way.
But didn't you say your farm is like somewhere close to Dallas area?
No,
Or-
my house, yeah, my house is close to Dallas.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I live in a suburb of Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My best friend lives out there.
Okay. Cool. Which community does she live in?
Well, she just moved again last year, but she was living in Denton for a while. But she works in Dallas, so she moved to a little neighborhood closer to the city. But I don't know the name of that spot.
Denton to Dallas is about 45 minutes probably drive. If without traffic, it's probably an hour and a half if you get stuck in traffic.
Oh my gosh. The only time I ever went out there was for St. Patty's Day in Fort Worth. And that traffic in Dallas, I was like, never again.
Yeah.
Never again.
I got it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna check this hive on the left. That's actually a double screen board. I've got double screen boards that I'm using for a belting board. And I've only got bees on the left side of it. And there's way more bees in there that need to be, but I'm like, you girls are going to have to make me some honey before I let you expand. So they've got some drawn comb on top here. But tomorrow I'm going to take this little small, it's like a little 4-framer here. You don't see much activity there. But I'm going to take these bees and put them in this side. And I'm going to take whatever's closest to hatching, to emerging on this side, and I'm going to move it over to them to give them a boost. And hopefully together they can fill up a super. We'll see. That's the plan anyway. This one has a brand new queen in it, so she's doing real good. She just doesn't have enough bees to help her out yet.
What's that? Where's that? Conroe?
I guess.
Does that sound familiar to you, Philip?
What, Conroe?
Yeah.
Conroe. Where is Conroe? I'm not sure where that is. I mean, I live in Capel, and there's another town nearby called Carrollton. That's where I work. Denton. Oh, Corinth. Corinth is just a little bit south of Denton. I don't know. You can't hardly tell when you get out of one get into the other. This is my pathetic garden that I didn't plant this year. This little gourd plant came up volunteer, and that's all I'm doing. It's pretty
Well,
sick.
Hey, you gotta get the purple martins in.
I don't think it's big enough. See that little yellow thing there? See if I can.
No.
So, looks like a little lemon or something. But I think it's right. It's just an ornamental thing that people put in a bowl. I don't know what you do with them, but that's one that's what it makes. It doesn't make much at all. I don't know what you'd do with anything like that. It's just something I threw out here and it sprouted and I let it go. So
Compost pile.
yeah.
that stuff there is evergreen wisteria. I think it's going to bloom. The bees will like it. Oh boy, I'm really showing y'all my mess. This is everything stacked up. My painting rack here.
Oh Lord, y'all don't want to see the mess I got
I was
up here.
gonna say that looks very organized compared to what we got going on.
I'm gonna go in the front through the gate here. Okay.
But for the most part, it is concentrated to a certain area and not.
Yeah, it just looks like
Completely
a
spread it, bro.
cyclone went through that certain
Yeah.
area.
This right here, when this blooms, it's just budding out. This is mint basil, and the bees love this stuff. But,
We almost bought some of that not long ago.
they'll be all over it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it got as much foliage like that, though.
Mm-mm.
It'll be covered in they're tiny little white flowers, but the bees love it. What's funny is I just dug it up. I was doing some weeding out here, and I had a little tallow tree growing right there. And instead of just pulling it up and throwing it away, I dug it up and went and tried to replant it back by the ditch behind the house. So it probably died, but I was surprised that it was a tallow tree because I hadn't seen any of those around here before. We don't have tallow much. But a little rosemary there. It doesn't bloom very often. This thing here is a ornamental sage, and in the hot, like July and August, when we get a rare rain, it'll just turn purple with flowers the next day. It had one. Oh, this one already fell off, but there's a flower that bloomed on it. But it'll get covered in these, and the bees will be all over it. Oh, looks like one flower way over here. Oh, there's a bud right there. You can see that.
Wonder if I can make it big. I don't know if I can do that on here or not.
One long flower there, but it'll turn from green to purple. Oh yeah, it's going to bloom soon. I can see that it's starting to bud out some here.
Yeah, little flowers.
Yes, these flowers, they won't stay on more than about a week, and then they'll drop off, and it'll take a rest for 2 weeks to a month, and it'll do it all over again. Got a little apple tree here.
That's something we can't grow down here.
No, her daddy had a couple next door to us over here. And man, you talk about just beautiful little blooms that come on them. And there was one year it got loaded with apples, and we was able to get, I don't know, a couple good handfuls off of them, but it wasn't but just a year or two later the doggone blight or something.
I think this one. Yeah, I think this one's got the blight too because the leaves are kind of curled up a little bit. Last year it didn't make hardly any apples, and this year it's made a few, but the squirrels will end up getting most of them. But yeah, I think this one's got a blight. I don't think it'll be around a whole lot longer. But
take it easy, Circle T. We appreciate you hanging out with us, bro.
I can't see the chat if anybody's saying anything. I don't know how to do that and be on at the same time.
Larry,
I don't know.
We have beggar's lice.
No,
I don't know that one.
not really. I ain't heard anybody talk about beggar's lice in a long time. But no, I mean, we've never had any problems with any of them. I guess our biggest critters and stuff we got to deal with around here is the blasted. Well, you talk about termites. Termites are something ferocious
daughter-
around here.
I'm gonna mess up Hannah's.
No what?
Hey, Grammy, appreciate you dropping in. You cutting out, Philip?
Sophie froze.
I was telling her that's Sophie's bone collection.
Yeah.
She's into that weird stuff like that.
Well, hey,
Well,
Is it ones she found or is it like trophies she's killed?
no, it's just stuff she's found. She wouldn't hurt a flea. She's got pictures. She's into all that horror stuff, you know, and she's got pictures of awful things you can imagine on her wall, but she wouldn't hurt a flea.
Yeah. No,
She came. It's been a couple of years ago. She came to me and said, "I want you to build me these shelves for my room." And he showed me a sketch of it, and it was like one of those old school coffins, you know. I would take you and show it to you, but I'd get in trouble if I did that probably. But like that's pretty morbid, but that came out pretty cool when we built it.
well, hey, at least she's original, man.
I guess so. Put it back around.
I'm trying to read through these comments.
Larimore said, I got a patch that's blooming and the bees are all over it.
Let me go down there.
Yeah,
The
he
beggar's
just-
lice.
Oh, okay.
Let's wait for now. Zoom back up here. All right. But
Wish I could figure out how to do that. I can go to the chat and read the comments. There we go.
Yeah, he finally figured out how to get it to show up on the phone while we're in the chat.
But it may
I
be
can't figure that out.
like if you're on your phone. I know what say like if we just come on live with Bob or Charlie or whoever.
Right.
If we do it not through the StreamYard, coming in ourselves, if it's just us on the phone, you can hit the comments part. Then you have to go up and where it says comments or chat, hit the comment part, and it'll scroll through and show you. But it blocks the screen off or something on my end.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at the comments right now, but I can't see you guys when I'm looking.
That's it. Yeah. Well, congratulations, Grammy. Got you.
Yeah, you hit.
They're talking about the flowers. Yeah, I was watching DC's video. He's got some big plans for his gardening.
Man, he's come a long way.
If you were thinking about planting anything around here, you're a month late. I'm sure it's the same. It's more than that for you guys there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's time. They planted the fields about a month ago, and we're starting to see. It looks like cotton. I think. Don't know for sure yet. It's either cotton or soybean coming up, but one of the big fields right across the road, probably, I don't know, 150 yards across the road. They got that and planted. Then there's another couple 100 acres just south of us that they planted as well. And usually most all the farmers pretty well plant the same crops. But waiting to see on what that's going to be. But
if you're far enough away from the cotton where you don't have to worry about the pesticides, that's probably good to be there. But,
well, we was worried about that. My buddy Mr. Woods, we talk about from time to time. We have a few videos where we go over there, but he's got, I don't know, 6 or 8 colonies over there himself. But Lance has got 80 acres of open pasture. And he's got cattle out there and all. Well, right next to it is the hay depending on the year, corn or soybean. But I know it sounds confused, but there's a lot of farming land out here, good ground to plant. And most of the big landowners, they're going to plant a crop of something to compensate for whatever it is they need or make them a little profit type thing. But Lance's property borders one of the other big landowners, and they do cotton or the soybean each year or peanuts. And he was talking to the people that come in and spray, because these guys that come in and spray and do all that, they come from right across state line in Mississippi. And he said everything that they spray will not harm the bees.
Good.
And these guys spray, I'm gonna say 90% of the fields around us. So thankfully we haven't had any issue as far as poisoning on those ends.
Yeah. Gus Mitchell, he keeps his bees pretty close to cotton and soybeans. He said they get a little bit off of the soybeans.
Yeah, I ain't really paid attention, I guess. On the last few years right here, it's either been cotton or peanuts.
Yeah. I grew up around all that. I farmed or helped a guy farm for 5 years. So I can tell you what it is when it gets just when it breaks the surface of the ground. I can tell you what it is. I can probably tell you what it is before it even comes up. Cotton and corn will be in rows. Most soybeans these days, they drill it so they'll be real close together, completely covered.
Well, everything they doing is rows, and it ain't corn, so it's got to be cotton coming.
Yeah, back where I grew up, they're not growing a whole lot of cotton now because the government's paying so much money for corn with that ethanol stuff. The cotton's just not bringing enough money, and it's really good cotton country. And East Louisiana, Delta of Louisiana is where I grew up.
Yeah, y'all in prime territory too, or that area, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's 2 industries where I grew up: farming and welfare. Those are the 2 industries.
Yes. Nah, I mean, you will get a few to plant a good watermelon field up in this way. Now, if you get into the south end of the county, now that's where they do the watermelons, brother. And they have, I know it's just for the area, and you love your own state type thing, but they say that's where some of the best watermelons come from, down there in Grand Bay, Alabama. And but you talk about, you want a good, fine, juicy watermelon, that's a good place to go down there and get on. But
Larry Moore said, Philip, let's not open that can of worms.
What's
one? I guess you meant about the either farming or welfare.
Oh.
Something I can think.
That's true. This has been that way all my life. That's the 2 industries. That's the deep South. I grew up in the deep South. I don't run from it. It is what it is.
Are you right?
We went about as far south as you can get all our life.
Yeah, it's either you working or you on a program. Ain't no in between.
There is more to do than farming, though. I will give it that.
But I mean, for us, we do a lot of handyman, general contracting, type stuff, and it's a blessing and a curse at the same time, if you will, because these newer generation that's coming up behind ourselves, they can't read a tape measure. So a lot of us that's been in the construction or done anything like that now, we get close to the end of the line of folks that know how to do anything right. So thankfully we're able to stay pretty busy because the lack of
nobody wants to
work
do it anymore.
Yeah, nobody wants to.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the competition's just taking itself out.
Yeah, in a very sad way.
Which, like, I mean, it works for us because ain't nobody doing it really anymore, or nobody wants to do that work. But hey, we'll come do it.
Yeah. I showed Sophie that when you guys had your giveaway on the replay, and she was more excited to see Jasper than she was to see the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what she had to go get him. He was chewing on
He
one of her
grabbed my
shoes.
shoe. Dude, he's testing my patience here lately. At least today, anyway. But it's a good thing he's cute.
He is cute.
He's made himself on. You see yourself on TV.
Go check
But,
it out. He ain't sleeping no more.
There he is.
Oh, he's never very far.
But
Now he's gonna go get my shoes.
I have to spray some lemon juice or something on that thing. But
They're offered food
let's see what
bowl.
lemon more we got here.
He said they want a dummy tape measure with all the numbers labeled on it.
Look here, hey, you come at me with one of those, I'm gonna heckle you. I'll put it like that. I'm gonna heckle you.
Yeah.
What's your main goal for the year, brother? As far as what are you trying to pull off?
It was such a tough year last year. I just kind of trying to get back to what my goals were last year, which was 300 to 500 pounds of honey down at the farm, and then I would like to get a couple of 100 pounds here because I want to be able to maybe hit the farmer's market for a little bit. If I don't have at least that much, I won't be able to do that for very long.
Mm.
I went by the farmer's market yesterday morning just to see what the competition was here in Capel. There was only one person there selling honey, and they were a kind of a bigger outfit that has enough to make it through the whole year. And I talked to the people that run it, and they said they had one other person that usually comes in middle of summer. Said, yeah, he probably gets his honey about June, and he's in the next town over.
Yeah.
But I told him I couldn't do it every weekend. Maybe I could do every other weekend. And so they wanted me to call the administrator that sets all that up. So I'll check with them next week. Just mainly make roughly 500 pounds and get that sold. And kind of keep my numbers up around 30 to 40 colonies. That's really my goal for this year.
Listening to Brian and some of those talk about going to the farmer's market and doing their trading. Some of those places sound like they can be quite expensive just to take a rent for a day or a weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their charges are. I guess I'll find all that out.
Now, like we got a flea market that's just basically a big junk sale for redneck folks type thing. You can get whatever you need. And the last time we went out there to do a little bit, I think it was like $45 for the weekend, and you could get electricity in your little, I think it's like a 16 by 16 area that you could set up in. But
yeah,
the place where we really found out to find really a better customer, we haven't went out and sold here yet, but just watching others out, a better customer base, and they seem to have a continuous customer base out here. But every Wednesday over in little old small town community called Lucedale, Mississippi, there's a big stockyard out there, and everybody brings in the cattle to the pigs to the goats and all that for sale and auction. Well, While they doing that, off to the side, there's probably about 3 acres that are just a wide open field.
Mm-hmm.
And they allow people to come in and just do an outside yard sale, or whatever you got. You can come set you up a table, pull your truck up, drop the tailgate, however you want to do it. But we often see a lot of the local beekeepers there selling their honeys at that little old, it's just a community yard sale pretty much type thing. And man, the people do quite well out there selling their honey.
That's good. Yeah, the market I went to is only open from 8 to noon on Saturdays. That's their the whole time, which to me is fine because I don't want to sit there all day anyway. But I went up and talked to the lady that was selling honey, acting like I was interested in buying some. I ended up buying a little 2-ounce jar for $6, believe it or not. But she was selling her pound jars for $16 a pound. So it's bringing a lot of money, I guess. But there wasn't a line of people there when I got there, though. So I don't know.
Well, I was going to pick around the other night on one of the, I think it when Bob was live last night or something, they was talking different prices on honey. And
You're sharing that.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I see Hope said, yeah, I'm looking forward to trying mine out, Hope. It'll be another like 3 weeks probably. But I also realized my phone, my Lynn phone just got dim. So I looked up and I've got 5% battery left. So I'm going to have to get off here pretty quick.
We enjoyed coming in and
Thank you for coming
hanging
on.
out, bro.
Well, I enjoyed it too. And yeah, I'll keep y'all up to date on whatever if I do start doing that farmer's market. But it's hard to,
Let's just go.
you can't really video at those places because they got so many kids walking around. You can't have kids in your videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for letting me on here and let you guys continue. I'm gonna go put this phone on the charger.
All right.
All right.
Well, take
Appreciate
care.
you coming in. Take it easy, man.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Yeah. Hope is your extractor. Is it a hand crank or electric? Is ours V volt? Ours is V something. Some kind of hand crank. Ours is just a little old. So you can do four deeps or eight mediums in that one as well. Like we was talking earlier, you talk about a time saver and a good little investment. And that's getting one of them, getting you a good little extractor for what you need. You ain't got to go buy no big old extravagant thing. If you just got a little bit of, a couple colonies, 3, 4, shoot, one of them hand cranks is plenty enough to spend that honey. It don't take us just a couple minutes to really spin them frames out.
Yeah, maybe it's not bad. You do have to hold it down pretty good though.
Yeah, one spinning, or you do like you talking about, mount that thing to a pallet or so.
And it's electric.
Okay, yeah, she's had her time, huh?
Like just a couple minutes, honestly. It really doesn't take that long.
But say you do,
Like ours will hold 4 deeps, and it might take us 2 minutes to spin out each group we do, I guess.
yeah, so you may have, in the whole process of those 4 frames, flipping them around to spin the other side out, you may have 5 minutes tied up into it. It's really not that long, but do like Hope's doing, mount it to something on your floor that's not going to scratch it.
Yeah.
Get it up off of it, or put it on some carpet. Did I tell y'all why? The first year we got our extractor, we're going to keep it from making a mess, if you will. So we took and we stuck it in the kitchen. And long story short, on that end, it looked like you drug a cat around by its tail.
It was terrible. It
By the
ate
time-
that kitchen floor up.
She wasn't happy.
That's an understatement. Because
So-
2 minutes into it, I asked him, "Are you sure we can hold this tight enough to not, chew the kitchen floor to pieces?" Because that tile hadn't been down a year, literally a year. And here he comes. "Oh, it's fine."
What-
Okay.
It was on VCT tile, which is tile that you see oftentimes, like
It's nothing super
No.
fancy, but
it's,
still.
it's commercial grade sticky tile is basically what it is.
Mhm.
You see it in hospitals and doctors' offices and most anywhere you go, pretty much you're walking on VCT flooring. And which far as if you drop something on that stuff, or I mean, it'll take a beating, but it did not hold up.
Not from an extractor.
No. It scratched every living mess out of that. So last year we had
No,
changed tactics
no,
and
no.
just got we had a bunch of 4 mil plastic left and just opened that 4 mil plastic up here, put it in the living room. And like I said, we were talking earlier, the preacher came by and his wife, and we done a little old harvest. And to me, it seemed to work a whole lot better just doing it that way anyhow, which we ain't got a shed or honey house to take and really spin and do as others have, but just work with what you got. That's what we're doing. And yeah, it worked out pretty good. Easy clean up. We just rolled that doggone plastic into itself, threw it right in the garbage. We already had all our mess picked up between the extractor and all. Our uncapping tank was like a
sweater box.
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, a sweater box.
Sweater type.
Stella.
Stella.
Yeah, it was just a plastic sweater box from the dollar store, and she had some kind of what is that frame thing?
It's a cooling rack. Like you put pies or cookies on to cool.
Okay, there we go. But man, that thing fit perfect in that little box. And all I had to do is I put me some little screws on the outside to hold the cooling rack so it wouldn't move back and forth. But man, we just stuck them frames on there and sawed them cappings off, and the preacher get them sawed off, hand them over here to me. I throw them in the extractor, and one of us would turn the crank and the other one would lean on it.
Lay on it.
And
Literally.
like I said, then don't let that scare you on anything, Larry Moore, because you can sit there and spin that thing if you're using a hand crank at whatever speed you want to do. It's not at all hard to turn. They got them I guess you call them arms to spin that big basket, but all that stuff is on bearings, and it's really, really easy to take and spin around. The only thing I wish that they would do on something like that is put some type of, I guess, clutch or something along those lines to where whenever you spun it, you could stop with that handle and the handle wouldn't keep on spinning. But as long as that basket is spinning, the handle that you use to turn it with, it hand
That's
cranks.
what Lee said, and hook a drill up to it. I mean, it's not hard to turn. It's way harder to hold it down than than it is to actually crank it. Like it's not really physically taxing to crank it at all.
And just lean on it. I mean, which I'm only 150 pounds. So if you're a man that's 6 foot, 200 pounds, you can probably just put your hand and arm on it and keep that thing from wobbling around type thing. But if we get a good gust of wind, I got to grab a tree to hold on to.
Nap time's over.
Yeah. And see, well, DC, I really like that idea. And Lee had mentioned it the other day, or in one of the other chats the other night. But he said, how'd he put it? When you let off that trigger, you got to hold on to that drill too, because apparently she'll keep going just like that handle will. But if you got a variable speed, you could probably work it with a variable speed. No problem. It would just take a time or two to get you. Oh, well, Lord Keith, you got that, brother. You just put your elbow on that puppy and she ain't going to move.
Yep. You'll be good.
Yeah, Russell, you got the same thing too? I mean, it was, I can't remember how much that thing was. I looked it up the other day for Mr. Mike Conley, and they was a couple $100, but I mean, it's definitely well
It
worth
beats
that.
the heck out of squeezing honeycomb with your hands trying to get honey out.
Well, and two, like, now, yeah, don't anybody get me wrong on any of this, by no means, but like when we're uncapping, I'm thinking those bees, they work their behinds off, if you will, to take and make all that wax, fill it full of nectar, turn it into honey, cap it off. Well, we come in, we just tear it all to pieces to get the honey out of it. Then we stick it back out there for the bees to repair. We try to take in as less damage as we can do to that frame that they built out. To us is the less work that those bees got to do to repair and to fill them back up, kind of thing. Now, like I say, like we got one of those little roller uncappers and all that stuff, but it's never been used. It's still in the box out there. Once we figured out our little technique, or however you want to put it, to run that old bread knife down through that cone and just ride those rails, and you can cut it just a smooth, flush, and have that honeycomb flat across there. Then whenever you stick it back into the bees, all they got to do is pretty well just fix the tops or tips instead of all the repair of running a roller through there or something along those lines. They don't, it, to me, it's just less work for the bees to have to do.
That's somewhere more. So think of how many bees died to do that.
Lord, yeah. I mean, how much honey is it that a bee in its life brings in? Just
A teaspoon or a tablespoon?
yeah, I
I
mean,
think it's a teaspoon.
that's like us dragging a dump truck down the road.
No.
As far as life expand, I mean, that's a lot of work on them little critters. Don't get me wrong, enjoy the spoils that comes off of them, but try to keep in mind just those small little things is how we're going to pull a Mike Berry. That's how we do it. I'm not telling anybody that's how you should do it, but it's just one of those little.
A sewing thimble.
Hmm.
DC said, I think a sewing thimble
For what?
full of honey. That's what
Oh, a
they
sewing
said.
thimble full of honey. And they what? Summertime, 6 weeks
Mm,
is their little old life.
yeah.
So, and they pollinate what, well over 1 million flowers, something like that. That one bee pollinate.
I don't
So-
know those statistics enough to quote them.
I mean, just thinking it's a lot of work
Mm-hmm.
for them to do. Then, if you kind of like where most of us are at right now, and you ain't got much of a flow going on, it you want to try to keep things less work, work smarter, not harder, as I say. You gotta take care. Jasper's running her up the wall. Okay. Yeah, Russell, after watching just some videos on folks doing it, that's what kind of turned me off, just seeing how much they're tore up now. I mean, they may work wonderful, and especially putting them in an extractor or something, but if you can learn how to work that knife, whether you like us, or you use a bread knife, or if you got a hot knife that you use, I mean, you cut along those frames, you can keep from doing a whole lot of damage. And like I say, all they got to do is just turn around and pretty well square things off and start filling it back up, as far as putting nectar in, or if you're trying to get some more frames to get some room for your queen, if you own a good flow and you're starting to get honey bound type stuff. Not that I know of, Larimore. There may be some in the northern part of the state, but I do not believe that we have anything this far south. And with that being said, let me say this. There could be, because we had no idea. We had mountain laurel this far down, and some family friends has got some property on one of the little old small rivers down here. We was thinking about asking them to put some bees out, because we went to the river one day and boy, we seen all these pretty flowers way down in. Let me give you an image of the woods. Big tall pines and palmetto. That's pretty much all it is. And we start getting closer to the river, we start seeing these bushes, if you will, that had these pretty little white flowers that had like a little pink to them. And got to ask him, so Bruce, I said, man, what are those trees? And he told us, he said, them things is mountain laurel. So we didn't go any further on putting any colonies down there on that river end. But they are pretty when they bloom. But I know a lot of the wetland down here is going to be, I know the cypress, your poplars, some, your gums are going to be just, I guess, borderline. Your black gums, your sweet gums. I'm trying to think what else we got down here that may put off something. As far as the good wetland, that's where we kind of sitting on those there.
He shoots, he scores.
The man coming.
Man, I would have came in quicker, but I was on the phone with Lee just shooting the breeze when I saw you were live. So, I have to take my old man nap. It's Sunday afternoon. You know what happens after dinner on Sunday afternoons? It's time to lay down.
I started telling Hannah not long ago, well, it's time for me to start taking my over 40 naps. So,
I tell you what, it's it hit the high temperature for the day, Tim, 62 degrees.
Oh, buddy, y'all have some fine weather then.
And rainy though.
Oh, no.
So bees are all in the houses, all wearing hoodies and long socks and all. So nothing happened. And we'll see if we're gonna get honey this year or not. Don't know.
We finally drying out. So I guess y'all kind of getting what we just went through.
But was it cold there or just rainy? Because we've had rain. Well, yesterday it was a high of 58, and today is a high of 62. And then tomorrow it's supposed to be 80. So tomorrow I'm imagining one of two things. Either they're going to be very busy or they're going to be very swarmy tomorrow. After the cold and the rain, and then they if they're successful keeping that brood warm, they're still hatching out even though it's cold, right? They're under the cluster hatching out. So we'll see what happens, but it'll be an interesting day tomorrow for sure. Day off.
Well, hopefully they just come out for their flights and
wing stretch and poop and go back to work, right?
Yeah, sir.
That's it. So what y'all been doing today?
Well, we went to church house and went and got us a little bite to eat and come on home and did that premiere or set that premiere this morning.
Right.
And that kind of got me wound up, and I was like, well, hey, there are folks wanting to chit chat a little bit, so let's go live.
They always want to chit chat.
Yeah.
Always want to chit chat. Did I notice Hannah abandoned you? She got the dog.
She's
dog duty.
Trying to keep him at bay.
That's funny. Glad that ain't your dog. Man, if it was your dog, it'd be spoiled.
Yes, sir. Don't want no dog.
Well, you got one now. Ain't no way that dog leaves that house now.
No, he's here for good. Even the last one that showed up a couple years ago, she's not very friendly. I'll put it like that. But she has seemed to turn a little corner with his little behind, because the last couple of days they've been playing and cutting up and chasing and all that stuff. So maybe it's calming her down a little bit.
It's your turn.
Oh, there you go. You say hey to Bob.
Jasper. Does he know his name yet?
Oh, he's figuring it out.
He knows his place, that's for sure.
Hannah, I'm glad that ain't y'all's dog. If it was y'all's dog, it'd be spoiled. But since y'all getting rid of him, does he have his collar yet? You stopped at the Walmart and got him a laser tag and all that?
Well, I ain't made it as far as the Walmart yet, but no, they didn't have one at the dollar store that Tim approved of today. So he'll have to wait a couple more days.
Hey, well, next time you order bee supplies, I believe it's Whip Bee Supply also sells dog collars. Is it Better Bee?
We could have a honeybee engraved on his
Better
collar.
Bee. I'm sure it's Better Bee. One of them, you click on it, and by the time you get to the last page, it's just all dog collars and stuff. Well, it's not. It can't be Better Bee because I don't see them on here. But one of them, Man Lake, maybe is it Man Lake?
It's your turn. I'm tired of getting chewed on.
We can get it engraved Jasper, Gunline Bee.
Make him our official mascot.
He's the gunline dog.
That's it.
Well, it's not Man Lake. I know it's one of those places I look at when you go to their clearance. They always have dog collars on their clearance shelf. Old Jasper.
There we
He
go.
just looks rotten. He's always
he-
spoiled rotten.
He is.
Oh, it don't take one of us to get up out of one of these chairs and boom, boom, he's right up there. He done figured out how to.
Sprawled
Looking
out
at you.
there.
Like,
Oh,
where's
yes.
the snacks? Where's the snacks? Looking up at you.
And then he'll just glare at you like, are you really going to move me out of my chair?
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. So, yeah, man, it's a long weekend and very unproductive for my bees. For me, for my bees. Just chilling. Went to Sam's Club. What'd you say, Hannah?
Is it so cold and rainy?
Yeah, just hit the high temperature for the day, 62.
Oh, I don't
And it was
envy you
58
that.
yesterday, so I don't know what's going on with them, but the only thing we can hope is the good Lord knows better about what's going on here than I do, so and when the sun hits this week and 80 degrees, hopefully all this rain just pops everything open.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden the bees just have more than they can forage and just pack it all in quick like they do down there in Louisiana when the tallow hits. Because if you think about it, the trees have to bloom. They have to make it try to propagate for another year. I mean, just how long that window is and all that stuff, don't know, but we'll see. We'll see what's going to go on with that. But Mother Nature better get her stuff together, is all I'm saying.
Well, Lee talking earlier, he had mentioned in the comments that it's I guess they're starting to make a little bit of turnaround too. I mean, the wild elderberry is doing well. The mimosa are nice and pretty. The tallow,
Yeah, we got the mimosas going.
they're tasseled, but they ain't opened up yet.
Well, see, I haven't seen any tallow around here, but I was driving back today and I saw a tree about a quarter mile down the road that had those tassels and leaves hanging off of them. I'm like, I wonder if that's, but I wasn't going to pull up in some stranger's yard and start taking pictures of their trees and get shot at down here. So I just, I said, hey, that could be tallow. Tallow's a tree, right? Not a bush. It's a tree.
Yeah, it'll be a big old tree, and things probably get 30, 40 feet tall.
Well, maybe that's, and here on my property, the mimosa only at the very top has popped a little bit. But if you're going down the road, you see them all popped open. So I'm hoping it's got to resurrect my honey year. I gotta pay for that uncapper, man. What are you talking about? That thing's got to pay for itself.
I'm going to ask you the status on that puppy.
I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to get it from wherever the truck drops it into my honey house with all that stuff, all the boxes and stuff. So I'm going to have to move all the boxes out. They're going to bring it in a crate, and I'm sure they're just going to tailgate it down and drop it right there in the middle of my driveway. And I'm going to have to figure on how to get it. I'm going to have to unbox it, unbolt it, and then either get my wife to carry one side, the side without the uncapper on it, or I'm going to have to wait and try to get one of my buddies to come over and give me a hand with it.
Well, maybe it won't be that a stainless, ain't it?
What's that you cut out at the end?
Everything on there is stainless pretty much, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not imagining the tank to be that heavy, but, because it's got the uncapper bolted to the other side, one side would be really heavy and the other side would be kind of light. So, try to get that in. Who knows? Maybe if they ever send me an update what day it'll be here, I'll call Dennis up in Rock Hill and be, hey man, come down here and help me unbox this thing and put it up in the house.
There you go.
And I really need to go in there with my pressure washer and pressure wash the floors and everything and get it cleaned up. Maybe that's tomorrow. I don't know. I could have, that's something I should have done in the rain, right? Should have just been in there pressure washing the building and trying to get the water out with the vac. So, but of course not. Didn't do it. Did you call?
Have I called Lee?
Did I call you?
No, I gave Ed the.
Oh, there we are. There we are.
What do you say? Ed?
You called Lee, brother?
Call Lee. No, I haven't checked my messages yet. I was in the pool for a while, fighting off the bees because they're, new chlorine pool.
Oh, I gotcha.
One of them above ground ones, but still, I had to set up their own little pool, see if they'll go to it. Yeah.
They go to that big watering hole.
Yeah, they go to the bigger one, not the small one, the kiddie pool.
How many do you have to rescue from the water?
I'm only about 3, but my stepdaughter didn't like them coming around.
So you should make a pool cover. You should make a pool cover out of pool noodles that you can just pull across. So when nobody's in the pool, it's a bee feeder or a bee water, and then you pull it out.
Yeah, it keeps them from drowning. Yeah,
it's 1,000-gallon bee feeder.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I did for them. I did the I don't know if I get this thing turned right. Yeah, I'm in the way. Trying to get this little pool for them.
That's what I had, man. And I just let leaves and everything get in it. And then when it rains, the leaves it's kind of like marsh in there. And they'll just land on the leaves and everything and drink the water out. My wife flipped it over because she thought it looked bad. It did, but hey, sacrifice. We've got to make sacrifices sometimes.
They got to have water too.
That's right. It's funny because you'll see them flying in and out of my gutters because they've gone up on the roof to get the water out of the gutters that's in the leaves and stuff stuck up there.
We found them in all kinds of stuff, getting water. Buckets we left on the back of the truck and dollies on the back of the truck. And
they're back. I don't know if y'all back, but I'm back.
There you go. You back now.
Crazy.
Rose up. No, I got a couple of like them old bread dollies.
Mm-hmm.
And I screwed me some 1-bys on the top of them to just put whatever we needed to push across something. But if I don't flip them over, they'll hold water. And for some reason, man, I don't know if it's just because they can get down in there just right or what, but they will load up that little old bread dolly to pull that water out of those little catches.
I found out on accident. Those 5-gallon syrup buckets, the 5-gallon buckets I get the syrup in?
Mm-hmm.
I've got them stacked up. Well, when it rains, all the water gets in the little side piece, and then it ends up being like a tower bee water. They all fly on that and get the water out of the little rim when it's flipped over. So it works pretty good for that. If you're like me and got junk laying around the yard, it works good.
Yeah, junk laying around the yard, yeah. Well, as I said earlier, all beekeepers, they are a little cluttered for some reason. They got stuff scattered around. Like me, I got stuff scattered around because I try to do little projects here and there to fix and make things.
Because we got stuff. we just got
stuff. We got stuff.
That's it. Just stuff.
Well, I have a bad tendency of just going, hey, we can use that. I'm going to throw that in the truck. And
Yeah, it sits there about 6 months.
But there are times to where you go out there and you go, I need a piece of such and such, and you have that moment of, hey, I got that.
It'd be nice if I had just a piece of 3/4 about this long, and you're like, oh, hey, I got that old pallet. You just rip the two sides off. Perfect. Fits.
Yes, sir.
Run it through your little planer, flip it over, run it through the planer. Man, brand new stuff. Right there. I
got like about 30 pallets in my yard.
30 pallets?
Yep. That's how I cut my thumb. I was trying to make frames out of the 2x4 portions of it, and my thumb got caught in the saw blade.
I don't know. I haven't. Once I stopped making my own boxes, I stopped getting. I mean, I never, even when I made my boxes, I would just get like a sheet of plywood and make what I could, and then that was it. I didn't really collect stuff, but yeah, if you throw it away, you'll need it the next day. That's what Hope says. Yep, for sure. How much stuff I burnt in that burn pile? I was like, dang, I should have kept that. I would have had it last. You know, but you know, we got
nothing but ashes.
We got this cat, so we always get those pails for like you know, full of kitty litter. And I always use them. People, why do you got so many of these? Well, originally I was going to keep them to make one of those. You've seen people grow in buckets, right? And then they just have the drip line going to them to water them. So I was going to do that, but then they ended up being like bee equipment painter stuff, right? So you can put a top on it and paint it, and it's just supported. And I'm jealous, man. Mine are inside with coats on today, and we're little umbrellas.
Yeah, that's some comb. I had some they were filling up the bottom brood boxes. I had to pull out because they were filling it up to give them room to continue laying. So I just left it out for them to rob. So I have drawn comb for the next splits. But I've got probably about 100, probably 150 pounds or so of honey that's in the supers right now, in between two hives.
That's awesome.
That's good to hear. Cause
if I were you, after our conversation yesterday, I'd be pulling out frames, extracting them, and giving them right back to them.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Lisa to get back from her little trip. I'm gonna use her extractor.
I told Lee, I said, Lee's got your extractor. When I called him, I said, I'm sure he's calling you, asking when you're going to come and bring him his extractor. He's like, oh, yeah, I got to find out when the next week off. I said, you might as well just spent that $60 and go ahead and had it shipped to him. And I'm trying to talk it up to where he'd mail it to you and you'd have it this week.
That'd be great.
But it did not work, sir.
Yeah.
Did not work. But
Keith, if you try that sponge like you're talking about, water out of that sponge, brother, no problem. Especially if you want to do just like a sugar water solution or salt water solution.
Look, Tim, I listened.
Get the sponge rollers?
No, this is paint strainers.
Oh, paint strainers. Okay.
Well, we were talking, a week or so ago, and you were saying, I just use that big paint strainer, strain the wax out of it that way.
Oh, you'll be happy with it, man. There'll be very, very little trash in anything you do wax or honey.
But it seems like every time I go to Lowe's, I either forget them or they don't have them in stock, the big enough ones, right? So I went ahead and bought them off of the Amazon.
I'm gonna make you big, Ed, so you can show. That's the tallow there.
Yeah,
what Ed's holding up.
Mine had like tassels coming dangling down, so it might have been chestnut or something.
Yeah, this is the second stage after they've already dropped the big tassels.
Oh, okay. So maybe the big tassels are what they use to get, right?
Yeah, usually. I got a few over here that are dried out already, which you probably could see. The big tassels like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that puppy fixing
These
to
are
go
dried
there.
out. They want to hit them. I got like 8 trees in my yard full of that were tasseled out. I think that's why I have the honey I've got. But all the other stuff that small stuff, they seem to be flying out and getting something from somewhere else too. So they're busy, which is good. I don't know how long this flow is
Yeah,
going to last because it's been a little strange.
Well, you've been talking about seeing tassels since what, March? I mean, it was early, way earlier than what we've seen anything down here, and how they're just slowly trickling instead of the big full throttle, let's open up and go.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing too. I mean, I'm still seeing tassels on some of the trees, but I don't know what they do at the second stage if they go to the flowers after that. So I don't quite know yet. First year dealing with the flow, first year, because I even got the smaller trees had dropped all their big tassels and they don't have anything else on them. So I'm wondering how that's. This is a smaller tree. If I can get that in there. And it has no tassels, no nothing on it right now. And it had tassels like about 2 weeks ago. So I don't know what the second stage will bring. I don't even see them on it.
Yeah, ours ain't even second stage. We just now getting into the good first stage of tasseling out. But it's probably, I'm gonna say about a week, 2 weeks, I guess, before it really, that end of it kicks off.
And I do notice the difference in from the first super to the second super I put on the front hive. I have noticed the difference in the flavor when I cut the bridge comb or ladder comb, and it has some of the honey in it. I was tasting it, and between the 2 boxes, there is a difference in flavor already in just one hive.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all
So some of it could be proven. Go ahead.
Y'all notice on StreamYard on the top it says stream this to your audience. So I wonder if I can stream this to my page while it's streaming to your page.
Sure.
Hey, it's giving me the option.
See what it does.
Well, that's what happens when you pay for it. That's what you get, a little more options.
I ain't
Tomorrow's
paying for
a
it.
holiday,
When Lee
boy.
pays for it, I got lots of options.
Y'all don't tell him though.
Yeah, guys, look at the prices and pricing of that, and I was thinking about going to the next tier.
Let's see if we got 15 in here now. Let's see what happens when I don't know if it'll let me save changes. I guess it's going to my channel now. I don't know. We'll see. Let me click over to my channel.
That's what I said. We'll try to look on one of our phones. Well, it's doing on her phone.
It shows we're live on my channel. Yep, streaming it to my channel.
Appreciate you, Bob.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Now we're multi-streaming. Look at that. Bam, that's good stuff.
We can join ourselves live according to Bob.
And look, now on the bottom it says, let me just put "Hey y'all" on the bottom and see if it shows up as me on the bottom in the comments, because I did it through StreamYard. Yeah. Well, it comes up on my channel as "Hey y'all." I don't know what in the world's going on, but I got a thumb up over there already. DC's
Bingo.
over there. Bob can be your own audience.
Yeah.
The question is, do both of well, you added the comments, so it's also picking up the comments from my stream in here too. Where remember when Lee and I used to stream on both channels at the same time? Y'all couldn't see the comments back and forth. So I don't think they can still. Like I don't see any of these other comments are over there yet. But
Did DC come in on your channel?
and Danette Struna is over there. Can you see where she just commented "Hey" on there?
Yeah, we got. Let's see. We
Can
got
you see
the
the little linky thing over there. That shows it's coming from my channel. So
yeah,
cool.
like a paper clip or something.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool.
Well,
Now we just need Ed to go ahead and hit it on his, and they'll be streaming on 3 channels. So technically, if we had 300 people watching like we did last night, 300 people could be streaming it all on their channel. We could be like international rock stars right there.
Look, I got the chat pulled up on my phone, and I can't see the comments from your stream.
And see, that's what happened when me and Lee were doing it on separate channels. So people would watch half the stream on my stream and then go to Lee's channel. They'd be flipping back and forth so they could fellowship with both chats, right? So
now I guess on the StreamYard part, yes, I can see both ends of the comments.
Yeah.
But just in the regular
chat.
Yeah, if you're in my chat, you can't see what's going on in your chat. And if you're in your chat, you can't see what's going on in my chat. Well, you can, but if you were just watching it, right? So I don't know how many you got watching now. I don't even know. I can't see it on the screen. How many?
You got 16 now.
Oh, we
16.
gained 1. Woo! We gained 1. And yeah, now I'm starting to see people over on my channel saying, "Hey, it works." Learn more. So that's cool. But hey, if you're watching on my channel, make sure you're subscribed to Ed, son of 1Bs, and Tim at Gunline Bees. Tim and Hannah, actually. Sorry. At Gunline Bees. So that's pretty good. And I came in late. How long y'all been streaming? 2 hours and a half already?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You come in,
2
I guess.
hours, 38 minutes,
hour and a half,
22 seconds.
I'm about to have to go cook supper.
Yeah.
No. See, you just played that all wrong, Hannah. You played it wrong. The way you play that is you just keep going on knowing it's getting later and later. And then you're like, you know what? It's too late to be cooking anything. Let's go down to McDonald's and grab us something, or down to the See, you just played it wrong.
To get anything to eat. I mean, it's a 20-mile trip to the closest McDonald's one way.
Really?
North or south? Yes, sir.
Yeah,
North or south?
there's nothing out here.
Not even like a local place.
You got.
I mean, there's the gas station.
Yeah.
If you want to get
you get some of that crispy, crunchy chicken from the gas station, if they got that over there.
More like
Gizzards
Dale and gummy chicken from the gas station.
Gummy chicken.
I thought about that over here. I'm like, you know what? They got to drive all the way down the road to even get Little Caesars. I could open up one of these shops over here with a couple pizza ovens that run through, and have a local just pizza joint that people can come and pick up pizza, or hire some high school kids to go deliver pizzas during the evenings for a few hours. And they probably kill. Yeah, Danette says hot dogs it is.
That's what I was thinking to say. It could be a hot dog
DC
night.
said peanut butter and jelly. Or
Well, I feel bad because I was joking on the channel when James and Steve were coming down, right? And I said we should get us some Wagyu beef steaks, right? Cook them on the grill instead of hamburgers. And today I was in Sam's Club and they had Wagyu beef hamburger patties. So I I bought them this week, not last week or 2 weeks ago when they were when they were here. But you go into Sam's today, they'll have one thing. You go into Sam's tomorrow, they'll have a whole nother line of stuff in there. But bowl of cereal or peanut butter sandwich. Fend for yourself works a lot around here too.
Hey, I'm all about a good peanut butter and jelly and a big cup.
Big thing of milk.
I'll take that.
But-
kill a gallon of milk in that. No problem.
I tell her all the time, it's a good thing we ain't got a milk cow because I'd suck that heifer dry.
My aunt, she's German, and she used to have what they called end of the week soup. So any pasta or beef or anything like that was left over during the week would go in a pot, and she'd put like beef broth with it or something and turn it into a soup/stew, and that was Sunday. So it was just cleaning out the fridge.
That's called refrigerator stew.
Mhm.
Where I'm from.
The other thing I used to do is I used to take the you take your spaghetti sauce that you've made during the week, right? And then you take that spaghetti sauce and you add, it's already got the tomato sauce and all that in it. Then you just put the chili powder in it, and then put some beans and stuff. Now it's chili. So it went from spaghetti to chili in one few days. So,
yeah, I've done that myself a couple of times.
See, we know how to eat on the cheap down here. Don't get us twisted. we know how to do stuff. My wife's got a sign that says Brenda's kitchen is closed. Grab a little Debbie. I got my industrial strength bags of popcorn in there today.
I'm like Charlie now.
Oh yeah, I like popcorn, man.
This one too.
That's smart food white cheddar popcorn. Of course, you get the one from Sam. It's $6.50 for a bag of popcorn. It's a big old bag, but man, it's cheaper to get it at the movie theater and watch the movie just about. But yeah, we had early dinner tonight. The one thing I like getting from Sam's, you ever get the roasted chicken? The rotisserie chicken they got in the back in the grocery store, you get for like $3.50 for a whole thing. And it's already cooked. Y'all don't have a Sam's Club near where you're at, Tim?
Oh, yeah.
But we don't have a membership to it.
Yeah, it's in the big city. It's down in Mobile.
They got these. You can get them at the grocery store sometime, like Publix or a place like that. But it's a whole chicken that they've had on a rotisserie, and it's like $3.50 for a whole chicken. So that's what we had today.
Oh yeah, we got I don't know if y'all got these or not, but it's a grocery store called Winn-Dixie.
Oh, we
and
did.
The Winn-Dixie, they have like a big rotisserie back there with them things turning, and man, you get a pretty good chicken off that joker.
Yep, and then it turns into chicken salad after you had that first meal. The next day is chicken salad sandwiches. So, what you looking in a colony?
Oh yeah, barbecue chicken.
Yeah, I opened up a colony for a minute. Hold on a second. I'm gonna open. You got me large again. This is my May colony, second deep. Ouch. Well, I'm doing a bob. Yeah, it got me right in my nose.
That'll teach you.
Oh, right in my nose.
Did it get you on the inside of the
ear? Right in the nostril. Right in the nostril.
Hold on, I just had to
bring tear to the eye.
I think. Yep, honey, hold on. I'll be right back. Gotta go sell some honey.
Ooh, it brought tear to my eye.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It ain't alive until somebody gets stung, isn't it?
Yeah.
At least when Bob's on, anyways. Oh. Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm crying
Hey,
like a
don't
little
feel too
baby.
bad.
Wow.
Whenever we were fooling with them bees at the church some years back, and I just went and investigated them thing. Buddy, that's where one of them she got me right in the inside of my nose, kind of thing. It's like she grabbed the outside and tucked her tail to the inside of my nose, and buddy, she lit me up.
Yeah. Yeah. See, this one here has got berries on it, man. Oh, I go drop the phone. Yeah. Got berries and stuff on this one already.
Let me make
Like
it
they
big again.
produced on. You look at these here, got berries on them with the tassels.
Yep.
And this is two different kinds.
That's the
I
same
think it
thing.
was two different kinds.
No, that berry's going to turn into that white blossom to where we get so-called popcorn tree from. They'll open up to a pretty white little bloom.
Yeah, but I don't understand why the other ones produced another tassel off it. This one is straight to this. You know.
I don't know. Let's
So I'm just wondering if we could pack it for a second run.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what we're seeing in a lot of ways, a restart, if you will. But is it going to produce?
Hashtag 30 frames.
I heard that. Put in your piggy bank.
Hey, or hashtag clarifier.
Yeah, you've already paid for that doggone extra uncapper.
Yeah. The guy hadn't called me about those nukes, so I don't know if he got some or decided not to get them or what. But man, I'm out of breath now. I'm old. Can't be running like that. But yeah, that's all I do is like get it, throw it in the jar, and then when Ed calls me, I count it. So just not counting the money to get it organized. But that's all I do, man. I don't even have to sit out there. I just go ahead and got that sign in the yard. They pull up and honk the horn, and I come out. As long as they wait long enough.
Are you starting to see an uptick as far as your customers coming on?
Well, I did 50. I did 50 pints this last time I pulled, and I don't know. I've sold 23 pints so far in the last 2 weeks because I pulled after the weekend James and them were here, so it was 2 weeks ago. So I've sold 20. No, I'm lying. I've got 25 pints. So I've sold 25 pints. So 25 times 15, $375 worth of honey in the last week and a half, maybe.
Awesome.
Well, hey, that's almost $400 more than what you had, and be able to put toward whatever you want to do your next little investment on.
That's it. Little. I like how you said that. Nice. Have you looked at the beekeeping stores? There are no little investments anymore.
Well, I don't even look at it. If we need something, then look at that one price. And I kind of tremble at times as, when you and Lee are doing your lives or you on with Charlie or something, that whenever you going through different websites at some of the prices on stuff, I'm going, ain't no way we could do it,
You can do it, Tim. You can do it. You just got to, and when Ed and I talked about this yesterday, which was kind of like last night's live stream, when when I talk about this equipment and stuff, it's not. Hopefully I don't come off like, oh, I just got all this money. I don't have all this money, and that's kind of the whole point behind it. Is that when I started, I had, 2 colonies, and I started selling honey, and then I just hold that money. That's why that jar's got that money, because I don't go out and, I got $40. Let me go down and buy, Bojangles for everybody tonight. That is its own thing. It just sits there, and and I stack it away until I can afford to get that. If I need to go down and get $600 worth of frames or something, I try to take it from that money. And it was just, but if you look at what I've done just in the last year and this year, being small time, right? Buying queens to sell them to make $12 a queen. Now I take all the risk on whether those queens are going to live or whether they die till they're sold. So that's a gamble. Some people aren't willing to gamble that honey money, and I've done it a little bit. Or buying those nukes to make nukes to try to sell. The first set I sold and made money plus, right? Actually, I didn't sell them all. So I got 20 of them. That cost me $2,000. I sold and made $2,800. So I profited $800. But then I spent the first $2,000 again and got 20 more, right? So that just added on to my apiary. So it went back to that whole principle. If I bought 20 of them and sold 10, then I got 10 for free, right? So my thing was, well, if I bought 20 and I sold 20, then I got 20 for free. That was kind of the model I was looking at. And, but looking forward towards next year, right? So I got these bees. Now my apiary is bigger. So next year, maybe I can make more honey to generate more cash to, just kind of keep it turning, right? And it's just like on your construction job. So you got a job, you're working that job. And you can't necessarily get paid until you're done with this job, right? You're not getting money for the next job until you're done with this job. So with having multiple streams and ways to have money come in, so like you can't sell honey till you have honey, right? So that's kind of the thing is I can't sell this year's honey until I've harvested, and it's not time to harvest honey yet. So I can't use that money. So how am I going to come up with money to come in when I can't have that money? Does that make sense? Are you following me? Tracking me? So that's when I started saying, well, what can I do in the springtime to help me make money to make it to honey that can help me make it back to springtime again? So that's when the swarm lure kind of came in. So now swarm lure is dying off and sale. Now honey sale should pick up, but that's just my twisted way of looking at things, and it has been helpful. I've been able to stack some money to the side to buy things as I need them, but it's definitely not a hopefully it's more of an encouragement to people than it is, well, Bob's just talking about money. That's not me at all. It's just that it's more about how can I make money for beekeeping. And at some point, if it gets to the spot to where I can quit my day job, then guess what? Woohoo! It'll be a celebration, So, it dropped off. But but that's that's kind of the thing. Someone asked me the other day, well, how do you give away extractors and stuff? And I said, you know what? The viewers of the streams have more than paid for an extractor, right? I don't feel bad about spending $400 and giving away an extractor if somebody's going to use it and it helps them. And over the year, they've bought pins, they've bought apis, they've bought swarm lure. Now they're buying honey rustler. So it's like I'm just giving back out of what's been given to me. So I don't look at it that way. And you know, so it doesn't bother me if I give away, you know, a $200, you know, what's the thing called? The
Butler.
hive butler. Yeah. The $200 hive butler or a $400 extractor. Now, can I do it all the time? No, but I can do it some of the time, you know, to show my appreciation, because there's not many ways to do that on, through YouTube. Right. And people super chat and subscribe and stuff like that, which is all appreciated. And, you know, if anything, I don't think there's any of the people that are watching that if I was in, let's say, West Virginia, and I told Jeff Thomas or some of these guys, hey, I'm going to be up in your area next week, they'd be like, well, come on by, you know, let's check the bees out and, you know, maybe throw something on the grill or something like that and fellowship. And it's more of a community to me, you know. It's just a group of friends that get together and hang out and talk, but we just happen to all live different geographically, you know, a lot of common interests. So,
Well, I mean, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Go back to the beginning on everything. First of all, I admire how you're doing it. Like we've talked before on the phone, you know, different things, but how you're not taking and, first of all, spending money that you don't have just to keep up with the Joneses, in a sense.
right.
And it's very, very responsible if you can do it. And I understand there's times that to be able to carry on with a business or be able to make something profitable for you to make a business, there's times that, yes, you will have to, in a sense, go into debt. But if you can, absolutely save the money,
Right.
pay for it cash, like y'all was talking about the other night. That way, that's done and over with. You don't have to worry about a monthly bill or anything like that. And anything from there on out, once that product has paid for itself, it's nothing but profit. That's money going in your pocket. That money ain't, that interest ain't going into somebody else's pocket to, you know, that's
Well, I mean, sometimes if it's a needed thing, I could understand, like you said, going into debt if you have to. So, prime example, you do construction work, right? If you need something for a job, or you're in the middle of a job and that tool breaks and the only tool you can use is a tool like that, well, you got to get one, or you're not getting paid for the work you've already done, right? So you have to find a way, whether it's cash money or you got a buddy that's got one that'll let you borrow it, or you got to buy it. And sometimes that, I mean, you see the beekeeping equipment, it's not cheap. So every piece you get is expensive. And if you look at like the uncapper, for example, for that same machine, you're jumping up $2,000-$3,000 if I got the one that's fully automatic, you know, and it just has another motor on the other side that turns the chain to pull the frames in. So, you know, I don't like automatic stuff that I have to manually do, right? As far as like spinning extractors and stuff. But that was a compromise I had to do if I wanted to get that piece of equipment for the budget I had. So that's kind of the way I look at it. See, and Jeff said his bees bought his extractor. And I mean, that's, you know, I think when we all start, we start with this, let's face it, we start with a couple colonies and the least money we can put in it. And then once you decide that, hey, I'm going to start expanding, or, hey, I am the honey guy here. Even my mentor's been here 20 years down the road. I'm still the honey guy over here. You know what I mean? So it's just finding your place in whatever market you're in to profit. If that is, hey, I can't get any queens around here, then you need to be that queen guy, you know, or you don't have to be, but if you want to make extra money, then maybe you need to think about being the queen guy or the, or the, you know, the nuke guy or the package guy, whatever, that, you know, takes a weekend and goes down to Georgia and has a list up that, hey, if you're in Southern Alabama and you need a package, I'm going down to get them. Put your name on the list, and this is how much they are, you know, and then you make off of going down to pick them up and doling them out, you know, which, you know, it's kind of Greg Burns's business model. Partially, part of his business model is he goes down and gets packages, and on the way up back to Ohio, all along whatever road he's taking, he's like, I'll meet you at this exit, be there at this time, and we're going to drop off packages. And he's making money all the way back up to where he goes. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you're filling a need, right? And Lord knows if I had deep pockets and money, I would have a beekeeping store here. If anything, when I started doing the website and getting stuff that I like to sell was, it was to offer a cheaper alternative to people. And that's not a cheaper product. It's the same product, but at a cheaper price, and also get a discount for myself to make my products cheaper when I buy them. So, that's the thing. And I scour, like when he's talking about secondhand brand new, I'm the same way. I've been looking at Facebook Marketplace all the time, trying to see, well, who's got boxes, who's got frames, who's got this, you know, but nobody's here doing it. Nobody's here selling it. So, you know, so there's definitely things that you can do to make money at beekeeping, but I guess the best advice is just do it. You got to do it. You got to have faith. I mean, this is a fellowship, so we'll talk about faith a little bit. You got to have faith that what you're doing makes sense, right? That you don't want to get stuck. You don't want to take all your honey money and drop it in something and then be stuck with queen bees if you can't do that. So just buy what you can feel like you can get rid of, or something like that, you know. And that's why I always just bought to the level of the first price break. When I got that first price break, it was just enough queens to be able to sell queens. I got an extra queen, so I got one for free. And then what I do with that one extra free one, I dropped it in a nuke to make a nuke that either I could grow my apiary or I could sell it, right? So that's the that's how I look at things, man. I just look at them from, is that going to make sense in the long run? Is it going to break itself even more than anything? Is the uncapper going to make it faster for me? I hope so. I don't know. I haven't used it yet, but I hope it will. You know, but then when, like anything else, so I thought last year I had everything I needed. And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, I'm getting bits of wax. So now I got to figure out how to get this wax out of here. Right. So that's been, you always find the next thing you need. And unfortunately, everything you need is about $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 on the bigger scale of things. So at this rate, next year I could be to 100 colonies. I don't know if I'm being able to get to 100 colonies and being able to take care of 100 colonies, or it's a little bit different, right? So I don't know if I could definitely make 100 colonies, but I don't know if I'll have the places to put that. So that's kind of what my next thing is, to find somewhere to put bees that I look, if I see something like an acre for sale, typically it's near a subdivision where I don't want to be, right, with bees. So I don't know what the next option is. So I might be stuck at where I'm at. I might just have to stay there, which in itself is not a bad problem, because then I have to split and make nukes to sell, right? Because I can't keep those extra bees. So we'll see what happens. And I didn't mean to hijack your show, man.
No, I'm listening to you. I mean, everything you're saying making sense. Don't take in. We often, well, I'll just put it for myself. There's times that I've caught myself wanting to. I was pushing myself further than what I was capable of doing.
Right.
I'll say that. Trying to, you want the commercial beekeeper dream if you're in doing this. I mean, I'll say most of our dreams or goal is to eventually be able to take and put in the time we're supposed to put into them, be able to keep up with them as we're supposed to, instead of, once every week getting out there, or just, well, I worked all week. I'm beat. I just don't feel like it type stuff.
Right.
Don't push yourself beyond what you're capable of, like you're saying.
Well, last year, this time of the year, I didn't work. So I could go out there whenever I wanted to for as however long as I wanted to take care of the bees, right? This year, I'm working. So that changes the whole dynamic. Now I have to work the bees when I can and not when I want to. So it's a little bit different, right? So I need to be working them on the weekend. But when it's 58 degrees, 60 degrees and rainy, I'm not working them. So it's like now I got to do all that work tomorrow when it's supposed to be nicer. And the weather's dictating whether or not I can work into my hives or not, which is not ideal for beekeeping. You need to be able to check them and keep them out of the bushes and trees and your swarm traps and everywhere else. But yeah, people like James amaze me. That guy has more drive. I think with James, I think he's very not, I don't know if compartmentalized is the appropriate word for it, but he's very focused on where he wants to be. He's defined that for himself and the timeline that he wants to get there, right? So for doing that, he said, in 2 years, I want to be at this level, which should yield me this much honey, which should yield me this income, right? And that will allow him to step back and from his day job and start keeping bees full time. But if you look at James, he gets up at the crack of dawn and goes to his day job, works 10 to 12 hours a day. And then he leaves there and goes to his bee yard. And we've all seen him. We've been live at 10 o'clock at night here, and he's out in his wood shop putting together frames, pallets, boxes. And I'm sure he takes a break every now and again, but he knows he has a timeline that he's trying to meet, and he's constantly working towards that. So it doesn't matter what it is. If your goal is to go from 1 colony to 2 colonies, then what's your plan to get there, right? Now, that's not a stretch. I mean, it's easy. You could go out there tomorrow and split them and you'd have 2 colonies. But if you're going from, like, I went from 17 to 59 or 50, I'm figuring if I got 59 going into winter, maybe I've got, hopefully, knock on wood, 50 that make it to next spring, And so then, well, you split 50, you're at 100 even, right? So so that's the thing, is just giving yourself a goal. And be honest with you, I didn't have a goal. I didn't have a projection of where I wanted to be hive wise. I still really don't hive wise, because I don't know, when James was here, he's like, I think you got too many bees for where you're at. So that led me to start looking even more at other pieces of land and maybe farmers and stuff like that to move bees to. But the thing is that if I don't have time to work the bees in my apiary because of work, I really would have less time if I had to drive somewhere and work another whole set of colonies in another apiary. And, then you got to load up bee boxes, right? And we're not talking about just working the bees. You're going to have to plan and load up your truck for supers, frames, and everything else you're going to need, right? And I want to say thank you to Southeastern Colorado Hives for the super chat. I appreciate that, because I know it didn't show up on your screen. But the thing is that being able knowing where you want to go and then figuring out. And it's all right to need help to figure out how you're going to get there. I mean, I called James when I was having problems. I'm like, hey, I saw what you did last year. I don't need to go as hard or maybe as many as he has, but I need to get my colonies where they're pretty equal and move to that level to be able to, honestly, by the state law of how much honey that I can sell legally without the bee police coming to get me, is figuring out how many colonies do I need to have to be able to make the honey that the law says I can make before having to get inspected. If I can make that amount, then that'll give me enough money to maybe I can move it to my honey extraction facility to a place that I can get inspected and, has, even if it's an old, I don't even care if it's an old McDonald's or something that's closed down that's already got the plumbing and infrastructure set up for a restaurant, because that's basically the same thing you'll need for a commercial type kitchen to be able to do a honey extraction, and then have the bee store in the front, right where the dining room would be the bee store. In the back where they would be cooking hamburgers and everything could be the extraction room. So, I mean, it's just thoughts. I go down this rabbit hole and I'm just constantly in a thought on what the next move is. But without having those goals established and where you want to be, you're just kind of spitballing and doing whatever. You're not moving towards something. You're just kind of existing, right? So when you start a job, a construction job, you can't build a deck till you put the post in and concrete in the post and stuff like that. So you have an order that you have to do things in, but you know what the end goal is of building that deck. So the same thing applies in beekeeping. If you want a certain number of colonies, well, you're not going to get there unless you just go drop a bunch of money. And most of us don't have that money to, maybe you could buy 40 nukes. Okay. That's what, $8,000 for 40 nukes. So if you buy 40 nukes, that's, oh, what happened?
I'm still here. It froze up on my end.
So if you bought 40 nukes, well, that's great. But now you need 40 boxes, 40 bottom boards, 40 tops. You need, you're going to get 5 frames in your nukes. So you need 15 frames times 40. So it very quickly, that's 600 frames, right? So that's another $1,800. So it very quickly will spiral out of control unless you find a way to regulate that flow. And for me, to this point, this has taken me 5 years. It's not like I just went out there yesterday and said, I'm going to buy all this extraction stuff and we're going to have this. I don't have it like that. I can't do that, So we just do things that try to help our business grow. And I say our, because I do consider this a family business, even though I'm the only one that in the family that works it. Funny how that works out, right? But but trying to work at something as compared to just doing the work. All right, we'll see you later, Keith.
Take care, brother. We still praying for you, Keith.
Hopefully that resonates with people. It's not, I go out and work my apiary, but I work my apiary in a fashion to try to propel me to the next step of whatever that is. If it's for you getting from 5 colonies to 10 colonies, well, if you're going to go to 10 colonies and you're going to 10 colonies and you got 5, you're going to need 10 setups. So as you sell honey, you start buying those other 5 setups that you need to get started and work towards that. So now hey, when I do this year and make this honey, I need to buy 500 frames, let's say, or however many it is. 50 frames, you'll need more, but 50 frames, 5 boxes, 5 bottom boards, 5 tops, maybe 10 supers. So you'll need another 1,000 frames there, right? Or another 100 frames there. So So you already have in process your growth. And I think what I was doing in the beginning was I was keeping bees, selling honey, and then, oh, let me go buy 20 boxes. Well, that's great. Great. You bought 20 boxes, Bob, but what are you going to do with those 20 boxes? Are they going to be honey supers, or are they going to be for new colonies? Well, if they're new colonies, then why didn't you just go ahead and buy, 4 boxes, 4 bottoms, 4 tops, all the frame, everything you need to grow those, right? And I got caught last year. So, year before last, in the middle of the season, I found myself going to the bee supply store, and then all of a sudden I was making boxes, painting boxes, just to make sure they didn't swarm on me right in the middle of the year. So fast forward to the next year, I went and bought a crap ton of boxes and frames and never used them all. I didn't end up needing them. So now this year, so I've had that money sitting out there for 2 years now. This year I'm filling them up. So I'm lagging behind, which I don't like to put money out and just let it sit there. But it worked this year. I don't have to do that for growth. Now, next year, I got to look at that again if I'm going to expand or if I'm going to keep it where it's at. And then that'll determine whether or not I need to buy boxes and frames, or if I need to buy frames and pro nukes, or what I need to do, right? So you just got to have that, I guess, that flow chart or order of operations or whatever you want to call it, that's going to get you from where you're at to where you want to go. Your goal, your plan. And I challenge everybody that's watching to do that, to make some kind of plan. Even, it doesn't matter if your goal is to go, 5 colonies more than you got, or double your colonies or triple your colonies. Awesome. How are you going to do it? What are you going to do? What are your bees going to do? And how fast can you do that based on what your bees provide for you? And that way you can use that money and reinvest it.
Well, just do like you talking about. Instead of your mind going crazy, I could do this, or we can the beekeeper pandemonium, I'll put it.
Right.
To where you want to grow the colonies. We got 5, let's get 25. But where I'm going with all that is set the goal.
Right.
Complete the goal. Then advance beyond that goal and just repeat the process.
And what that does for you mentally is it gives you a sense of accomplishment that you've done something, right? So like this year, and I wish I would have recorded the calls that I had with James, because I don't say it a lot on the streams, but I was a negative Nelly. I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know what's going on. I knew all the steps that he told me. He didn't really tell me anything that was like, boom, light bulb come on, other than, hey, how old are your queens? And, but other than that, it was all stuff that I had done before. He just reined me back in and said, okay, if that's what you want to do, you need to make sure all your queens are the same age, or you at least know how old they are. And then requeen any poor colonies and just get you back to where I can look in 2 colonies side by side and I can tell, well, is she bad or is she good? I mean, we've all looked in a colony. We're like, man, I don't know what's going on over there, because they're not doing what the colony next to them is doing. But then you don't know, well, is that colony got a 4-year-old queen that's hanging on by the end and the next one's first-year queen? To disseminate the difference in what's going on in a colony. And where, so bringing myself back to that and being, I guess, humble enough to accept advice, right? James will tell you, on the stream, he'll say, hey, not once did I tell you to do this. He said, this is what I would probably do. And then if you trust that person's advice, You got to have faith in people sometimes. If you trust that person's advice and what they're doing, then I went out on blind faith, and money was not an option. It was just, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it, what it takes, and make it happen. And once I did that, things kind of flipped around, you know. And will all my colonies make honey? No. I already knew that when I made the splits. But if they can pull out a box at home for me, you know, I'm still working towards that goal. And next year, maybe they blow up and just fill up 5 supers. You don't know. But
you've gotten yourself to the point now, Bob, to where I'll say again, you're here, so we're going to use you as the example.
Yeah, make me that whipping post. No, I'm just kidding.
Many of us strive to. I know it's been the debate on what to call yourself, but we're just going to stay with. You're at the sideliner end now. All right, we'll say.
Right.
You're at the point to where intermediate level, we'll say, and you can gain a little bit of profit to grow your bees and your honey now.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to get down onto it, you could do like Brian and them out in Flower Street, you know, do the lotions and the candles and all that stuff to profit off of on your waxes. Burr comb in itself, you'll have plenty to pick up off 50 doggone boxes.
Right.
Then you're really now gotten to the point to where you've got good established colonies and you've pretty well got a good baseline on where you want your genetics for the most part right now. You know, you seem to be okay in how your bees are doing and performing. So now you can sell honey, you can sell wax. Next year, you can be throwing out nukes like crazy.
Yeah, so I could cut next year, assuming that everything makes it through. I could at least make, and that's going to be conservative, at least make 50 nukes, right? If you took 1 nuke off of every colony in the spring, could make 50. So now you're talking 10 grand right out of the pop that people have paid you for bees, right? So makes it a little bit easier to buy a $4,000 piece of equipment when you just got, you know, $10,000 cash put in your pocket for selling nukes.
Take this season just for that. Like you say, you're at the 50 now. Okay, go ahead and set your goal. We'll just say 1 colony or 1 nuke per colony, like you just talked about. Lay them puppies out, have them up ready to go. Get you a list, because the biggest thing is, I'm not getting off subject, but there's a gentleman that owns a catfish house across the state line that we go to and we eat at. Okay. That place is only open Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The man makes a killing on those 3 days. All right. Just say the mental aspect you take and tell them, okay, you got to get on the list. Well, that's going to give somebody a little bit more of a push to go ahead and pay for them things, because in their mind, they're thinking, if I don't get it, somebody's going to get my spot and I'm going to be out. Versus telling them, hey, I got 10 out in the yard this year.
I had that happen this year where people called me before our winter. You know how that is. But are you going to have nukes next year? Absolutely. And I was writing down their names so I could contact them back. And then you contact them back. Oh, well, my husband already ordered some from over here, because they took their money. And I was doing it on the handshake that, yeah, you want 3 nukes, so I'm going to get them. And that's how I ordered them. But the thing is that, I don't know. I buy from people I like and people I know before I buy from anybody else, right? So it doesn't matter for me for the price. If I know, if I was near Tim and Tim said, hey, I'm selling nukes and I need nukes, I don't care if his neighbor's selling nukes. I'm buying them from Tim, right? Because I know Tim and I trust Tim. And if I call Tim up and say, hey, Tim, I'm having this problem, then more than likely Tim would be like, you know what, Bob? I understand. Bring it back. and make, we'll make something right, or, it's easier to work it out like that. But when I go to somebody's house and I help them with their bees and work their bees, and then they call me asking me, do I want they want nukes? And I say, yep, I'll have 3 for you. Got you down on my list. And then I call you back and say, hey, I got these 3 nukes for you. And he's like, oh, I'm going down to Saluda to buy them because they're cheaper than what yours are. Well, great. Don't be calling me. Don't be calling me this year and ask me to come to your bees. It ain't happening.
That's it.
Out. Call your buddy in Saluda that you bought those other bees from and see how that works out for you. It's because I look at it this way. If my time and knowledge aren't valuable enough for you to buy from me right here, that that we went to high school with and we're pretty close to each other, and you want to drive an hour each way, hour and a half each way to buy bees to save $20, then don't call me when you need me to run over and get stung 100 times out of your dad's colonies that hasn't been looked at in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's that fair, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but I value my time, right? Just like y'all do. If you got something to do, you got a little bit of time to do it, you need to take care of and get it done. And you kind of do playing around. But I mean, especially when you own your own business like y'all do, is that Jamie down the street wants us to build a deck and we got him scheduled for this date. Now, what if you go to Jamie and he's like, oh, we decided not to do it, when you show up there with your tools and everything? Now you've put somebody else either off or maybe lost a sale because they had to wait too long for you to get to them. But now you got time available because somebody else that you blocked time off for backed out, right? So that's kind of how I look at it too. But I just
we've been there in a sense. A few years back, one of the hurricanes come in, and y'all may have heard of the Gulf Shores area, but that's where the beaches are down there. Well, the storm, just like always, it tears the Gulf to pieces that close to the coast. Pretty good. Well, I'm not going to be that guy and say what the business name is, but the gentleman owns a very large pizza business. I mean, it's he does well for himself. I'll just put it like that. Well, what do I do for him? Same scenario. Tim, y'all come in and do this. Well, we have one person in front of him, and whenever I do my work, I finish up at your house before I go to somebody else's.
We're not fixing to bounce around on 2 or 3 different jobs because everybody's in a hurry.
Well, what you end up doing is wasting your day away driving between jobs.
Yes, sir.
And going to the supply house and instead of getting the job done.
We don't work that way. Well, the job he wanted us to do was literally right across the street from the job we was working on. Well, we had a bidded contract with him, the whole everything, agreed to the contract. A week or so rolls by, and all of a sudden we see a big lumber truck coming in, dropping a load off of material. The material list that I had sent to the guy. Okay.
That took a while to make up.
The next day we see a crew rolling up over there. And I'm like, what in the world's going on here? So I confronted the man. I said, look, I said, you told us we had that job and you know what's going on over here as to why we're not there yet. Well, what's going on? Oh, with Tim, we couldn't wait that much longer and so on and so forth and all this good stuff. So, well, long story short, old boy stuck him with some money. Well, guess what? Here comes Mr. Pizza Man across the street talking about, is there any way y'all could get back on that job for me?
Not a chance.
No, sir. You can take that contract, tear it up, because I ain't doing it. You already broke it, so I'm out.
Right.
But my point going there is I will pay a man an extra $1 first to know that I can trust him. And I know whatever he's providing, whether it's a service or bees, whatever it may be. If I know it's good quality stuff, I'm okay with paying a few extra dollars because I know I'm getting quality. Now, oftentimes, whenever you go to the old boy that's down the road and says, hey, I'm $30 cheaper, well, you bust open that nuke, then go back to the old boy that was going to do you right and bust open his nuke and see which one's going to be best.
Right. And not only that, if you buy from some of these bigger guys, you ain't calling up Man Lake and saying, hey, Man Lake, I just put this nuke in or package in a colony and it's doing this. What should I do? They ain't giving you that advice. But I bet you if you call Bob and say, hey, I got this nuke from you and dropped it in a colony and this is what's going on, you know, I would even probably say if they're close by, I would even come out and take a look at them. Well, let me stop by this afternoon. I'll take a peek at them and see what we got, you know. And I tell them point blank when they leave out of here, I tell them just to take the bottom board in the nuke box. Take the bottom board, put it where you're going to put the colony and where it's going to stay. And set the nuke right on top of it and open it up and just let them go. You could leave them there for a couple weeks, just like that, you know. And then once it's really packed in there with bees, then we'll move that over to a bigger box or a different situation. And they already know where their home is, you know, no need to rush and go home and throw it in a big box and then they don't do nothing, you know. So it's just, there's advantages to buying from the smaller guy and doing business with the smaller guy. And I saw Charlie come in. Hey, Charlie. If you need a link, it's over on Tim and Hannah's channel.
Let's see if I can get it back up here for you, Charlie.
And, you know, while you're doing that, I'm going to grab a drink real quick because I'm doing these, you know, they're not the real thing like Tim's using, but these are tobacco or nicotine pouches. They look like what Tim's got, but they're not the same. I don't have the spit cup, so I got a drink. I'll be right back.
So mine's just an old bottle stuck in a cozy thing or whatever what do you call it?
A bottle holder.
A snack holder, yeah, but whatever you call that doggone thing there.
You just flash your spit.
Show everybody. Here's my spit cup, yeah.
Well, you at least got a koozie on it. How many times have you grabbed it and take a sip out of it?
I've only done that one time, and that was about 2 years after I started dipping. I left the Dr. Pepper in the truck, and I was thirsting to death, and I totally forgot I had been tobaccoing in it. And
I did it a few weeks ago. I had a can in my work truck, and when I was smoking, I usually flip people wonder why I flip butts out the window. It's just for that reason, that I don't put it in a can in the cup holder and forget that I put out a cigarette in the cup in a can and then grab the can and take a nice sip of cigarette water.
Ooh, yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, I didn't throw up. I thought about it, but I didn't.
I'm gonna tell you what, that the hardest I can ever remember laughing in my life was watching one of my younger brothers turn up a spit cup and just drink like he
And
went
vomit until he.
Oh my gosh, it was bad. It was.
Look at Philip in the shop down there.
But it was so funny.
You got better internet at the barn than you do at your house. The cows are paying for that good Wi-Fi.
I got you. Muted, so my air compressor will kick on, and you won't be able to hear anything if I leave it.
I got you. I see you got that Harbor Freight nail gun.
Yep.
Same one I got.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I was on here earlier. I had to get off because my battery was going dead. But the thing I was interested.
Looks like your hair follicles are going dead too.
Yeah.
Ugly.
That right there is that's my favorite tool I ever bought from Harbor Freight. But it's a metal.
Like a nibbler, metal shear.
That's what I cut these with. See, that's all it leaves is really nice. That's all it leaves, a little bit of a ripple.
Yeah, I used to have one of those. I used to, when I owned my car stereo shop back in the late 90s, we used to use it to cut sunroof holes out in the top of cars. One like that. Oh, you guys are going to break a record today. Charlie just came on 3.5 hours in.
I can't believe we're still on here.
Oh, y'all going to be on now. If
You've
not,
been on there
he's
for
streaming
40
on y'all's channel for you.
I just told him we're gonna order a pizza for supper
See?
tonight.
See? You just played it. That's how you play it. It's getting late. Let's just order a pizza. There you go. But don't order from the guy that ditched y'all on the job. Don't do that. Unless he's the only guy in town.
No, he's not. Trust me. I tell her I'm protesting this place, and whenever I protest, nope, you ain't getting me money.
See, now you should just open up your own pizza place and really piss them off, like I did with the swarm lure, right?
Right next door to him.
Yeah, well, we are kind of right next door. We're in the same town, basically, but it's sometimes you just got to stick it to the man. So, Charlie, we were talking about goals and beekeeping and everything, and you and I obviously have had this chat before, and on several streams. But you've gotten to the point that you've hit your goals as far as the number of colonies you want, and you know where you want to be, and that in itself, I think, has let you a little bit more. I hate to say freedom because it's always work, but freedom because you know if you got 40 colonies or 30 colonies where you want to be at, that now next year you got 30 nukes you're going to sell, or you know what I mean? You just have that all mapped out in your, at least if it's not on paper, it's in your mind on what you want to, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of grow your colonies and then you kind of test the waters as far as you got nukes you can sell and I sell honey. That's the two main things. So first thing I wanted to do is have enough honey hives that I don't have to buy any honey from anybody else. So I got a dozen honey hives, and that should, you know, if it's a good year, 800 to 1,000 pounds of honey in my area, which is good enough for me. And then I did 1 year sell 20 nukes, and that's a lot of work. Work, not so much work, but stress. It's like I worry about, you know, I want my nukes to be good and quality, you know, and that kind of thing. And this year I did 11 nukes, and I got a system to where how I wanted to manipulate them to get them ready to put them in the shipping container, like I had my video I talk about. And that made it a lot less stressful on me, the beekeeper, and the bees themselves. And because the customer doesn't realize how perishable bees are.
Yeah, I'm going to come next Tuesday and pick them up. Well, no, you're not. You're going to pick them up Saturday, or you ain't getting these bees.
Yeah, well, that's your typical American, you know, as well. You're going to be at my convenience, you know. No, you're coming at my convenience. And, you know, this is farming. This is weather related. Everything is based around the weather. And so this year I had good product. I put apis in there. They had lots and lots of brood. That when I put 3 frames of brood in, they were 3 really nice frames of brood in every of my nukes, along with the pollen and the honey frames and stuff. And, you know, I mean, it's still a hobby for me per se, but I mean, yes, they pay their way, and I make a small profit. If you count your time, you don't, but still make a profit. And you know, you're able to buy the equipment over a period. I reinvest over the years, like any business. You know, it's like Tim, I think he's got construction business. I'm sure he buys a specialized saw or tool ever so often when you need it. So,
yes, sir. Thankfully, she don't give me much. I mean, she never gave me no fuss on whether it's for work or the beekeeping end. I mean, she's I got to give it to my woman. She has just been a firm supporter on, hey, if we got to get it, and if it's something that we really need, let's just go and get it.
Like a motorized extractor. Motorized extractor.
No.
I almost had him talked into that when he wrecked my kitchen floor.
I actually just saw one on Amazon. It's made by, it's not B Castle. $279.99. It's a 4/8 frame electric. So
What extractor?
Extractor. Mm-hmm. But you guys are using a hand crank. What? 2, 3, 4?
No, it's a 4.
4 deep, 8 medium, hand crank.
Yeah, that's what that. I mean, this one is that, but it's electric for $279.99. And it says it could be to you by June 2nd or 6th if you ordered it in the next little bit.
Yeah.
Put the order in.
Yeah.
You heard him.
Put the order in and send the bill to Bob.
Yeah. He'll send it right back there.
You'll get refunded on that one.
There you go.
Well, no, like
we can't hear Philip down there. He's still got. I saw him talking, but he's got his mic muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, barely. It's kind of breaking in and out.
Okay, I got this remote mic on. I was going to tell you what I did with my, how I did my, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, I ordered that extractor that you were recommending, Bob, that 4.8 V-bore. And it came with a big dent in the side of it.
Did it really?
Yeah. And I contacted them and they said, well, will you take $40 off? And I said, well, let me knock it out and see. I said, well, that sounds kind of low. So I beat the thing out and it's fine. It's obvious it's damaged. But they gave me 80 off of it.
Just
the price on it, because it was on sale, was only like $270.
And then you got it for like $190.
$190 for a 4.8 electric. So can't beat that. If it works, we'll see in 3 weeks.
Have you plugged it in to see if it'll spin with the knockdown?
It spins fine. Yeah,
yeah, it'll work. It'll work.
Oh, yeah. He just said, well, you have to keep Hannah busy.
Yeah.
Well, the main thing is if she's got that brand new electric extractor that she wouldn't have to clean her floor afterwards. That's a time saving. Well, now you'll still have to clean the floor.
Yeah, Bob, I'm building these fume boards because we got to put this to work. Put it to
work. Good deal. Good deal. The I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to switch to a different bottle on those because I don't know if the plastic or something is it. I'll show you.
It when I picked up window, it was kind of, I had to let some air in it because it was like,
yeah, like sucking it in, right? I don't know why.
Yeah,
it was like doing like that on this.
Yeah, it did that to me, and I just loosened the cap and let some air in it, and it seemed to be all right.
I wonder why it's doing that.
No.
I don't know.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Hold the fort down for me just a moment, please, sir.
Oh, we got it. You know we can talk. That's why everybody throws me the link as soon as I show up. They're like, "Oh, Bob's gonna talk the whole thing, and we ain't got to talk hardly any." Look at Hannah's laughing at that. And now we got Charlie. Charlie, what's going on with single brood chamber management today?
Nothing. I didn't get into bees or anything. I went out there yesterday and checked the nukes, and I had a couple strong nukes where I pulled brood out and bees out, found the queen, kind of, equalized them out a little bit. And I had a couple other hives that were queen right, but they needed bees. They needed, a boost. So I dropped bees and brood frames in those hives, keep everybody about equalized. And I'm kind of like what you're doing. It's dry. I mean, we got our hay in, which was great to have a week's worth of good dry weather, but we really need some rain now. And I think, like you said, the nectar flow is kind of come to a halt right now. and things are just, there's just not any moisture there.
Well, see, we got just the opposite. We got moisture and cold. It hit the high of 62 about for about an hour, and now it's back to 60 degrees. I did pop open the top when in between raindrops today of that swarm or whatever it was, like cluster on the ground.
Mhm.
And they're still looking wet, but they're crawling around very slow on the frames that I put them in. So,
That's good.
so they're still alive. I don't know if there's a queen in there, not a queen. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them.
Hey, Brad.
But the
Yeah.
tomorrow, hopefully, it's supposed to get to 80, so I'll hopefully be able to get out and get in them tomorrow. Maybe pull some pull some honey and try to extract that out, Yeah, it's still running. As far as I know, they said hold the fort down. They'd be back in a second. So maybe they're ordering their pizza.
What time did they start this?
It's been going 3 hours and 46 minutes. There they are.
Long time.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Oh, no worries. You got to order the
You
pizza,
get
man.
pepperoni?
Well, she told me, she said, if we're going to eat, we better get us a pizza. I had to run to the gentleman's room real quick, sitting here 3 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, almost 4 hours now.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, hey. How long did y'all go on y'all's one that time?
6 hours was 6 hours and like 20 minutes or something.
Oh gosh,
I had to beat Charlie.
6:22.
It's only 10 minutes to 9 here, so y'all got plenty of time. We just got a day off tomorrow.
And that's right. Everybody's off. Well, most everybody's off.
I was gonna say we're not exactly off tomorrow.
No, we got to go help some family do some stuff tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow hopefully is the day I can get in my bees. And part of me wants to pull honey and extract it, and part of me wants to wait on the new uncapper so I can extract with the new uncapper to see how that works. So 6 hours and 23 minutes, if I remember right. There, DC says, yep.
Yeah, mine was 6 hours and 5 or 6 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through a whole pot of coffee if y'all talking about doing a 6-hour record.
It's only 2 more hours.
So yeah.
See, and I already had my old man nap, so
I didn't get my old woman nap today though.
I'm telling Bob about my over 40 nap now.
Oh yeah, he's got to have them. Yeah, he's feeling his age now.
Well, it looks like Cayman went live.
Yeah.
So, everybody disappear.
Hey, we still got 31 in here. Shoot, we had 4 or 5 started.
My remote mic working?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was sitting in my living room watching you guys on the TV, just having myself an adult beverage, and then Bob had to say, "Yeah, James, he goes and works in the shop building frames all night." Like,
see, goals. You had to get out there and get to it. There you go.
Or like Mark Miller in the shop all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know how Mark does it either, because he drives all week and then comes home and for some people that's relaxation, right? That they're not doing their day thing, and for me, I like to do nothing when I'm done. I'm just done and don't want to do anything. But
I don't know. Just about everything to do with the bees is like downtime, I guess. I even enjoy like building the frames and stuff.
So I mean, the question is, will that change if that was the only thing you had to do? If that was your job all day long to work bees, would it then become a job, or would it become just a passion that you like to do and feel like more of a hobby and not real work?
I'm terrified about crossing that line into making it a business, because I love the bees so much. I love just messing with the bees all the time, but I get really afraid that I would get burned out if it was like you have to do this.
Well, the
every
good
day.
thing is you're only going to make honey for part of the year, right? And then after that, it's pretty much just feed them, you know.
Yeah.
How much honey you guys get in, Tim? Pound?
We haven't pulled any yet.
Well, I mean, last year, did you get any honey, or how long you been in?
Yeah.
We probably get it. Well, let me put it to you like this, Charlie. If we'd have pulled everything we should have pulled, we'd have probably gotten easily 250, probably 250 pounds. But what we just had been doing, and this is one of our goals for this year, is to actually pull everything we're going to pull instead of just kind of cherry picking and getting enough for us and the church folk and family and, you know, a jar or two to sell here and there type thing. Now, we pulled 10 frames one time last year, and we used our hand crank spinner to do this. And we got 4.5 gallons of honey off those 10 frames.
I'm going to do more like what James does this year. I think I'm going to pull honey from the brood box everywhere. If it's honey in there, it's coming out, and I'm going to spin it out, give them frames back, and I'm going to feed the crap out of them. And
see, that's where we was at coming into this year. We're going to pull frames, bam, for the privet. Usually, don't get me wrong, we'll get a good privet and blackberry run. Then we'll get our tallow and mimosa and everything else that's blooming type thing. And we was already setting those gears. Then, like we talked earlier, we're all down here. It seems like the southern regions are sitting at this idle, if you will. There's enough to keep the bees to grow, but there definitely ain't enough to really take and pull no honey right now for us.
Amir called me today, and he said that his nukes, he did kind of like my mentor did, and basically sold himself out of nukes, which kind of left his resources low as far as like comb and strength, right? Because he split them down to make so many nukes to sell that now his mother colonies are kind of suffering a little bit, right? So he said he put rapid round feeders on them, and they sucked that stuff down in like a day, and he had to go back and fill them back up again. And I haven't put any feed out since our nectar started. And
that was the thing. We've been tempted to with this little dirt, if you will. It's not completely a lack of, but in a sense, we got this dead zone, however you want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, I got a question.
We're willing to make a change.
I got a question for Charlie. Charlie, in the top right corner, does it give you an option to share it on the top to your YouTube on StreamYard? The top right corner. Does it
You mean
say
like a little
share
arrow?
with your viewers?
It says, you mean share this page?
No, on the very top of your StreamYard, above the chat, the top right corner, does it say share with your viewers?
No.
I don't know. I'm special then. Mine said share with your viewers, and I was able to share it on my channel.
See if Bob can just pin the link.
Yeah.
Bob, can you
Hang
just
on.
pin a link to the top instead of him having to keep reposting it?
Yeah, so you got to do it in YouTube. You got to look at your YouTube channel in the chat when you share the thing, and then you hit the little 3 buttons, and it says pin to chat, and it'll put it at the top.
Okay, mine says pin, user, and timeout.
Pin, yeah, pin it.
Put user in
Oh,
timeout.
put user. No, I'm sorry. Yep, no.
Put user in timeout.
You can star the comment, but it doesn't give you an option to pin it.
Yep.
No, you got to do that in YouTube when in the chat box.
in YouTube, not StreamYard.
All right.
So my StreamYard gave me the option to share it with my viewers, and that's why it's streaming on my channel and Tim's channel. So, but the
Here, we got it now, I guess.
Yeah, it's a
so
button.
we were talking. I don't know how far you were along, Charlie, but we were talking about having goals and figuring out where you were going to go, like for next year, and planning for that ahead of time, right? So, like, you've gotten to the point to where you've hit where you want to be, and you're comfortable with the colonies you have, the amount of honey, the amount of work that it takes to get it done, the amount
Well,
of
the biggest thing is I mean, normally I got a dozen honey hives, and then I got space for 20 nukes, and I want to have at least 5 of those nukes for me. Insurance for those honey hives. So I need 5 medium, let's say 3 boxes of mediums, 15 frames in nuke form. So like this year, here a couple weeks ago, last weekend, I had 4 queenless colonies in my honey supers. I dropped 3 nukes in those colonies, and the 4th one had queen cells. So I went ahead and let it requeen itself. And then I went in there yesterday morning, I guess it was. I pulled, I had papered them in. So I went around and I knew they would eat out the paper within a week for sure, but I just went and cleaned up the paper that was sticking out the edge of the boxes. And everybody was fine. But I'm looking at a dozen honey hives should give me enough honey to go from one season to the next to sell to the customers. And then nukes, I should have at least 15 to 20 nukes. If I can sell half of them at $200 a pop, with 10 of them, that's $2,000, in your pocket.
So,
but I mean, I do have expenses. I mean, I average several $1,000s worth of expenses.
Well, you can so when you said that you keep 5 nukes for yourself, so let's go to
well, the other ones that I sell are deep, because most I track everything on a spreadsheet. So I already know my customer base over the last 3 or 4 years. We were trending where the women were into beekeeping. They wanted mediums because they're lighter boxes. And then I could see, I kept track of how many medium nukes that I sell, how many deep nukes that I sell. Well, the deeps kept getting more and more, and the mediums get less and less. So I made a decision 2 years ago to more or less go all deeps. And that's been a good decision. I know what the customer base wants.
Well, yeah. So so as far as your own operation, keeping 5 nukes back for yourself,
Mm-hmm.
That for me, I've got nukes, right? Everybody's seen them. So the thing is, if you don't have 5 or 6 frame nukes, whatever you prefer to run in your yard, I would recommend it, because all of a sudden you got this honey production colony goes queenless. You can walk over to that nuke and cage that queen and move her over to that colony really easily.
That's what I did. That's what I did last Sunday.
And you're not making that call. Hey, who's got queens? Where can I get queens? And then that let that nuke make a queen for you, and not you've got an established queen in your honey colony, but let the nuke take the responsibility of making that for you. And if you don't need it, well, then you can go back out to that nuke and take a frame of brood and drop it in another colony, and just keep equalizing from your nukes. Your brood builder, Michael Palmer brood builder situation, right? But you're just using several nuke boxes instead of like a 10 frame with some 4 frames on top of it. And
I don't really like the 4 frame, and I like the 5. I like a single. You got those like Brian's got those Michael Palmer hives, which are 4-frame over 4-frame,
Queen Castles.
queen castles, whatever you want to call them. They're not really queen castles, but there's 2 side by side nukes.
Yeah. Brood builders or whatever they call them.
Yeah, well, I like a individualized nuke. That way you can clean the bottom board off. If you have the ones like Brian have, if one side goes dead, you can't clean the one side out because the bottom box is one box with a divider in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Divider
so how do you
removable?
do what?
Is this divider not removable?
I don't think so. They're not a divider. It's more of a 3/4 inch board.
I'm doing all mine with a divider down the middle that I can remove.
Yeah, but now are you talking about a queen castle or are we talking about
Well,
a double box nuke?
talking about 2x5.
A 2x5.
Yeah. But
So
I also do a 3x3 queen castle, but that's kind of a different thing.
That's a different machine. That's a different tool.
So I think what they're doing is taking a 10-frame box and they're making 2 5-frame nukes in the bottom box, but then they have 2 4-frame supers on top of those.
Yeah.
No, the bottom owner can carry 4 frames because they don't have enough space.
Yeah. Yeah. Hang on a second. I'll run and grab one of mine real quick. Y'all go ahead and keep talking.
All right. We're good at
So
that.
anyway, I mean, I like the individualized boxes or individualized hives, and I just like it doing better that way. So, I mean, yeah, my goal is, I started out and I'm like, it's a hobby. So I had 2 hives, then it was 4 hives and 6 hives. And then I started getting honey. And, the first 5 years you mess up, you got swarms, you got dead queens, you're learning. And as time progresses, you get better at it. And I would school myself, go to all kinds of conferences. And, they didn't have the internet as much right now like they do now, but go to these different things. And I was watching Michael Palmer, with all his different videos and picking up tidbits. And the main thing I learned here 3 years ago is when you can learn to graft and make your own queens, that is the absolute key to self-sustainability. You must be able to do that, and then you're self-sustainable. If you, and it also depends where you live at too. But anyway, my thing is I started selling honey, and I, was making a little bit of, you had a cash flow coming back to pay for the stuff that you that they still had telephone lines then.
Telegraph lines then.
Telegraph.
Terrible. That is just me.
I'm not
Don't
that
let them
old.
pick on you, Charlie. Don't let them pick on you.
So anyway, I started selling honey, and I'm like, oh, I can actually make money with this stuff. And actually, the bees can actually pay for their, sugar costs money. And you're buying me. I'm buying 1,500 pounds of sugar. So there's $1,000 or more for sugar. So I mean, that's how. Let me see if I can find something here.
Last year, I did more like what Michael Buck was saying. I left honey on the colonies, and I'm not going to do that this year. I'm going to pull all that and feed them back for the.
All right, like right now, I mean, I have an expense spreadsheet. It could be a global patties. I know I bought them in December the 6th. They cost me $23. And then you got Formic Probe, which I bought down at Hive Life, and some stuff I bought from Rossman Apiaries. And right now I've spent this year alone almost $700 in expenses.
I like
And
the frames this year.
I don't buy any from. I bought those
Last year.
Last year or more. And all. 2022.
But if it costs you $700, and let's say you spend $1,000 on sugar, now you're in $1,700. But if you sell, what'd you say, 900 pounds of honey, up to 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, let's say 1,000 pounds of honey.
So if you sell 1,000 pounds, that's $10,000. You spent $1,700. You still net $8,300 by the end of the year.
I'm gonna open up one here. Last year, total expense was almost $5,800. But a lot of that, well, part of that, excuse me, I bought the bottling tank, which was, $1,900. But I did get, about half of it back. And let me get back here to the chat. So this year, my expense load is not going to be as much because I'm not reinvesting my money into equipment to make life easier and make my bee business. Let me get a drink and I'll.
Good, bro.
All right, Philip. Well, you got it there now.
Yeah, I think so. Tell. I went and got the Delta springboard. I don't have a basis to buy it. I've got all I have to do to make my basis to do it. That'll keep me moving. This is like Bob Benny's double springboard, but I made it where I can do 2 splits off of it. If I can find queen cells, I can use this, what I'm about to show you guys, and I can actually have, double my chances of getting a return queen. Look at this double springboard.
But it's separated in the middle, same principle.
Yeah, so my, see the grooves in my seat box there? I put a black line in the front so I can identify them in the put this on here.
But I mean, if, for advice for Tim and Hannah, you got to make a decision here. All right. You said you had 250 pounds of honey. How much of it did you sell to the public or to your whoever bought it?
Right down.
Huh?
So
Charlie, to be honest with you, we
ended up giving
give it 90% of it away, kind of thing. We didn't, I guess, try to take and capitalize on it.
So you just took a play out of the dope
I mean, that's your first decision that you're going to have to decide is like, okay, yeah, you got your friends and family or whatever, you want to give a certain amount to. But, do you want to have the bees pay for themselves? I mean, I'm not saying you have to have a profit, but can you break even?
Or make enough to let you grow next year a little bit,
Well, the first thing I'd be doing is getting rid of that extractor and get myself a motorized extractor. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, how many hives you got now, Tim?
We sitting on 8 for sure, waiting on number 9 to hatch.
And what's your average amount of honey coming off of a hive? 50 pounds? Or?
Oh Lord, Charlie, we could probably get 70 or 80 probably on a
80
fairly
pounds
good
of honey, and you got 10 hives. That's 800 pounds of honey. All right, that's $8,000 of income if you sell it all at $10 a pound. Plus, you got to buy your bottles and your labels and your lids and all that.
Yeah, they're making $9 a pound if you sell it for $10 a pound.
Hang on. We didn't get nowhere near that fancy. We had some plain old mason jars.
Hey, you saw me just bring $30 back, and that was for 2 pints. Yeah. And that was $1.60 in mason jars or whatever, 90 cents a piece, $1.80. So
a regular mason jar, that's $27.50. That's 2 3/4 pounds. I weigh everything. Every time I fill something, I don't care if it is a pound jar and it's got a pound ring around it. It's a plastic jar that I use. It gets I tear it out on my little what do you call it, scale from Amazon, and I make sure that I'm with 1 pound point 1/10 of an ounce or 2/10 of an ounce, something no more than 5/10. And I bottle it, and there it is. That's $10. And you're getting, like you say, by the time you put a lid, a plastic bottle, a 38 millimeter lid, and I put 3 different stickers on there: a label, local honey sticker, and the dummy warning label on the back about the babies and all that stuff. You got it, like you say, about $1. You got $1 in packaging, but you got a mason jar there. That's about $1. I think they're about what, $12 for a dozen jars.
Except for the ones we saw last night on the stream from Berlin Packaging. If you buy 10 packages, you get them for 83 cents a piece.
That's going to be our
Free
thing.
shipping, thanks to Philip there.
When I give away honey, it goes in a mason jar and it does not get a label. It gets a Sharpie right on the top. Honey. That's it.
Right. If it gets that.
Get that. If they're lucky, it'll get that.
Yeah. That's just the business transition, as you're saying. I 100% understand where you're going and what y'all are saying, to take in, at least be able to compensate for what you put into the colonies already. Yes, gain that back. Now, the taking and charging everybody else instead of giving it away, or hey, I'll hook you up, that kind of stuff. That's the transition we got to make.
I get, think about it this way, Tim. Can you do that in your carpenter business and make a living and pay your bills?
No, sir.
Even your own family members, you can't. They got to pay you for your time. You might give them a discount, but they got, let's say they're building a deck. You got lumber, nails, everything else, hardware, all kinds of hardware that you got to buy, supplies to build the deck. And, your time is valuable. You got to get paid because you got bills to pay too.
No. You're wrong, Charlie. If you're a hobby beekeeper and you get paid for your time, the honey costs $100 a pound.
Oh, yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is if you're a hobby beekeeper, the hobby costs you money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing between buying a boat and going fishing or having 10 honey hives is the 10 honey hives has the potential of paying for their keep.
Yep.
Year after year after year too, not just the first year. You got to think a little bit longer down the road too, right?
Yeah. I mean, it might take you 5 years to build that honey sale business up, but as Bob is finding out, he doesn't need to put his honey in that store he talks about. All he has to do is sit out there at the end of the driveway, and people are banging on their doors. I want to buy a bottle of honey. And that's the way they are to me. I got one lady text me, this is so-and-so down the road. I need 4 3-pound bottles of honey, 12 pounds of honey. I said, okay. I says, that's $120. Come on up.
I've got it now to where a lady will text me and she'll say, I need this much honey. Do you have it? Yeah, I've got it. Okay, I just sent the Cash App. Can you put them? And I put them in a Food Lion grocery bag, the plastic bag, on my front porch when I go to work in the morning. And she comes by sometime during the day and picks it up off the porch. And I've never met her. It was off of Facebook. Do you take Cash App? Yep, sure do.
What's that, like a Venmo or something?
Yeah, like Venmo, where you got your own little account name.
Yeah.
And mine
it's the one thing you guys are talking about, like the quart jars and stuff, and that's fine. I got one lady, she says, if I bring my own jars, will you fill them? I'm say sure. So I got 2 of them sitting in the kitchen right now. She took 2. That was $115 because it's like 5.5 pounds or something. I don't know. I weighed it out. It's like a half a gallon mason jar or something. And Anyway, she said, "Here's 2 more. Fill them up. I don't need them right away." I said, "Fine." And I fill them up, and that's another $115.
Yeah, and I've got people that, like we were talking last night, they'll bring me their jars back. Hey, we don't need these. Can you use them? Yep. Well, how much is my honey? $15. It's still, I mean, I charge them the same amount. They're paying for the new one. They're just giving me my jars back.
Yeah.
And I reuse them
The
again.
thing of it is, you can't use the lids if it's a glass jar.
Yeah.
You always got to put a new lid on.
But yeah, that's cheap though. I mean, mason jar lids.
The lids ain't near as expensive as the jars are.
Heck, we've already had people come back the last, I say, month and a half here and there, and they have a plastic bag in their hand, and they'll hand it off to us and say, "This was last year's jar of honey. Whenever y'all get some more, can you fill it back
We
up
need a
for us?"
refill, yeah.
I've never had anyone bring me a plastic jar back. Only the mason, the pint jar. And I've never asked them to bring them back. They just bring them back. You know, hey, can you use these? Yep, sure thing. These cost me so little that, I mean, they cost me half what a mason jar cost me.
Less than half.
Yeah, less than half. So,
About 30 cents.
So it's
they're about.
But Hannah, let me ask you this: when they bring that mason jar back from last year, are they expecting to get free honey again?
Probably.
Do they ever offer you money? I mean, you guys are going out there, you're working these hives, you're putting your time in. People coming in, well, I want a discount. I said, did I see you up there in the hives at 98 degrees with a bee suit on?
Yeah.
No. I said, well, then we ain't doing no discount. I said, I got bills to pay too,
I tell them if they come help me harvest, I'll give them a free quart. No problem.
Yeah.
Now we do have a few folks that have come up and say, "Hey, let me pitch you 10 or so bucks," that kind of thing.
Yeah, but you're giving, quart jars
For the most part, they're just giving it away.
Yep. Don't do it. Matter of fact, you need to go on Amazon. Everybody needs to go on Amazon and order them little signs that say "local honey sold here," not "local honey given away here."
Yeah.
I just put it out there because I don't think, and part of it is our generosity is, hey, do I give my best friend a jar of honey if he wants it? Sure. Did I go to my son's wedding and give away a couple cases of honey? Absolutely. Right. Part of that is marketing to those people, right? Here's some honey. Here's some hot honey. Here's, giving it out. But
now I'm not going to give out a pound of honey if you're going to do that. I might give out a bear.
Yeah.
Or I might give out,
coming out from nothing.
Or I might give out one of them. And when I first started it, I had a guy that I could buy, a small amounts of bottles from him in plastic. He was within the bee club. And he had the little bears that were 2 ounces. They're about yay tall. And anyway, those I gave out to the guys at McDonald's that I, would see them in the mornings or whatever, One of them used to be a beekeeper and that kind of stuff. But I did that one year, that first year I had some honey.
Yeah, there's always that special situation. You could find a reason to give it to somebody, but I'm the same way as Brad there. Yeah, I mean, hey, can I get 2 of those for $25? No, sir. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you don't buy it, someone will
now,
buy it a little bit later and honk the horn, and I'll be running it out there like a schoolgirl.
Now, the only time I give a honey away was this year, and that was at Hive Life. If I gave it to Bob and Lee and Brian from at Flower Street and what's it called? Castle Grounds Hive, the guy that does the statistics.
Yeah.
Him and the other fellow that was a friend of his. And I gave a pint or a pound of to some of the other, the folks that are on my, come on my live chat or whoever I recognize. I told them, in my chat that, come and tap me on the shoulder and say hi, type of thing. I mean, just like you all, Tim and Hannah. I mean, if you're there at Hive Life, yeah, I'll bring some pound honeys and I'll give them out to everybody. You know, but that's pretty much
Oh,
every
they're gonna
time.
be there this year. Y'all just put it on your calendar. You're gonna be at Hive Life this year.
Stay away from anybody who's sick.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And bring plenty of bottled water or a camel pack or something, because that air is dry in that hotel. It was everybody was like, oh man, getting raspy voice.
Where was that at? The Hive Life Hotel?
Hive Life, yeah.
Oh, you were down at the other place.
Yeah, I'm talking about at the conference. Everybody was like, and you know, we talked the whole time we were there too. So that was the other thing. But I'm sitting here just shipping. Don't mind me.
But anyway,
well, Charlie, to your point on everything, I guess kind of with our kidding aside a little bit on it, Hannah did tell me early on this year, said, look, if we're going to pull honey and do all this stuff, we need to sell everything this year instead of taking in. I mean, I have no problem opening myself up to say, yes, I was guilty on that ends of just, you know, just try. Here you go.
Well, you're proud of it. Look what I did.
Well, I'm not the only one giving out refills to them honey jars, though.
No, I mean, like I say, somebody was, hey, you got some honey? Yeah, man, here's a jar. Appreciate you. That type thing. But she did come at me this year, and this is one of the things I'm grateful for, that where she has no problem
letting you know how it is.
That's it, telling me. Say, look.
He's making me sound like something.
The thing of it is, if you're giving away a quart jar, you're giving 2 2.75 pounds of honey. You know, that's. I mean, giving out a pound of honey is one thing, or a half a pound. Let's say a little bear, 8 ounces. You know, and that's, you know, giving it out the one time is fine and dandy, but don't let them think that you're, you know, a free source of food all the time.
This ain't the soup kitchen.
Yeah, gas ain't free.
Hey, if you would have sold that honey last year, you wouldn't be hand cranking this year.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what? You know, Bob's right. I mean, you know, all right, extractor. I got a 18 frame, or you can buy I would recommend a licensed 20, and that's time you get it shipped there. You're looking at $1,800. It'll pay for itself as long as you sell your honey. And it's, you know, you know, reduce your labor. You know, it's just, I mean, Tim, do you use a handsaw? No, you don't use a handsaw. You use an electric skill saw, don't you? Well, it's the same. It's the same thing. You know, you're not. Why are you using a hand crank ice cream maker instead of a electric motorized, you know, extractor? You know,
that's totally in on this discussion like 2 years ago.
Well,
had that electric extractor.
You know, I mean, that's the first thing. And then get yourself an uncapping tank. Now, we had that discussion, I guess it was last night, where Bob, well, like Brian from Flower Street, he has a hive butler.
Oh.
But he grew out of it, you know, and he's got into a bigger unit, you know, because he's got he went from a 12 frame extractor to a 30 frame extractor because he's growing his business. And what do you got there? A date ant?
No, that's that Vivor, like the one that I gave away that I did the review on. It had a dent in it, so they gave him $80 back on it. So he got it for $190. But it works. It'll spin the honey out.
So, but anyway, you know, each year, you know, you're talking about your goals in your honey business or bee business. If you want to look, I mean, it doesn't have to be a real hardcore business, but there is business. And, you know, in your situation, power extractor, and maybe if you can sell 20 pounds of honey at $10, you can buy yourself a hive butler extraction tank. I used a 5-gallon bucket for years. I'm so glad I got that extraction tank. Makes life a lot less messier and easier. When you're done at the day and you're tired, just take that lid, snap it on. It keeps any bugs out or any foreign things, dust, whatever. And I mean, I don't. Where do you extract, in your kitchen or what, or our back porch, or?
Well, it was
In
the
living
kitchen,
room.
but
He got
now
moved to the living room after he destroyed the kitchen floor.
The what? What room?
The living room now.
It's the
Living room.
only room
Is
carpet.
it a hard floor, a smooth floor? It's not
It's
carpet.
not carpet that he can't tear up.
It's not
Yeah,
carpet, right?
It is carpet.
It is carpet. All right. Now you're in construction work. You know about the brown paper you guys get to put on hardwood floors.
yeah, just a roll of brown paper.
Yeah, from Home Depot. What's it called? Rosin paper.
Yeah.
I used to, all right, I'm going to put newspaper down. Well, then, the stuff the sticky honey gets on that and gets on your shoes. And it looks like something out of a comic strip with paper on your feet and on your shoes, and tearing it up. Put that darn rosin paper down and tape it down with Gorilla Tape. And that stuff will absorb any honey drops, but it won't let it go through. And then when you get done, you just roll it all up and throw it in the trash, and no mess, no fuss.
No, look, hold on, Charlie. Don't think I turned him loose with that kind of honey just over the carpet in the living room. No, he had like a 6x6 area of 4 mil plastic down on the floor before he started the honey. It's like,
I think a little bit bigger than that, maybe a 12 area.
Yeah, because like I was saying earlier, the first year let me say this. We know Charlie is single brood chamber management.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can see it. We're going to be electric crank. But
I think I'd put myself a DeWalt drill on the end. I think.
Well,
everybody
yeah. Lee said something the other night, and DC said something a while ago. But Lee was talking about whenever you come off that trigger, you better hold on to that puppy too, because it ain't got that clutch or nothing in it to let it just idle and spin.
I saw a thing on Facebook where a guy took a hand crank extractor and he put one of those little electric scooters. He wired that motor to it. I mean, for the amount of time and effort that he put into putting that scooter motor in it, it wouldn't have been beneficial to me, but some people like to do that kind of thing. So he took that motor off of that electric scooter and chained it up, and he's got a little rheostat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he just turns it up and it starts to spin that motor, and it spins his extractor out. But
you put a belt sander motor on that puppy, and you talk about move.
You talk about a disaster. Why are y'all putting these ideas in his head?
Well, see, but then I look at it and I said, well, I would have to buy an electric scooter, so that's a cost, right? Then I'd have to spend the time to put it together and build it. I said, I might as well just go ahead and order an electric extractor and get it here.
Everyone knows what kind of trial and error repercussions.
No more hospital visits, Lee says.
Yeah, I'm done with the hospital for this year.
Well,
I don't know.
I have to be careful with any of that now. I've got if anybody's looking for a $40,000 hammer, I've got one. So
he thinks he does. That thing disappeared some years ago.
It's here somewhere.
I know it's not. It's gone.
I thought I had it still. She threw it away. But anyway, I was cleaning up some scrap iron, and I was hitting them two hammers head to head. Well, I had come down on one of my last swings trying to knock the head of a bolt off. And when I did, I caught just the edges of those two hammers. And a T90, man, that thing literally wasn't big as a deer tick. Broke off one of those hammers, and it went through my blue jeans, went down into my leg, almost completely severed my femoral artery. Well, she's at work.
No, I was at school,
Yeah.
with no cell, like college school, not high school school. But either way, I was in class with no cell phone and then had to drive to work after class before I finally got the message from our neighbor that he's gone to the hospital.
Oh yeah, I was, bud. You talk about some blood. I mean, not at all trying to pat myself on the back, but I think the only thing that saved me that night from literally not bleeding to death is they left me sitting in the ER, and I kept watching that thing just get bigger and bigger and bigger on my legs swelling. I told one of the nurses, I said, "Go get me a Sharpie." And she looked at me like I was crazy. I said, "No, go get me a Sharpie." Whenever she come back, Charlie, you know this being an EMS field.
Draw around it to see how big it's swollen.
Yes, sir. Well, I done just that. I drew around it.
Like a snake bite.
Yeah, treating it just like that. And the ER doctor literally come in and told me before she got there, he said, "Well, Mr. Blake, I was fixing to let you go, but I think we need to go do a CT." And they done all that and come back. Then all of a sudden, here comes this woman in OR gear.
So they were coming in, just pulling him out. Now we're going to surgery. And he's sitting there laughing. Like, I'm crying at this point, freaking out. And he thinks it's funny.
That's all the morphine they gave him.
Well, in my mind, she knows how I am. I'm like, here we go. You know, it's just one of them.
Yeah.
Them.
That's one of those hold my beers and watch this moments.
Yes, sir. Just like that.
Yeah. He's good at those moments.
But
that's the thing, man, is that I don't know. I'm kind of like Charlie at this point. It's like, what can I do to make the process smoother? And, you know, once I get the uncapper here, there'll be something else that'll be like, well, now I got this problem. Something else is happening. So, you know, we'll see. I don't know what the next gear is. I don't know if I need to go ahead and buy a pallet of boxes for next year and some frames. Maybe that's the better route to go and just deal with the headache I got with the honey. Nope, I won't feel it. So it's always a constant thing. Do I just hold the money and carry it to Hive Life and come back with a tractor trailer worth of stuff getting shipped to me? You know, who knows?
DC was just saying his friend was talking about taking a U-Haul with him to Hive Life next year.
That's basically what Brian did almost. He flew in and then he got a SUV and loaded that puppy down and drove it all the way back to Colorado.
Well, it's like I bought from Hilco a 30 pack of Formic Pro for $130, and now that stuff is like 160 some bucks. So I saved over $30 something. And
I bought 2 packs of Apivar.
You know, I did that, and then I don't know. I bought a few other things. Oh, I called Ross and Apiary up. I needed some 5-frame queen excluders, and they brought them up. And I didn't have to pay taxes because they was buying it out of state, and I didn't have to. I got a 10% discount on top of that, so I did well, about 18% off.
So, but when Cayman says you can save the price of your ticket by purchasing stuff, that's accurate. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Depends on what you want to buy.
Yeah. I didn't. Well, first of all, I didn't buy a ticket. Lee bought the ticket. So that was a savings in itself.
That's going to be the thing too, is saving up for, or trying to figure out what's going to be my best. Just kind of like you, Bob, did. What's going to be the next move?
Power
going in there. Power extractor.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
we've already come to that.
What are you using? What are you using for a uncapping tank? A bucket.
Buckets.
Well,
A little bitty plastic sweater box.
A sweater box with a cooling rack.
Yeah, he stole one of my cookie cooling racks.
and I've got 4, 2 on each end, drywall screws that'll hold that rack. It sits about that far deep above that bucket. But man, it works perfect. I can take that knife and right on down in it. Then, take and stick the frame over an extractor and on to the next one. But like you say, moving up to those little bit better conveniences, yes, it's going to help out tremendously.
Well, it's not convenient. It's efficiency. Big thing about it is efficiency. Your time is, and make work smarter, not harder. That with you gotta look at that honey process in the same way you look at construction. Do I need a track saw? Do I need a portable table saw or a 90 chop saw or a miter saw, whatever you want to call it? Do I need the one like this or the one that has the pull out and then down and so you can cut it wider board, and that kind of stuff.
You see what Brad at Faith Apiaries just said. Big mistake. You never want to impede cookie production under any circumstances.
I know he's terrible about going in the kitchen and stealing my good
I do the
stuff.
same thing. My wife's like, we need to clean all this crap up.
Yeah, I got tired of that real quick. All the Irish.
I can hear it right now, Tim. Do you hear that in the side of you there droning about not using her tools? You need to get that.
What are you doing?
You need to get that. You need to get that extraction tank, like a $200 Hive Butler or something of that nature.
Well, I think,
and that's not just used for extraction. You can haul frames into one of them buckets, or take the one tub out that's got the hole in it, and the bottom one you can haul 10 frames in there with bees. If you have a swarm or something, or you want to transport bees and brood to another hive, you can use it for that. Store stuff in it. It is multi functional.
Which company makes the extractor and uncap and tank? Isn't that Maxant? But they're a little bit spendy, but they have an extractor and uncap and tank.
Yeah, that's what Bohemia Bees has got one of them, but I don't know.
So does the one you guys have.
License
has one of those too.
Oh, do they? Maybe that's where I saw it. I look at so much stuff.
I think Charlie's become a representative of Hive Butler extracting tank.
I'm looking at, you got two choices. You can spend $200 for a Hive Butler and watch for the sales and get free shipping. Or you can buy a $700 to $800 extraction or uncapping tank made out of steel, and you still got to buy the knife.
License got a small uncapping tank for $383.
All right, $400.
Yep.
That's a lot of bucks, for just a tank,
including shipping, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look at the function of it. I mean, I can take the Hive Butler. It's small enough. I'm looking at what Tim is doing. He's unextracting. He's uncapping one frame at a time, and then he's kind of holding that frame and saying, "Oh, that's a heavy frame. Put it over here on this corner of the extractor to balance it out." He fills his extractor, and then he's done. He'll sit there and crank and crank and crank. And, all right, Hannah, you got to take over. I'm getting tired. And she's got to go and crank and crank and crank. And then Tim's got to get back on her and crank and crank and crank and all that. And, they don't have time to uncap any more frames. All they're doing is cranking.
Eugene's got a good point. He says, or you can go to Lowe's and buy a tote for $15 and then put you a piece of wood with a screw in it and just put you a honey gate on one end and build you out of some scrap lumber or something to lift it up where you can uncap into that thing too. That would work.
I thought of that too, but I don't think if you're talking about those black totes, I don't think those are food safe.
Yeah, they may not be.
Most of those clear ones, like the ones you're talking about, a sweater box, most of those are food safe.
Yeah, they're food grade plastic.
Yeah. But those
Michael
heavy
Michael Buck's talking about the total difference between an uncapping tank and a storage tank. Well, Michael, if you take the top tank off, you can use the bottom tank as a storage tank.
Right.
Now you can also get the lid that's got the perforated holes in it, and you can also use it if you wanted to take and capture a swarm, which I feel is a little bit too big. You can use a Pro Nuke and do a much better job with that, or and stuff like that. Or you can, storage your frames. But who's going to store frames? And I don't look at hive butlers is a good storage thing. That might be good for people to have a couple hives, but not when you got 10 or 12. But anyway, that's my take on it. If you're looking at if money is tight and you're trying to upgrade your bee processing equipment, honey processing or whatever, to me the hive butler is the cheapest thing out there. It's a good efficient product as far as I'm concerned. It don't have legs on it, but you can always find I'm sure that Tim can make a nice table at a certain height that with 4 legs and just stick it on top of that. It'll be,
The company's called Hive Butler. That's what they're called.
Well, I don't think they need to worry about that until they get the electric extractor.
Right.
One thing at a time, gentlemen. One thing at a time.
So, Bob, I did go check on the shipping on that license. It was less than I thought. It was $60 or $70 to get it to me.
For which one?
For that one that you just talked about, the $380 something uncapping tank.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I don't know how they're doing it, but it has frames up top. They look like they're standing up over the tank, so it looks different. I mean,
well, they've got a rack you can hang that you can. It's like the lid flipped upside down as a rack that holds your frame. But
I could have bought an 88 frame extractor for $8,000.
But in the tank, I don't think it holds but about 12 frames.
So now I'll be uncapping tank rich after this machine gets here. It's everything else that I'm pouring. So
When's that thing supposed to be there, Bob?
No idea. They didn't send me a tracking on it, so it may not have made it out this past week.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the holiday weekend.
Either this week coming up or the following week, I imagine.
I ordered the gas valve. You guys heard of that before?
The what?
Mm-mm.
Gas valve?
Gas valve. It's a little. There's a Black Mountain Honey done some features on it. It's a oxalic acid vaporization thing that you mount onto a torch, and it'll vaporize in 30 seconds, and you don't have to drag cords around or have expensive batteries. I got it. I'm getting it delivered for about $90.
Oh, that's nice.
But I still got to buy the vaporizer, right, which would be about $30 or $40.
It's just copper pot and stuff.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's real simple. You can make it yourself if you want to take the time. But it was 50 pounds. There's one place in the UK that sells it, and it was another.
I think
23 pounds for shipping.
I think it was either Sebastian or Phil from Fermanagh was talking about that's what they used.
Well, I was watching. Who's the guy? The Kiwi V Man.
Yeah.
He was talking about. He had the Instavap and he was showing it, and somebody just put in the comments. I don't know why anybody would pay that much for that when you can do the gas vat for $70 or whatever. And he hadn't heard of it, but they're sending him one. He's going to do a review on it.
That's cool. I got a ProVap when I first started beekeeping, so that's what I'm going to go with till it dies on me. That's
You talking about for your mite?
Mm-hmm.
Do what?
For your mites?
For mite treatments, yeah.
Okay. Thankfully, I mean, we really don't have the issue with mites like everybody else does, as far as having to get in there and just get
Shoot
on
'em
them.
all the time.
Now, don't get me wrong, like the little short I done the other day with the pocket knife and the mite. Now that drone, I done well. I still do this, and I know there's others out here. I'll just go sit in front of them colonies and just watch them, see what they're doing, studying different ways that they're doing their job type thing. But I had seen this drone walking around on the ground, so I picked it up and I got to looking at him and I flipped him to a side, and that's when I seen that little mite right behind his neck. And I told myself, I wonder if I can get this thing off, if it's going to be like a deer tick, if you got to really just kind of hunker and pull it off, or how's it going to act. But y'all, I'm going to tell you something. I had to chase that little mite around the back of that drone's neck for a good minute or two. He wasn't pulled down in there like a tick was, drawing on it. I mean, that little rascal, he moved real fast, back and forth, back and forth. But if I moved that thing trying to scoop it on that knife, I dropped it a couple times. But every single time, it went right back to the back behind that drone's head, to that neck area. But I eventually did get him. But where I was going with that, thank goodness on our end, we don't
We
have to.
fight beetles way
Yes.
worse than we fight mites.
I mean, like we're saying, we're not saying they're not in there, but we don't have the devastation issue like other people do type thing. I don't know if it's like if it's our heat, or I've tried talking to some other folks and really haven't been able to get a good answer. But my theory is, for us down here, is we have so many plants that produce oxalic acid naturally. And by them simply just going through and running on them, whether they're pollinating whatever flower it may be, or just landing on some Virginia creeper and walking around and getting a small exposure type stuff. I don't know if that's what keeps them down so low for us. But now, if we're going to get into battling something, buddy, for us, it's them doggone hive beetles. It's just a fit trying to keep up with them things.
Your bees are all in the shade too.
Well, they're kind of half and half now.
They'll get morning shade, then they'll get probably from 2 to about 4 or 5. They'll get good sun. Then the rest of it, it'll fall back behind the tree line.
But they are in the edge of the woods, and
yeah,
the actual yard where they are is cleared out real good, but all the woods around us have like a really heavy leaf cover. It's from years of leaves piling up, and it ain't been burned off in so long. But
I think there's something to that, because I got that new yard at Salvage place in Louisville, and I put the hives under the tree now. But heck, the ones I just showed you guys earlier, there's a big oak tree that covers that whole yard too. So I don't have trouble with mites here, but I put bees down there at Sarge's property, and I went there the other day to transfer, and I chased hive beetles all over the place when I moved those over. I had more hive beetles in that one colony than I've had all year in my. Certain areas carry a load of hive beetles. And that's only like 6 miles away.
That's why we had to end up redneck engineering that little old vacuum. Because whenever we pop the lid, once we break that propolis seal, and then bees have got them hemmed up
everywhere.
It's game. I mean, it ain't no problem to see 20 or 30 of them.
Yeah, I probably saw 10 when I moved, which is, if I see 1 or 2 on the colonies here, and I'm not colonies down at the farm, I don't see many there. Now, are your bees local feral bees, or are they bees you bought from somebody?
They're local, I guess, home raised. I don't believe any of them's feral. What one I guess feral colony we did have, that was one of the dead outs over winter, but everything else has come from, good stock from
Local people.
local here.
Because I don't have trouble with mites down at my farm. I didn't last year. Didn't hardly have any mites, but I have them up here in Capel. So, but I think most of my bees down there are feral. Now, what I've done now is I've taken my breeder queen and I've took some cells down there and I can let them breed because I want to see how that cross works. So I've got 3 queens down there now that I'm going to watch over the year, this next year, and see if they're going to have mites or not. Now, I don't know if that's going to say anything about how the queens are, but it might say more about just how the area is,
Mm-hmm.
But I've been hauling bees back and forth from here to there for 3 years, and it just seems like they don't have many mites down there for some reason.
I guess, like saying, it's just whatever may be in that area to help control or combat that little bit of mites you're dealing with.
White cheddar, smart food, popcorn.
Yeah, Bob, Charlie, you chomping on popcorn too?
Tim and Hannah's pizza's making me hungry. This bag is $6.50 at Sam's Club. Pretty big bag, but it's expensive.
I don't know. Well, my teeth wasn't as bad as they are now, kind of thing. I couldn't hardly take popcorn. It just getting something between my teeth just drove me crazy. And it seemed like every time I tried to chew on some popcorn, I was going to get that little burr of kernel right between one of my teeth somewhere. So yeah, just no.
That's why we got these things handy. The little green.
He just doesn't do anything normal. He don't drink coffee. He don't eat popcorn. It's on Mexican food.
No.
You don't buy electric extractors.
Won't buy extractors.
Steals all his wife's cooking utensils.
But it comes together in the end.
That's it. It all works out. How often do you check for mites? You don't want my answer. I'll let the other guys that actually check for mites. I assume I have mites and I treat.
To be honest, we've never checked. Never done any kind of mite check or nothing along those lines.
We do look at the bees, closely when we're in there, and we've just never had any serious trouble with the mites. So
I treat with oxalic acid, and then I monitor the mite fall, and I keep treating. If the mites are dropping, I keep treating every 4 or 5 days until they're done.
Now I understand. It seems. I was talking to somebody last year about all this. It seems like the further north you get, the more the problem is with the mites. Just from what I'm hearing and seeing people talk, kind of thing. Yeah, you hear of folks way down here in the deep south doing the treatments and taking care of things, but watching some of you guys up in the north and doing mite shape, and you going, this ain't good. As far as many mites that's down in that shape type thing, and I guess y'all kind of have the same worry.
You have the hive beetle problems, and if I see a hive beetle, it might be one. And that's in a hive that's sick.
No,
if it's a strong hive, I don't see, and I don't have hive beetles at all.
Oh, you'll see them in strong hives. They're just not able to do what they need to do in the colony, I don't think. But if they get a little bit,
we'll have a beetle here. But if it's a weak colony, then I'll start seeing a beetle here and there. If it's a strong colony, there's no beetles at all. It's the type of ground we have here and stuff like that.
Now, I did take and treat this year earlier. I went out at nighttime and poured the permethrin to it, or permethrin, however you say it. And that seems to have slowed them down so far. Because if you go back to some of our videos from last year, I mean, it was just it was like every week we was losing a colony. No matter how strong it was, feels weak, good, strong colony. If we did not get in there and vacuum out those beetles, it wouldn't take but just 3 to 4 days, and you come back and you would see beetle larvae coming out of the entrance and open it up, and you know what that slick, shiny sheen looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You going, well,
It breaks your heart because they're gone.
So what's this? What's this? A spray or something you put on the ground?
Yes,
You
sir.
mix it with water.
Yes, sir. We just taken, I guess it's like some kind of pesticide or insecticide or something, but I usually mix 1 cap full of it to a gallon of water in one of those little flower watering jugs. And at nighttime, go out there and just load the ground up with it. And like I say, this year, yeah, I've seen a good difference as far as way lower numbers and not having to be so proactive on getting out there and sucking beetles every other day.
So Keith, I'm going to keep doing oxalic acid because I only got a little can of that outlaw treatment. The outlaw treatment, I have to say on phoretic mites, it did drop a bunch, but it doesn't do anything for what's in the capping. So you still would have to keep administering it over and over again. But it did knock a lot of mites down.
Go ahead, Bob. My bad.
No, I was just answering a question Larimore had put in the chat there.
DC, I'm gonna tell you a little hint and a little trick now. You take it how you want, but on those wax moths, we had an old timer from church that knew the old meat man and butcher back in the day, and I'm talking probably the late 1950s, early 1960s, whenever this man was beekeeping and doing butcher work. But the gentleman from church was telling me, he said, I don't know why I remember this, but I remember going to old man Gibson's house and watching him do them honeybees. And he always talked about some kind of moth that made a spider web in them beehives. And I said, yes, sir. I said, that's them old wax moths we have to deal with. He said, Mr. Gibson used to tell me all the time they would take and put eucalyptus drops in his beehives, and that kept them out. They never had any issue ever out of them once they started using those eucalyptus. And last year, we put it to the test. We would just take and dip a Q-tip and cut pretty much just the cotton part off the Q-tip. Stick it down in the colony in one of the corners or something. And brother, we never had no wax moth issue on our end by doing that. Now, let me say this. I have not started that this year. And the wax moths, we could probably go out there right now and I could shine a light. And I just about bet you there's going to be a wax moth somewhere trying to work his way in there. But try that, DC, see if that'll help keep them wax moths out of you. Yeah. I mean, if you're kind of hesitant about it, please go back behind us. Do your Google search and all that. It's going to tell you the exact same thing, that eucalyptus will run off moths and different other type critters and stuff. So them old timer ways, they work. Listen.
I've never had wax moths in a colony that was not failing. The only time I've ever seen them in there is when the colony was failing because we've lost their queen at the women. You can't cover the area at that.
Or a weak split.
We pulled them from time to time, and they'll be like on that way far outside frame where ain't hardly no bees. And you pull that frame, and there'll be a wax. Oftentimes, it's little fellas that'll see in there. And I'll just go ahead and squish the mess out of them. But you don't see them in, I guess, a good, big, healthy colony. oftentimes we'll see them, it's a smaller colony or just a smaller nuke or so.
I heard Fred Dunn, it was this Friday night beach chat, but I was listening to it today. He was saying that you can take your dead outs and your old frames and spray them with a 10% bleach solution, and it'll keep the wax moths off of them. I had not heard that before. That's a lot less expensive.
Who was saying that?
Fred Dunn was saying that.
The only thing I've heard with using bleach on anything is, I think in one of Bruce's videos one time, was adding it to his sugar water mix.
Yeah,
He was
you
adding a small amount of bleach to his sugar water.
put a gallon of that, and that'll keep your sugar from getting that mildew growth or whatever it is in it. But yeah, I don't know. I use the Paramoth. I don't use the crystals. I use the balls themselves, like extract the fly. So,
But you use them after the season, right?
yeah. But I mean, if you had dead outs and you didn't have anywhere to protect them, I would.
Jasper, hush all that noise.
Well, it depends on your honey frame. You shouldn't have a problem with it, as long as there's no bruise
Right.
in it.
Well, they will eat the honey frames, but they don't prefer it. That has to be all they can get. And they don't do too much damage to it. But
We've had damage coming out of them is just like leaving them in a nuke box or something and forgetting about them. If the box is empty, then you go in and they've had a heyday in them rascals.
Now you can get this. How about I can?
Let me see if I can make you big, Charlie.
Huh?
I can make you big, I think.
That's the crystal, isn't it?
That's crystalline. You can get it off of Amazon.
Oh, that's the cake. Yeah.
It's a cake inside this thing here.
Yeah, you can do the cakes. You can do the balls. You can do the crystals. Any of it will work. I do the balls because they can get a good price on it.
As long as it is
Yeah, it's got to be right. It's got to be the para in front of it.
Yeah, it's dichlorobenzene.
Yeah.
It can't be the
you don't want
one. The other one starts with an N, and N means no.
If it smells like the mothballs you grew up with, don't use it.
Yeah,
What do you do?
It smells like it.
Are you just setting them on an inner cover or something, or how are y'all?
I stack the boxes up, and
we're talking about a spring comb, not in. Don't put those in your hive; it'll kill the bees.
We own the
no,
storage.
I'm talking about keeping the combs from wax moth.
And
Stack three supers up or whatever. Put that on top, and then put a shim on, and let that smell permeate down through there.
Yeah, I'll lay nothing like a paper plate or something.
Yeah.
Put them at the top because the top gases, and that gas is heavier than air. So it settles down.
Well, there you go for a good little store. Yeah, Bob.
Hannah went to go get the pizza.
Nah, she's out there putting a nail in her coffin, as they say.
Gotcha.
What, she smokes?
Yeah.
The word's out now.
It's, she gonna kill me. Here she come.
Uh-oh. Y'all ain't supposed to know that.
Uh-oh.
Why are you smiling like that?
Well, because I told him what.
He knows he's in trouble.
You out there putting a nail in your coffin.
Well, look, I wasn't planning on sitting here for 5 hours.
Oh, you still got another hour to go.
Do what?
You still got another hour to go.
You might as well. You're this deep into it.
I'm just waiting on. Where's this pizza? 40 miles away. They ain't made it yet.
We have to. We don't have no delivery here.
Delivers here.
Oh, you got to go get it.
Yeah, you have to go get it. You have to go get everything out here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Lee caught me. You right, Bubba. You right.
Yeah, he's good at that, Lee. He really is.
That's funny. Well, wow. Well, that you might not be able to go another hour. What time's the pizza place close?
Yeah, we're gonna have to let them go get pizza.
Well,
I'm pretty much filled up on coffee. I'll probably skip supper tonight.
Jack,
I didn't know
Oh,
how late it was until you said that.
do what?
I didn't realize it was this late. I think I'm gonna get off here. I came in here and plugged up to the charger. It's not going down, but it's not going up anymore. But I'm at 8%. But
Now I got all this white cheddar on my hand. So Michael Buck asked me, did I quit the peppermint or have not had hives in one spot long enough to have a problem? No, I mean, for me, it's the peppermint worked for sure. However, doing it in 2, 3, 4, 5 colonies is much different than doing them in 50 colonies. I mean, I got to call my stockbroker and buy some Brock's candy stock before I go to buy peppermints, to do it. So that's the biggest thing, and just the amount of wrappers and trash that it generates, right? So that's the reason that I really haven't done any videos on it, but I still put peppermint extract in my patties and stuff. So that's
what I'm saying. If anyway, you taking 50-something colonies, just take your little dropper and just drop some of that oil in there.
Mm-hmm. And I've got some peppermint oil over in my thing over here too. So
yeah. If I keep having trouble with them in Louisville, I'll try it out. But the reason I never tried it because I never had enough hive beetles to.
Not more than you could smash at a time.
Oh yeah, if you like 1 or 2 every 4 or 5 colonies, that's not enough to.
Well, there's Dirt Rooster.
Yeah, man, we got the Dirt Rooster. What you say, bro? Texas, he finally come on in here. I see old Blaine.
Mm-hmm. He said he can only stay a minute though. I'm sure Bob can carry us through the next hour to make that record.
Oh no, you'd be beating my record. Why would I give you the assist on that?
We gotta beat it, man.
That's just awesome like that, bro. Come on, you've been on the side all night.
Maybe let me slide out of here and give Randy a spot to come on in.
We appreciate you, Philip, brother.
Take care.
Y'all take care.
I see you later, Phil. But yeah,
he's bottling honey himself.
Dirt Rooster is. That's Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yeah, Blaine. 5 hours ago we started.
And you just got the notice. Or you ignored us for 5 hours and 7 minutes. I didn't even come on. Y'all was already on for 2 hours something when I came in.
Yeah, we've been on.
I told her I said, we ain't gonna be on there, but maybe 45 minutes, an hour.
That's how he convinced me to sit down and do it, because he didn't say a word about we're going to do a live today until that.
You never know what's going to happen, and then see, this is where we separate the wheat from the chaff. So next week if they're live again on Sunday, then they're good.
Yeah.
But when they're like, we ain't getting wrangled into 5 more hours, we ain't doing that. That's why we come on at 8, so everybody wants to go to bed.
Yeah.
Y'all will know I'm alive if we pop in on another Sunday evening fellowship.
Yeah.
And there's Brian from Flower Street. Hey, Brian.
Hit the link. Come on in here, bud.
I think he's in my channel. I don't think they can see the link on my channel.
They're involved.
Yeah, I can't even share. I can't do that. So if you want to join, go to Tim and Hannah's channel, click the link, and come on in.
Thanks, sir.
And if you're not subscribed to Tim and Hannah's channel, go over to Tim and Hannah's channel, subscribe, smash the thumbs up button.
Thanks, sir.
We appreciate it.
And Charlie, y'all already are subscribed to him, so.
Well, Charlie, you've been doing well yourself on these live chats, my friend. I
Yeah,
mean,
you have.
I've been at it since the first of the year
Mhm.
and all. I don't know. I mean, I like, what was it? Was it last night we were chatting pretty good? I had more fun that night than I did on my own. And of
Well,
course, it kind of depends on who comes in and
what
that kind
where
of
the chat
stuff,
goes, and
which way the different types of questions and problems people have. It makes it, to me, it makes it interesting to me and
Mhm.
all, and that kind of thing.
and I think so. After we end the stream, we're still in the software, but we're just not live. So
We're in the green room.
we're in the green room, if you will, so, or the VIP lounge, or whatever you want to call it. And we end up sitting there and talking for what, another hour or so last night, maybe
Yeah,
longer.
Yeah, that's where I had, after midnight or 12:30 at night, I said I had to bail. I was done.
I think we stayed on. I think it was like 1:30. We stayed in there.
Maybe I think I bailed out at 1. No, was it 1 o'clock in the morning or 12:30?
And you know what? Those after chats, I think they get a little bit more in depth, more directed. Like, hey, this is what I'm seeing. What do you think? And it's more of a one-on-one like thing, and it's really pretty nice. And it's well, I'll call it like almost a mentorship where you're one-on-one question. This is what I'm seeing. What do you think? And get those answers back.
I think maybe people are more relaxed. They're not being recorded.
You're not recorded. You're not streaming. You're just chilling with some buddies and talking. A little more relaxed. The language is a little more loose. Things are a little bit different, but it's definitely good times.
You're in the gun line.
You're in the gun line. That's right.
Like we was talking earlier, I mean, we enjoy whether whoever's chats it's on, if y'all or, I mean, mainly we just watch y'all and Charlie for the most part.
We watch Grace.
And Grace, it kind of helps support that little.
Well, for me, people, I had a question. It was somebody, questioned me about, like, I was getting tired of the Friday nights, and I says, no, not really. I mean, I like the community. We wouldn't be friends if we didn't have these chats.
Right.
We wouldn't know each other. And that's what I enjoy. I enjoy the camaraderie from everybody that comes in, 50, 60 some people. And hopefully we'll all get to meet each other. Let's say at Hive Life or some other big meetup of some place. And, that kind of thing. So, that's kind of where I'm at with mine. I do it. I mean, because I like
That's what we need to have. We need to have a Labor Day cookout. That's in like September, right? And we can call it the meetup, MEAT, where it's just a big cookout for everybody to come together.
Oh, there
Speaking
he is.
of meat, hey, Randy.
Hey.
What do you use, bottling tank, Randy?
Yeah, this is a license 18 gallon.
Randy, you got a license? I got a license 18 gallons.
Yeah. I got a bunch of dark honey in the tank, and I got a bunch of light honey that's too wet, and I need to dry it down, so I'm having to empty this tank out so I can put that lighter honey in here.
Is it this light?
No. Well, maybe. Close.
What's that?
Close.
What's that bar behind you there, Randy?
That's his drum set.
What I'm bottling is dark.
Yeah, that's it. What's that there rod in behind you there, right behind your shoulder? No, that's your bottling tank. No, it's over behind you there, behind the table.
Behind your left shoulder, yeah.
Yeah, right there. What's that thing?
What's that? This?
Yeah. Well, there was that. What's that one that's going like this way? It's got a.
Oh. All right. I got a chair with wheels on it. So, look, you can't show nobody this. This is a proprietary piece of equipment here.
What's that, a press?
Yeah.
What is it? What's that for?
Genius.
For pressing pollen patties. I don't know how well you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it. I don't quite get it, but
yeah, something my dad had somebody build for pressing pollen patties, compressing pollen patties.
So you just put a ball under there and smash it down. It comes out like a hamburger patty, basically.
Yeah, yeah. His hands are too bad to be fooling with stuff, so he's got apparatuses for whatever.
You got a couple cases of jars back there?
A
couple cases of jars behind you back there? A couple thousand of them?
A couple cases. Let's see. There's that.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
There's all that.
Wow.
There's all that.
And you'll fill all of them this year.
I'm going to fill them out tonight.
That's what I'll say.
Well, when you get done with that hand crank extractor you got back there, what size extractor do you have now?
There's a 32 frame over there, and there's a 18 around here somewhere. And
was that the one that you had? That 18, was that the one you had the video about 6-7 years ago where all four of you are on the pallet trying to keep it from dancing across the floor?
Oh, no, that was a buddy of mine's. I can't remember what size that one was. I think it was an 18. That was at a friend of mine's house.
Mm.
How many jars is that?
But yeah, we
estimate.
Huh?
How many jars of honey is would I mean, how many jars you got there if you had an estimate on how many bottles it is?
Man, I have no clue. There's probably a quarter of an 18-wheeler load in here. So every year my dad gets an 18-wheeler load, and co-ops with a lot of the local clubs. And so anybody in the local clubs that wants to buy pallets, they can come on the day that we unload. We go to Home Depot and use Home Depot's forklift and unload behind Home Depot and stack up our trailer with what we need, and everybody else in the local clubs gets what they need. But before the truck gets here, about half the load stops in Hattiesburg and unloads up there too. So my dad just fronts the money for the load and then lets everybody buy what they need. So he won't use all
leftover.
He won't use.
You get stuck with the leftover.
No, I get what I need, but he don't need all these jars. He'll sell a lot of them, trade a lot of them.
Right.
He'll probably go through one side of that room in a year, maybe.
That's still a lot of honey.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 4 drums in here right now.
Next year, we're going to see Randy with the Bob Benny extraction line set up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to have to hire some Keebler elves to go do that.
I know. Not likely we're going to get to that stage. I don't know. Bob's got a nice setup. I don't have the pedal. Bob's got the gas pedal on his.
For $400, you can get the pneumatic valve. 400, or maybe it's 500 now. I don't know. That's what I got. On the pedal.
So this is. I'll show you this too. This is our turntable for the jars.
Huh.
It's a wheel off of a
wheelchair.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the same way that Tim and Hannah extract their honey with like that.
With a wheelchair?
With a wheelchair.
It's not.
I'm just picking at them. They know that.
No.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do? You took it.
Dude.
You.
Yeah,
There you go. Oh, where'd Randy go?
Wrong button.
Uh-oh.
Did you kick him out?
I don't know. I hope I didn't. I'm thinking myself, our first good live, and we got the dirt rooster on here, then I kicked the man off.
Come back in, Randy. See, there you go. That is that's ingenuity there. Who'd have thought to use a wheelchair wheel to make a turntable for your honey bottler?
That's genius.
Mm-hmm. Jacob's got lots of old wheelchairs we can get a wheel off of.
Well, that's a bummer because I was going to ask him, since he's pretty well center between us and Mike Berry and Jeff and them over there. But just curious as to how his flow. Let's see, we might get him back here, maybe get
Somebody's
this button
trying
to
to come in.
work. But just to see how his flow is going on.
Well, I looked at that map yesterday. It looks like Mississippi's got one of the heaviest flows in the United States. So, at least compared to what we get down here.
Is he coming back on?
Yeah, I'm trying to get him back now.
There he goes.
He evicted you, Randy.
Well, I was trying to set up. You know, these mitts kind of hit buttons when they ain't supposed to. I think I hung up on myself.
But
yeah, now Randy's going to call me to get Gunline's number. Everybody called me for somebody else's number. Today it was Ed calling me for Lee's number. Randy's called me for Lee's number. Hey, Bob, we're going fishing. Oh, hey, that's nice. What's Lee's number? We don't want you to come, Bob. We want Lee to come.
I knew you wasn't going to come. It's too far.
God love him when we went and visited him. The dirt rooster down there.
So, Randy, when you...
But
sorry about that.
He helped us out with the phone number and allows us to contact him from time to time when we get in a bind. We appreciate you on that, brother.
Randy cracks me up because I get those hip hop reels and memes.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Do you weigh your bottles there, Randy, or you just bring them up to the fill line and be done with it?
I bring them up to the fill line. They're probably overfilled by a little bit, but I just bring them up to the fill line and tap it if I don't feel like I got enough. And if I don't mind if I overfill a little bit. I'd rather them get a little extra.
Right.
But
you're dealing with quite a bit of honey too, right?
Yeah, there's probably 5 gallons in the bottler right now. And I got 4 gallons from a cutout that it yielded about 8 gallons, and a lot of it was real pretty cut comb or real pretty comb that was good for sticking in bottles or whatever. And so there's about 2 gallons of that, and I got 4 gallons of honey from crushing, and I gave the homeowner about 2 gallons, and that's all they wanted. So the rest of it's at 19.6, and I got to dry it down, so I got to put it in this tank and warm it up.
Well, I was talking to them before we got cut off a minute ago. Randy, you were pretty well, I say, almost dead center between us and Mike Berry and Jeff and them over there for the most part. Mike talks about how things are slack this year on his side of the pond.
Yeah.
We're kind of in the same boat on this side of the pond. Are you doing any better? Or are you kind of sitting idle like us as far as the flow?
We're about the same. We got burned pretty bad during that late freeze. And but down close to the beach, and this cutout I did was like a half mile from the beach. Down near the beach, it didn't seem to affect them like that. So this hive was just slammed full. It was 9 foot tall, and it was full of honey.
Yeah.
It had 5 brood combs that were 4 foot tall in it, and then the rest of the hive was nothing but honey, and most of it was capped. But it was high humidity when I pulled it, and so that soaks in pretty fast. And the cutout turned out to be way bigger than I expected. So it took me a day and a half to do it. So all that honey was exposed to the weather for a full probably 24 hours with no bees on it. And so it just soaked up moisture from the environment. So I'm having to try to deal with that. Be easier just to feed it back, but it was some good honey, so I'm gonna try to save it. But yeah, up here north of the beach a little ways where we are, I've got 32 nukes left over that are booming, but usually by this time I've got a lot of hive beetle problems because they're getting honey bound. Well, I'm not really having that problem this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not putting it on like they usually do. So I'm gonna go out tomorrow and go through a bunch of them, thin a few of them down, sell a few, and put some in some 10 frames and get rid of some of these nukes before they turn into a problem. Because every year I do that. I'll make up more nukes than I have a demand for, and then I end up at the end of the year with 20 or 30 nukes left over and just don't have time to get to them. And so by the time I do get to them, they're just a nasty mess, bunch of dead outs because they've swarmed and or gotten weak or lost a queen, whatever. So my brother went through some today at my dad's. I went up to Wonderful Bees yesterday or day before yesterday, and they're shutting down their grafting. So I went up there day before yesterday and pulled 11 of their breeder queens out of their timing boxes. My dad just had to have queens. I need queens. Well, I said, what do you need queens for? Oh, I need to make some splits. I said, well, you need to make splits before I go pull queens. Well, of course, he can't do it. So it's all, he needs queens, but he needs somebody else to do the work for him. So so he's just creating chores for me and my brother, as usual.
Yeah, y'all drew the short straws, it sounded like.
Yeah. So I went and pulled 11 breeders out of timing boxes. They're a year old. They were phasing them out. So I pulled those, and even some of their timing boxes had hive beetle problems. Had larvae in them already and were missing queens. But so now they were able to put all but 7 in boxes today. So I'm going to have to find places for the other 7, or they'll probably get neglected and die.
Charlie, you back over there?
That's what I was saying.
He's chilling.
He's
I'm
napping.
just listening.
Okay.
Where you getting?
Your brother's got that, what is it, queen line and capper machine, and he's really in the honey processing, isn't he? Quite a bit.
He's kind of getting out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I hear used equipment coming up. Hold up.
He's an Allstate agent, and he's got a decent office there in Hattiesburg, and he bought another office in Laurel last year, and that's really killed a lot of his spare time. And he's building an antique store, and that's taking up a lot of his time. So I just went and helped him load up some stuff on his trailer to go north tonight, and that's where he went, and I came here. But he just don't have time for the bees anymore, really. So he's talked about getting out of it. I don't know that he will. He's got some good nuke buyers that he has to service every year that can't really give up because they buy enough that it's worth it. But he's got his hands full of other stuff. So
what's he into, the antique business?
His I don't know if you want to call it his girlfriend, but she's in the antique business. So he's got a big building in Hattiesburg, and setting up the upstairs and part of the downstairs as an antique shop.
Right.
So she's into, refinishing, repurposing whatever old junk and turning it into something nice. And
Selling
I
it. So.
don't know. It's just stuff. It's junk to me.
Are you bottling 1 pound squeeze bottles like that?
These are 2 pound.
Those are the 2 pounders?
Yeah.
Where are you buying those from, if you don't mind us asking?
These came from Daydant.
All right. So we're going to say, why aren't you buying it from Gamber Container? Because
we didn't need that many of them, and I don't even know who ordered them. I'm sure my dad probably ordered them, but he's got.
Because Daydant orders them from Gamber Container.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I see 18 cases over there right now, and I know he's probably bottled. Well, 22. I don't know. There's probably 22, 24 cases of the 2 pound squeeze bottles in here. And he's gone through a lot of them. So I don't know how many cases he bought, but he supplies a lot of the local health food stores and that kind of thing. So keeps him busy. That's why I don't really sell local much. We'll sell to our friends, people my wife knows, but I don't try to step on his toes. It keeps him busy, gives him something to do, and I got plenty else going on, not to be trying to compete.
Tim, did you hear that nugget? We sell to our friends. I sell to my friends.
Yeah.
Noted. Yes, sir. Yep. That's the turnaround we got to make.
He did do better this year, though.
Yes, we're gonna take it.
For years, I wouldn't sell honey to anybody. If they asked me about honey, I'd just tell them where to get it. If they were a close enough friend, I'd buy it from my dad and sell it to them. But anything I had, I would either give away or feed back to my bees. But year before last, I guess I started selling it online. I figured, well, he's not going to sell online. I'm selling to Canada or Washington State or wherever. He ain't never going to sell to them. So I do sell online a little bit, but locally, if you don't know me or whatever, go to the store and get some stinger juice.
There we go. Yeah, that was their thing. They I wouldn't say getting on me, but just saying
we were businessing.
There you go. Yeah. Taking and looking at the point of selling it. And if you're not so much trying to make a huge profit or anything, but somebody like us that's just got 8-10 hives and you need to take that money and put back so you can reinvest that into more boxes, more frames.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to continue to grow type stuff. But
yeah,
that's something definitely we're going to do more of.
It's hard to, for me, it's not. I made that decision a long time ago. It'd be hard for somebody else to come along and not sell. And I'm really, really careful when I sell honey from a cutout. I've got to know for a fact that it's never been sprayed, that they've never done anything with it. This was an 84-year-old woman that, she could barely walk. She ain't never been out to this gazebo that had bees. And her son was all about saving the bees. So I knew they had never done anything with it. And they were, after I had a long talk with them about, you don't want to eat none of this if it's had any kind of poison on it. Well, they wanted honey and they were tasting it and loving it. So I was pretty certain of what I was getting. But it's hard to take a hive like that that's got on the retail end $700 worth of honey in it and say, I'm not going to sell that. So we're going to bottle this up and it'll go to whatever friends Elizabeth has or on, giveaways to neighbors. We've already given away a couple gallons just to the neighbors, probably. Just, they don't have it, but it's committed to them.
Right.
Yeah, so I think we were hoping we'll get picked up on something, whether the tallow save us, because we didn't hit a lick on the privet. Now we got into them the other day and we had forgotten to put a frame in, and they had took and built down between that frame.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't have any rubber bands to put everything back together, so we just pulled what they had built.
Yeah.
We took a bite of it, tasted it, and man, but you talk about some good honey. It had a good heavy blackberry taste to start with, then it went to a muscadine or scopolamine taste. And
Yeah.
that got us fired up, but
that's the kind of stuff you want. And if it's dried down enough and you can bottle it, man, whose honey is that? Somebody at Hive Life gave me a bottle. It's on my shelf. There's 2 bottles on my shelf from them. Oh shoot, what is their name? I don't know. To come to me in a little bit, but their bottle says something about special small batch, something another. I don't know, but I like the way they labeled their stuff. It was like you're getting one specific frame or whatever out of a specific flow. It's not a blend, and you're getting a specific flavor that you can try. And so every flow is going to be really different for them, and every yard's going to be different for them, because they're not going to blend like all this stuff. There's, like I said, there's 4 drums of honey in here. That's all blend from a lot of yards, but they're all local. It's all local to us, but it's all going to taste the same. It's going to taste the same this year, next year. You're not going to try anything different.
That'd be the thing, to be able to try to decipher which, okay, this is going to be my blackberry flow. This is going to be my privet flow.
Yeah.
Be able to nail those things down.
Right.
That'd be.
Yeah, send them off to a lab to do that.
I guess it wouldn't it. Shoot, wasn't y'all talking about $200 on one of y'all's labs, Bob, to have that stuff sent and tested?
Yeah, I think Better Bee sells a kit, like a honey DNA kit, that's like $400 or something like that.
I don't need to know that bad.
No, it's honey, y'all. Here you go.
You can pretty well narrow down what it's going to be. There'll be some summer tie around here, but mostly in the main flow right now, it's going to be 90%, 99% Chinese tallow.
Mm-hmm.
If you got any privet hedge or something like that left over, it's probably not going to be enough to change the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't usually pull on early flow like that. It doesn't usually make enough, and they're building up for the summer anyway, so we just leave it on them.
Now,
we haven't really had much.
Then it was gone as soon as it come on.
Yeah. Our privet hedge and ligustrum did all right around here, but the privet hedge did get burned a little bit, and the tallow got burned real bad. I'm surprised much of any of that's blooming around here, but it is a little bit. It doesn't seem to be putting off nectar like it usually does, but especially 30, 40 minutes west of us, tallow is real thick over there. It gets down in the swamps and stuff, and it's real thick. And you could, a month and a half ago, you drive through there, and there's just fields of just burned trees, and it looked like it had all been sprayed with Roundup, but it was just from the freeze. And I went through there the other day, and it was all back. It was all green, but didn't have the first tassel on any of it. So the feral colony population is probably going to be down over there as well.
Lord willing, it'll do a 180 or something on this kind of thing. 'Cause we were seeing that too, and watching world famous Mike Berry over there. He was thought, how they would burn.
Yeah.
But we're starting to see a little bit of the tassel and everything coming out more. I'm sorry, I got tickled with DC. It's Charlie.
It's about to call 911 on Charlie over there. Goodness.
What happened with Charlie? I don't see the feed. I don't know what everybody's talking about.
He's just laying back, chill, look like he's about to nod off on us.
I just got a nice
Charlie
chair.
Charlie don't have tallow. He's lost on this one.
Yeah. Anything I can tell you about tallow is Lee gave me some tallow to taste.
What'd you think?
It's not as sweet as what I'm used to. It's kind of a bitter taste, honey, I think. It's got a bit of a bite to it.
Got a little bit of a burn on your throat.
I don't know. I get locust honey up here, which is real. It's like cotton candy, real
Yeah.
sweet, real high sugar content.
Yeah.
And the tallow is, it's sweet, but then it's got like a aftertaste to it, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know, you know.
Yeah. You can have. Yeah.
I mean, we had a tasting at our bee club meeting here back
Maybe,
in the
maybe Lee
winter.
gave you a burned bottle of honey.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I had,
Maybe he
I
burned it
had,
in his bottle.
well, let's see. Mike Berry gave me some tallow, and then
Yeah.
Lee gave me tallow, and I had that their sweet clover from Canada from James, and I had Canada from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and my stuff, and stuff up in Pennsylvania, and it all had different tastes to it and everything, and you know, it was interesting. You know, we have those spotter landing fly bugs that came in from China, and the guy gave me a bottle of that lanternfly honey out of Pennsylvania, and which has a kind of a smoky taste to it, and all, and it's something different. You know, I don't harvest it. I mean, it came into our area last August, and I just let the bees have it for winter and everything. So
Well,
it's
did you
and then
compare?
that privet. I don't know what privet is either.
Did you compare Mike's and Lee's and see if it was?
Yes, and they both, you know, one's lives on one side of the state and the other and it tastes different.
Yeah.
There's a difference in the taste, even though it's the same plant.
It might be the other nectars that are also being brought in and mixed in with it that are different from local
That's
areas.
what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, definitely. There was a different taste between the two.
Yeah.
And everything.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, whose was better?
I don't remember. I don't
Can't
know.
say it. You can't do that. That's YouTube suicide. The So what y'all's weather been like, Randy?
Warm.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's starting to warm up. It hadn't been terrible.
It was 58 degrees for a high yesterday and 62 degrees for a high today here.
Oh, it's been in the mid 90s. I mean, mid 80s. I'm sorry.
So I'm hoping the
low humidity has been wonderful, though. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had this low of humidity, and it not be already be 90-something degrees with 100% humidity.
Yeah, it hasn't been as hot as it usually is this time of the year, but it's warm. I'd prefer that 50-something degree weather.
Not when it comes to making honey.
No. No.
I'm sort of worried, but then I put it up that Mother Nature and God knows what they're doing, so I'm sure the trees got to bloom, so they got to do it sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
this will probably be our last cool snap for the season. Then it'll be game on.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna get cool till next January when this goes away.
Hey, you need you a good dog, Randy? Tim's got one he's giving away.
I got somebody else trying to give me a dog now.
You see Hannah's like, this dog ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think so. I got a little hooked on him.
Yeah, Wonderful Bees is moving up north now, and they're trying to give me a dog that wandered up at their place and wouldn't leave. I said, you feeding it? He said, yes, so that's why I won't leave.
I fed
feeding
something all my chickens this last week. Got in there and took them all out except for 3. And now they won't hardly come out of the hen house because they're so scared they're going to get got.
They're traumatized, Bob.
No, it's hard to see, but if you pay attention in that premiere that we did today, if you look, it'll be on the right-hand side. You can barely see the barrel of that 12 gauge leaned up at the back of that one hive right there. And I've got my firearm on my side. And the reason being, just same thing. Old Fox has been hitting the hen house hard. So we let the babies out for a little bit to do a little free ranging. And she said, we're going to let them out today. We're going to have the shotgun on hand. So we was kind of hoping we didn't have to blast it off in the video, thank goodness. But
I
there
was
may have been a
praying.
potential.
God, please don't make us have to pull this shotgun and be the rednecks of YouTube.
Yeah, I have to. Every time I shoot something, we're in the city limits. So every time I shoot something, I got to call all my neighbors and say, "Hey, it was me again." Don't call the cops. It was just me.
Well, I mean, you're used to it out here, but
Yeah.
not on YouTube.
No,
Yeah.
Do it
Lee,
on a video.
we went 6 hours and 23 minutes, so we got about 45 more minutes to break the record.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to go for it, or y'all ready to wrap her up?
I'm fixing to jump off here and finish up what I got to do. Elizabeth
it's
don't even know.
4:11, isn't it?
I don't think Elizabeth even knows where I'm at right now.
Ruh-roh. Well, thank you for coming in, brother.
The thing is, she don't really care.
If she did, she'd have called already.
I don't care where he's at. He's doing something.
She's probably reading a book and glad I ain't there bothering her.
That's that one right there.
I was gonna say I know that feeling.
Thank you for dropping in, brother. And man,
Yeah.
thank you again for the confusion that I should have kind of prevented on the hat situation. But thanks for your
that was nothing. I ain't even worried about that. I'm glad y'all having fun with it.
We are, brother. And like we told you in the beginning, keep doing what you do. I mean, we kind of, in a sense, shadowing you in a way. And we appreciate you being.
Oh, Lord, you're in trouble if you're doing that. Well, what you got going on, Charlie? You look like you reading.
Oh, not much. I mean, the flow, it's been dry up here for over a week, and it's been good we've been getting hay in this past week, but we need some rain. The flow's kind of slowed down quite a bit, and you know, I've had some queen issues and kind of fixing them, and that's
Randy
about
Dave
it.
got some.
Huh?
Randy Dave got some queens.
He does. They're year-olds though. Older queens don't ship well. I've found.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of, the flow will be over by the end of either the middle of June this year or end of June.
Hush your mouth. We can't have that. We ain't even got one yet.
Well, that's kind of where we're at. So, and the nukes are rebuilding back up. I'd sold 11 nukes, you know, nothing like what you all doing, but that's enough for me. And that's about it, you know. Just
well, I don't mean to interrupt you, Charlie, but I got to go. But I want to ask one question before I go. I was on the phone with Peanut from Tennessee today, and he asked me, are y'all putting your honey supers on already?
Oh, yeah, we've had them on.
So Peanut's a pretty good beekeeper, but he's been having problems with his hives going queenless after he put supers on. And he asked me if I had seen any of that, and I said no. And I said I'll ask around. So any of y'all noticed anything about hives going queenless after you?
I had one.
I have.
Yeah.
Not so much the super. I mean, the super wasn't. I went through mine, and I'd catch, you know, the queen, and I would mark her. And there were several of them where I had marked the queen, and then he went queenless. So I don't know whether, I don't think I use a marking cage and all that, and
yeah,
you know, I know not to get on the antennas or anything else and all, but I'm wondering whether that changed their pheromone smells or something, and they balled the queen or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I questioned him on a whole lot of things about whether he had bees in that equipment, whether he had a helper out there that might have rolled the queen, whether or not he had ever had a dead out in any of that equipment, what yards he was on. We went through a whole lot of stuff trying to figure out what his problem was, and I never did narrow it down to what he was doing wrong.
I don't know. I have heard a lot of folks, you know, having queen issues this year.
Yeah.
Around, so I can't tell you why.
I've had a real good year with them. Especially on my home yard, I had 39. My first round of queens, I mated 39 queens on my yard, and got a 100% return rate on all those queens. And about 7 of them put out supersedure cells after they laid up 2 or 3 frames. But I ain't never had a yard bring back 100% before, and so I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah.
But it's 7
why
of
they
them
do that.
superseded,
Why
so-
do they let the queen go out and mate and come back and lay a couple frames, then get rid of her?
I don't know, but they were all 7 of them that superseded had real good brood patterns and were full of eggs and young larvae, but they all had supersedure cells on them. So something went wrong with them queens. But
I got a couple nukes like that.
Yeah.
I saw Ian do that with one of his queens. He went through the colony and they had nice brood patterns, and there was a supersedure cell. He just knocked it down and kept going.
Yeah,
he's like,
I'll leave them. I'll leave them and add a newer cell or add a older cell to them, so I can get them going faster. But they don't always accept a capped cell if they requeening like that. So if you can put an open cell in there, and all of them were open when I found them, so they may have gotten the cell I put, or they may have kept their own. Who knows? But it got them going faster anyway. So or hopefully.
Right.
Tim, how many people you got watching now?
51.
So
according to the little eyeball up there.
51. I thought this conversation was just between us 4, and here I've done showed that press and everything.
And your wheelchair spindle.
Yeah. The dirt rooster secret's out. Yeah. Don't tell nobody now.
Don't tell nobody. Somebody gonna patent that press now.
I said I could be halfway.
Well, y'all have a good evening. I'm gonna get back to bottling honey and all this stuff. Get back to my
when your when your brother decides he wants to get rid of some of that used equipment, give me a holler.
Yeah, you'd have to fight my dad over it. It wouldn't be a hard fight because he can't even stand up, but he wouldn't let it go nowhere.
I just bought a steam uncapper, not the Silver Queen, not that beast, but the Lyson one with where you spin the frames through it. But I bought that. I'm waiting on it to get here. So
yeah, those are fun.
Now I just need honey. Got the equipment, don't have the honey. So
that's all right. It's better to have the equipment than to have a bunch of honey and no equipment to pull it.
Or a manual extractor. That would be terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done it. I've done it.
All right,
y'all.
All right, Randy, take it easy, brother.
See you. Right.
Good night. All right. Well, that was a blessing there.
That was a surprise. Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, I just looked over on YouTube and I just saw him disappear off the side there. But yeah, man. So it's I'm just picking on you about the extractor, man. Get what you can get when you can get it, and do what you can do. That's it.
Keep picking on him, Paul.
I enjoy cutting up.
Now, Tim, you just go order it right now, because she's in agreement. You just go ahead and order it, and she'll be like, "What'd you do that for?" Well, you said keep picking on him. I'm just going to make you happy.
But here's the hiccup, though. I no longer carry a debit card. I haven't had a debit card in.
And whose fault is that?
I don't know, 5 years, literally, probably.
At least 4. Literally, because he lost it, and I can't order it for him. All he's had to do for the last
call up and tell the bank you need a new debit card.
Call to the bank, a 30-second phone call, and he won't do it.
Well, see, that takes all his liability away from it. If he stops at the Home Depot and buys something, then he don't have to explain it, because you have to pay for it with your card.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If I get something, I gotta say, "Well, hey, where's the card at?" Or tell me the numbers out. She knows what the numbers are on the thing, so I ain't just say, "Hey, what's them numbers?" and punch them in real quick. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like fooling with all that.
It's not my fault. He doesn't have a debit card, though. I've been telling him over and over, this is one thing I cannot actually do for you. you have to make this phone call by yourself. But no, he's not gonna do it.
Well, see, Hannah, just go ahead and order it, and Tim will be all right.
That's just too tempting.
Here's my rub on it, Bob. When we first got them things, the banker man said, "Oh, Mr. Blake, you can pick out whatever style you like and all this." And I said, "What you got in like the construction field?" Well, he said, "Oh, we got something great for you. It's some paint."
Paint cans.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
And I'll tell you, well, all right, that'd be pretty cool. Well, I got the thing, and it looked like some little 5-year-old had stuck dots all over my debit card.
It did. It looked like the cutest little polka dot pattern you ever saw.
I was like, I ain't doing this. I told her, I said, whenever this rascal runs out of date, I'm not ordering a so-called special-looking debit card again, whatever. But I ended up losing it and turned it all off or whatever, and I ain't fooling with the bank.
Right. Let me see. My wife doesn't have one for some reason. I keep telling her to call. That's what Blaine said.
No, I'm being serious. That's a real reason, not a made-up excuse.
I don't know. She's told me a couple times, call them and do whatever. All right. That's
I've
about
told
far
you
as it goes.
several times, call the bank.
That's funny.
That is a good idea, though. I can get me another one and just go, hey, look, I ordered this electric extractor here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be mad, because it's already paid for.
Yeah.
You got 3 minutes and 4 seconds to 6 hours.
Right.
Seriously?
We'll go to 6. We won't kill the record tonight.
I can't believe we've been on here for 6 hours.
But maybe next Sunday during Sunday fellowship, we'll go 6 hours and how many minutes?
Got to go at least 24 minutes, I think. 6 hours, 24 minutes.
6:24.
Danette said, go, go, go.
Well, hey, all right. Y'all want to hang out? We'll go.
That's funny.
Charlie might need some coffee if he's going to hang out.
Charlie's got his Diet Coke there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bug out here pretty soon.
You're gonna bug out. You're not gonna be part of the record-breaking stream.
No, I got to get going.
You don't even have to work tomorrow, do you?
I'm not sure about that.
You own the company. How are you not sure?
See what my brother wants to do.
We gotta love him.
It's Monday. Do what?
I'll say we gotta love him. He's been hanging out with us for a couple hours himself, so we appreciate you riding it out too, bro.
Oh, that's no problem. I enjoy everybody.
No, well, we'll try it. I mean,
Yeah, Hannah.
Well, I'll read y'all some more Foxfire stories.
DC said, Hannah, you can do it. I'm not sure about Charlie.
That's because Hannah's on her 5th cup of coffee since 4 o'clock this afternoon when we started all this.
So we've talked about goals and stuff. Tim and Hannah, where do y'all feel like you're trying to take this thing to? What's your ideal situation?
Well, the big goal, I guess, if we're gonna go there, will be absolutely be able to take the bee business and be able to capitalize and yet profit and turn it into a good profitable business, because I'm putting myself old in a sense now. I mean, yeah.
Well, construction work will age you quickly when you start lifting heavy things and getting on ladders, and it's a lot of work, right? Physical work.
Well, it is. I've been going 22 years in construction, and I just passed over the 41 mark, thank the Lord. And yeah, I'm starting to get those worse and worse back pains, and my knees are popping way more, and
Well, look
I'm
at
starting to feel
Charlie. He's only 43 years old, and I mean, look at the age he's with the lumber business.
It's terrible.
that's toting all that lumber, wear your tail out. I mean, you talk about a job in itself. That man's working himself too, moving all that lumber around. I tell you what, shake Charlie's hand, and you'll be able to tell what that man's done. Because I bet you he's got a grip pulling all that wood around all them years.
That's where forklifts and stuff like that come into hand.
Yeah.
I haven't. I think I've only had one colony get robbed out, Michael. I haven't had much issue.
So how many do you believe that would take?
DC, I'd say probably for us to make a fairly decent little income off of it, we could probably do it off 20 colonies and be.
Make a decent.
Well, you know, the thing of it is right now, it's not so much making an income as far as a profit income. You want a cash flow coming in so you can upgrade your equipment line to make the process of extraction or whatever easier for you.
Mhm.
And you also want the cash flow coming in. So if you have to feed your bees sugar water in the fall, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys have to feed, don't you, down there in Alabama?
Yeah, we usually start feeding. If in the fall time, if we don't have a tropical storm or hurricane come in and knock out the goldenrod, we pretty well won't have to feed until I say late October, maybe early November.
Right.
But then we'll feed
But
all
the thing
the
of
way.
it is, it costs you money to feed them bees.
Yes, sir. It does.
You're buying 50-pound bags of sugar or whatever you're buying.
Mhm.
So you got to have that cash. You know, what I'm getting at is are you going to make a profit? No, but are you going to make enough money to pay for your expenses? That's your first goal. Let the bees pay for the expense of keeping them. And that's honey supers or, sugar water in the fall. If you have mite treatments, you're going to have to buy mite treatments, if that's the kind of a thing that you need to do. Or you have your problem is hive beetles. So you're buying something. You're saying to me, you're buying whatever it is to spray on the ground. That's costing you money. Well, the bees need to be able to pay for that for you. And that's by selling the honey. And, your goal is let's break even. Let's not keep putting money out. Let's get the bees to bring money in so they can pay for themselves. Then if there's a little bit of extra money there, go out and get that electric extractor, or go out and buy some type of uncapping tank and, make less mess, all right, 4 mil, you were saying you got 4 mil plastic, it cost you, put that down. Of course, I think you could probably reutilize it, but, it's costing you money to be able to keep things clean. So, I mean, that's the kind of things what I'm talking about. You have to buy bee gloves or, fume board spray from Bob or honey lures or whatever, or bottles. If you're buying mason jars or pints or something, I would buy something small. I would buy 1 pounders, something that you can put honey in. That's just 1 pound. If you're putting out mason jars and that's a quarts, you gotta recoup that money. It's just a lot of honey. That's a lot of honey.
Need to get with one of y'all or Bob, if you don't mind. You get a chance next day or 3. Shoot me the link where y'all getting them plastic bottles, and we're gonna check into them, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, I just ordered them myself, and they're like the 1 pound bottles are $90 for the. No, it was $119 or $20 for the case. 321 bottles.
Last year, that same case was $97. So it's gone.
Yeah, 321 bottles. It's $119. I don't know what the shipping was going to be. The 2-pound bottles are you get 168 bottles in a case, and it's $103. And start out with that.
But that puts the bottles. I mean, yep, you're putting money out, but it puts the bottles cheaper than a mason jar. A lot cheaper.
Yeah. The 1-pound bottles is 30 cents a piece. So I just calculated that here a couple hours ago.
Well, and two, and save the time, because what we do with the mason jars, I'm digging myself a hole when I say this, but we don't have a dishwasher. So
you do. She's sitting next to you.
Yeah, she's gonna throw that coffee cup through this puppy.
If y'all knew how many discussions, like,
hey, I know y'all are in Lowe's and Home Depot all the time. You know, they have those discount models that are lined up in the floor where you can get them pretty cheap.
oh yeah, but somebody we all know and love doesn't believe that 2 people can use enough dishes to justify a dishwasher.
Yeah, well, see, I mean, I bought a dishwasher, and I don't really do that much dishes either. But when you're running that, trying to wash honey off of one of them bucket sieves, the dishwasher just makes it so much easier.
It would, yes, it would, because like when we get a brand new case of mason jars, we'll wash them in some good warm bleach water, soapy bleach water. Wash them down real good, rinse them with some good hot water, let them sit and air dry. Then we take and put honey in it. So dealing with them bottles,
just take them out of the box.
Yes, sir.
Out of the plastic that they're inside the box, and then fill them.
Hey, did you see what Blaine just put up? He said, check with Gamber and see if there's a distributor in your area. I just got a ton of bottles and didn't have to pay shipping because they shipped it within 20 minutes of my house.
There you go.
Yeah.
Gamber. All right, she's gonna screenshot that so we remember.
Yeah.
Gamber Container.
Gamber Container Incorporated.
See, I didn't ask the right question because I'm paying hella shipping everywhere.
It's gambercontainer.com. But you can buy them by the case, and then also with the plastic bottles, they all take the same size lid. That's a 38 millimeter flip top lid, just like he's got. Flip it up there.
Flip it up.
Flip the top up, and it has that little safety seal that comes with it. So when you screw it on, there's a seal. It's already sealed right on there.
Once you screw it on, it seals it, pressure seals it to the jar.
Oh, well, check that out. All right.
So now what you do is you buy a case of lids, and there are 1,700 lids, which is about $100, I think, for a case, which will last you at least a couple years. At least it does for me. And it's cheaper. It's about
Steffi just got 10 cases Friday from Gamber.
Is that right? And lids, 1,700 lids. I think they're like 8 cents a piece now. They used to be about 6. And
look at that. Blaine said he got 195 24-ounce bears, 321 16-ounce skep, 525 8-ounce bears, plus 1,700 lids, 0 shipping. He said they marked up the price a very little bit compared to Gamber's quote, but not a lot. So
right. So, well, the 525, that's how many bears are in a case. And I've got a case of them bears, and I still have those bears. When I first started, people like those bears, and they say, well, if I'm going to buy some honey, let me have that bear at 8 ounces for $5. And I'll use that as my sampling, and then they'll come back. Oh, I don't need a bear. I want a 1 pound, or I want a 2 pounder. And that kind of thing.
I got
or the kids are sitting there fiddling with it. and the mother will buy that bear because it's only $5.
My buddy, he asked me, he said, okay, since you're a beekeeper, I got to ask you, what does a damn bear have to do with honey? Why do they put honey in bears? I said, well, I guess bears like honey.
It's the bear, Honey the Pooh.
Yeah. Where y'all been?
Winnie the Pooh. I said Winnie the Pooh.
It's not Honey the Pooh.
That's what he was selling last year. That spotted lanternfly poo honey.
Yeah. We got a new thing for Charlie.
But these are all.
All right, they're 1,700 lids cost $134, but they fit on the bear. They fit on a 1 pounder. They fit on a 2 pounder. They fit on a 3 pounder. So
and they all got that little seal.
I all got that little seal. Comes in a little box about yay big. In it,
so the lids break down to 8 cents a piece, and then if the bottles are 35 cents, by the time you calculate shipping, you're in 45 cents for a bottle and the cap. So
yeah,
it's I mean, I bought 2 of the 1 pound skep cases, 642 bottles. The biggest problem you're going to have is those are big boxes. They're pretty big boxes. So for me, it's storage, right? So I just have them out on the porch until I open them. Once I open them, I bring them inside. Now they are in inside of the box. They're inside of a clear like trash bag, just in there. So you're just grabbing and filling. So
yeah, it's about 8 cents a lid now. It used to be about 6 and all, but and then what did I say? 1 pounder was 119.
Well, when it comes to honey, I'm looking at what Michael Buck's saying here about the QC from the factory. Honey is antimicrobial, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you were saying the other day about how peroxide raises to the top, and peroxide is a cleaner as well. So, some of the stuff that I watch my bees do, like go to a chicken feeder or a bucket that's got like algae growing in it or something out in the yard, and they're lined up drinking the water off of it. And, I don't, as far as honey, I don't, if they sell me the jar and even mason jars, they come in plastic. I open the lid up and I fill them up and put it back. I don't even pre-clean them. So I haven't had anybody get sick from my honey. Haven't had any issues from my honey. So I don't know, as far as like the plastic and all that, I don't know. I mean, I know for a fact when we got them at the Pepsi Cola company, and I was running a machine, they didn't pre-wash all them bottles they ordered in by the pallets that came in on the back of the trucks. They just roll them through the line and fill them up. So, got to have some faith. At least I could say, well, that was a problem at the bottling company, and then I can go to the same bottling company. If I had a problem, I could go back to them. But I don't. Maybe that's one of the small things I don't tend to worry about. But I guess everybody's got their own thing, right? You rub honey on a scratch. That's right.
Yes, sir. I've done it for scratches, burns. You got into poison ivy or sumac or something, and it kept it. It didn't cure it, but it kept it idle until we could get a little better medicine. But as far as burns and scratches, yeah, put it on there.
We're 10 minutes away from record.
10 minutes. We can do it, yeah.
And we got 30 people watching on my channel. I don't know how many we got all together.
44 altogether.
But anyway, I mean, yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, I don't see the list of the amount of people. But anyway,
Maybe they use honey for surgery.
get some bottles and
Ooh,
start
yeah.
selling. You know,
Yes, sir. And hey, when I started, I was buying before I started buying 300 at a time over on Gamber. I was buying them on Amazon. I mean, they were a little bit more, but I worked my way into being able to need that many, and it took me a while to get through that first box, you know. But I finally worked through it. It's just if you got the storage, right? Storage is the thing.
This time of year, are they harder to get due to supply and demand, or are they pretty well you can just call them up and they'll send them?
Last year it was harder because of how things were. Everything was tight. And, they couldn't get this, they couldn't get that. They couldn't get glass for a while. They'll ship you glass too, but if it breaks, they're not responsible if it breaks. So I mean, plastic doesn't break. So you can buy it at a cheaper price and make a little bit more money. And
I don't think the customer is so used to it now. They go to the grocery store, everything's in plastic. So
yeah.
As far as decrystallizing, I prefer the glass, but if I'm selling it, if I'm not bottling it,
I just, I got a honey tank here, I had to tune it up a little bit for heat because I had put a little bit of crystallized honey in there for it to melt. And I looked at my bottle, I could see some particulates, which was crystallized honey. Get yourself an old refrigerator and put a heat lamp in there I got an Inkbird thermostat on it to keep it at 100 degrees. I put some bottles in there, wait 24 hours, come back the next day. Perfect. Or, if you don't have that and you got your label on that piece of plastic, you put it in a Ziploc baggie, you put it in hot water on the stove, but where you can stick your hand in and it's still
warm.
It's warm, but it's not burning you. Mm-hmm. And now the bag will blow up. You got to blow the air off because the air on the inside of the bag got hot and expanded. So and then that bag or that bottle will, lay in the water through that baggie, and an hour later it's decrystallized, and your label's still on the bottle. But the way to do it is if it's just a hot box.
That's what we got to check into is looking at.
Find yourself an old refrigerator that somebody's throwing it away. That don't have to work. All you're doing is getting something that's insulated, and a refrigerator is upright refrigerator is insulated. Go to the appliance store. The guys who haul the old used stuff away. Hey, I'll take one away from you for free. If you got an appliance store around you.
No, there's a fella right down the road that does just that. Got him a little mom and pop. He fixes stoves and refrigerators and things like that. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Get yourself a refrigerator where you got the freezer up top and the refrigerator in the bottom. You got the door there with all the little shelves in there. You can put your bottles in there, and you put all I did, well, you can look at my videos. It's one of the first ones. I just ran the cord through the hinge side of the door, and where the there's that little short glass shelf that usually has the tray for where you put your lunch meats and stuff in. Mm-hmm. I just left that little tray in there and laid a heat lamp on there, a white one. You don't need red like for animals. It's a little cheaper. And you put an Inkbird thermostat unit off of Amazon on there. You can get the heat lamp and the heat bulb, receptacle and everything. Same thing you would use for your chickens. It's got the squeezer on it, where it clamps on everything. And it's just got a tin aluminum bell around it. And I tune it up to where I've got 3 5-gallon buckets in there of honey. Keeps them from crystallizing, keep it at 110 degrees. The honey's running right around 95 in the bucket. And
So it just turns the oven light on?
Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah.
Be my luck, my wife wouldn't check the oven,
Yeah,
turn
and
it
then
on,
melt
and I'd melt down every damn thing, burn the house
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. What's that smell, Bob?
Yeah. Why is there smoke around here? I'd be getting that.
So I mean, you can do it that way, and yeah, you know, it's something simple. I mean, if you can't get the refrigerator, I know, Tim, you can. All you got to do is make a box and put some inch and a half styrofoam insulation, foam insulation around there, and drill a hole. Let's see, hot air rises. Make a shelf and put in a heat lamp underneath the shelf, so that where the hot air, you know, rises, and then have shelves in there and put your bottles in there, and maybe a fan, put a fan in there somewhere to circulate that air around, that hot air, and keep it all about the same temperature. And but also use a temperature gauge to turn the heater on and off, the light bulb. And that's all you need. You only needs to be in there for a day or two if it's slightly crystallized. Now, if it's really crystallized bad, it'll take a while, but that's where you step up in time, where you get a water jacketed heating bottling tank. And it's like, you know, I sat there for years and looked at them things, and it was, at the time, max ant was $1,200. And I'm like, I got this 5-gallon bucket here with a gate on it. I mean, how can I justify $1,200? But then you get to the point where you keep getting more and more honey, and then you got 25 buckets sitting here of honey, and it's going to start crystallizing in the bucket. And then you get tired of putting that in a canner, you know, where you can in quart jars, fill it up with water with a wooden thing where the water gets underneath of it and keeps that bucket decrystallizes in the buckets and all that. And then you get to the point where you're like, okay, let's get a bottling tank so we can dump a good portion of our honey into that, so it automatically keeps it decrystallized. And then all you got to do is walk over there like a water faucet and just start filling bottles when you need it, because you need to fill 20 pounds or 30 pounds worth of bottles, like Randy was doing there. You know, you work yourself up to that level. That's what we were talking about.
Go to the bathroom before we break the record. I'm getting so excited.
So excited.
So, I mean, you know, that's some different things you can do. You can do it on the cheap. I mean, before I had a bottling bucket, that was another thing. You can take that refrigerator, put the heater in there, the light bulb. You can keep your honey in the bottling bucket, which will keep it warm, and it'll flow better. It won't be crystallized, and you can fill your bottles.
Now,
I know the model with the Inkbird. I did. I don't know where it's at right now, but it's on my video. I do know that. Here it is. All right. It is an Inkbird controller. It is a ITC 308.
You could also I got a refrigerator out there. I could just unplug it.
There it is. Let's see if that'll work. IC.
Plug and play thermostat.
Yeah.
What do you set your thermostat to?
In the hot box, I set it at 110 degrees. I found that if you set it at 95 or 100, yeah, the bucket is.
The air inside of there is, but it's not the temperature of the honey is not that.
Yeah, right. And the bucket, or the honey inside the bucket, it might be liquid on the third of it, and down in the bottom of it, the other part of it, it's more like applesauce. It's liquid, but it's chunky. And then if you keep it at 110, the air I don't have a fan. If I had a fan, that would even be better, because I found you got 2 buckets. I take all them shelves out of my refrigerator. So you got the bottom of the refrigerator. You can put 2 buckets down there. Then I put a bucket up on top. The one up on top, which is higher up in where the hot air is, more hot air, that one there will be completely liquefied. And the ones on the bottom are not. Temperature controller to regulate temp. You can use the.
So would you recommend an upright or a chest type freezer? Which one's better? The upright, because you don't have to lift the buckets up over the top.
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, when you got a bucket, now I fill my buckets. I use the honey strainer out of the extractor and I fill it up to the bottom of that strainer or just right at it. That's about 54 pounds, 55 pounds in a bucket. That gives you about 4 inches below the lip of the bucket, which you can pour. You're not going to spill your honey when you're pouring it into, let's say, your bottling bucket. Right. So and that's heavy enough for me. A 5-gallon bucket full up to the rim is 60 pounds. That's hard to, if it's a bucket full of water, you know how it is. You're going to splash a little bit. Well, you don't want to splash no honey. So it's better to keep it 3 or 4 inches below the rim.
Now, we heard not too long ago, you talking about them light bulbs, the incandescent bulbs. Is that what you use?
Oh, now I bought a heat lamp.
Okay.
Not a light bulb.
Chicken lamp.
Yeah, like if you got a chicken coop, you got the ones that keeps the peeps, with a red one. It's a red lamp.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can get a red lamp or you can get a white lamp. Get the white one. The white one is cheap, a couple of dollars cheaper than the red. And I bought that at Home Depot.
And the main thing is the refrigerator doesn't have to work. I mean, you could find one that somebody's throwing out sitting on the side of the road, and that would work just as fine.
Yeah, the whole thing about the refrigerator is it's insulated. It's a very good insulated box, and you can cut a hole in it and put the light on the inside and make it real fancy, and drill a little hole and then run the wires through and the probes and all. I didn't go through all that. I just ran it through the hinge side of the door, taped it up with some Gorilla tape. And I make sure when I have the probe, which reads the temperature, I run that inside and let it hang in midair off of that ledge. That way it gives you, you don't want it to touch anything. Gives you the same,
I wonder what the Guinness Book of World Records is for the longest bee chat. Well, we're at it right now. We've already passed it. Tim and Hannah are the champions right now.
Did we pass it?
Oh, yeah. We're at 6 hours, 28 minutes, and you beat us by 4 minutes so far.
Oh, I thought we could go into 30-something.
Oh, we can go as long as you want to go.
We can go for 2 more minutes. You'll be 6 hours and 30 minutes.
All right. We'll make it even.
So, I mean, that's what you can do, Tim. You can do all these different things. It just keeps your honey from crystallizing.
Now, I heard through some chirping at the hardware store not long ago, talking to one of them gentlemen in there getting some material, and I was looking for some electrical stuff, and we ended up having to get, I think, some kind of fancy little light bulb that goes in some track lighting. But talking to the gentleman in there, and he said before too long, they're not even going to be selling incandescent bulbs anymore.
Oh,
LED. Going straight LED.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Yep. But that's why I buy a heat lamp. It's a specialty bulb.
Yeah.
Or like the Bug Man, he made that hive heater. Well, what he used was a reptile
heating pad,
heating bulb. It's not a light. It's just this black looking round thing. It's flat looking and it actually emits heat.
That's what we use for when we do the poor man's incubator, hatching them queen cells. That's what we use, 100-watt. It's called a basking light for reptiles. Okay. And them puppies now, They'll put off some pretty good heat. You talking 80, 90 degrees, consistent temperature dealing with that. So in that refrigerator, it wouldn't be no problem at all to reach, 100 degrees up in that refrigerator.
That's all you wanted, about 100, 110, right in that area, right?
Right around 110 is all you
I'm
need.
gonna tell you, my little chicken egg incubator only gets to about 98 degrees. So,
well, if you're doing queen cells, you want 93, and that's it.
It'll get up there, but it won't uncrystallize the whole bottle. It still looks like it's got, like you said, applesauce in it or something. So
now I may ruffle some feathers on that. That's kind of not a change of subject, but on the same subject. Now, when we have enough queen cells to justify doing this, like we did last year, and just found out by total accident, but hatching themselves under that light,
And the aquarium.
the aquarium, yeah. Now, believe it or not, we was able to hatch roughly a little more than 30 queen cells that we had good success on, and those queens went into nukes and different things like that. But y'all, the consistent temperature was 82 degrees inside that aquarium. And if you go back and look at some of our videos, we've got actual video of them queens hatching out of the.
Did you notice it taking longer than what it probably should have?
To be honest,
with mine was a little bit higher, and it seemed like they were hatching a day before they were supposed to, or they were going a little bit longer than they were supposed to.
To be honest,
right at the same.
I can't say yes or no on that. Whenever the only thing I would judge by days is the day we stuck the cell in there, I would count, okay, we put it in yesterday, so that was day one, then however many days from the time that
now, is that something you graphed, or was that a queen cell that you found on a frame?
No, sir. Every bit of these was just swarm cells from early season.
Well, you can't pin it down to what day they were capped. If you found them capped, you might be a day older. It might be day 7 or day 8 or whatever. But yeah, that's fine. I mean, I actually started here recently. I had a friend of mine give me some swarm cells, and they were at the right size where I actually stuck them in a hair roller cage and put them in my incubator, which is the top part of the refrigerator, in the freezer section where I keep it at 93 degrees with another Inkberg, controller with a heat lamp in there, and it's got a fan in there, and it's got a little meatloaf tray or lunch meat tray that it was a piece of plastic in it where it came, a container that my brother had, and you pour 16 ounces of water in there, and you check it about every other day, make sure it's got water and the humidity's in that box for those cells, and they hatched out. I hatched a couple virgins right out of those cells and stuff. And if you got them on the frames like that and they're capped, you just let the frames hang there, and they'll hatch out. You just check them 3 times a day.
That's all we did. Now, whenever they were hatching, it was kind of funny because we're usually up, pretty early, between 4 and 5 every morning. We're up getting ready. Well, whenever we was doing them last year, we ain't had enough, like I said, this year to justify taking to do it, which really we ain't had no queen cells to spare this year. But most of the queens would hatch between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning. Pretty much as soon as we got up, we got to turn the lights on, got to move around here, I'd go over there and check, which we left that heat lamp on 24/7. Even when we were sleeping, that thing was on.
Right. You got to keep the heat on.
Yes, sir. But we get up, and man, sure enough, whenever they started hatching, it was like almost every single day there would be a new queen. But between 4 and 6 that morning, you could go up and you could start seeing that little antenna or that little leg starting to kind of try to push through where she's chewing herself out, and we was actually able to get a couple of them coming out.
Right. You know, and as far as the heat temperature setting, as far as 80 degrees versus 90, down at Hardiman's down there, I forget what they told me, but it wasn't 93 degrees. He said, if you keep it, they were regulating their temperature. So they knew that they were all starting to hatch at a Pacific time. Of course, they were grafting and they were using timing boxes, and they knew exactly when everything should come out and all that kind of stuff. So they cut the heat down, so they wanted them not to hatch as quick.
Mm-hmm.
So they could put them in the mating boxes and stuff. And that right there, all right, you got a system there that it's working for you. So if you get extra swarm cells like that, go ahead and incubate them, and then put those virgins in a JZBZ cage or whatever to keep them, and then make yourself up some mating, some 2-frame, 3-frame mating boxes. Give it a 24-hour period where they're queenless, and lock them up maybe in the same yard. Don't lock that box up. Well, you got a lot of heat down there, so I would say put it in a shaded area so they don't overheat, and feed it. And then let that old queen walk right in there. Just let her walk on in. This I've been listening to these guys, Castle High. Oh, Corey Stevens says to wait 7 days and this and that. And I'm like, if you've made up a nuke that's, go in there and smash out any cells that they're trying to make themselves, let that virgin walk right in there. You're done. They work. They do fine.
Well, that's exactly what we done. We would do like a 2 or 3 frame split, let them know they're queenless, and we had queens in several different between clips or whatever cage we could put them in. It got to that point, it was literally running out, but we were splitting everything as quick as we could, and yes, sir. Just within 24 hours, we take that virgin out there and just let her walk on in. And I think we only had one that got bald. Out of all the rest of them, they just went right on in. And
most likely the one that got bald, there was a queen cell in there somewheres or something. They were making their own or something.
They may have been.
You see that picture I just shared?
No, sir.
Well, you got to add it to the stream.
It
says pop quiz. When pulling honey for harvest in July, how many pounds of honey do you leave the bees? And when you could get that thing added to the screen, it should be on the bottom, I think. I don't know how it looks on the phone to add them, but it's got these things are monster tall. I'm like, I don't even see the point of that. Getting them. I mean, we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 deep supers on the top of it's like 12. And that's, you can't add it, Tim?
No, not on the cell phone, I don't reckon, brother.
Oh, okay. I was trying to share the screen, but it won't let me add it to it. All right, well, I'll stop screen share. But it is a black and white picture. It's an old picture. And that they have several boxes. It's 12 deep boxes tall. And there's one that's 19 deep boxes tall of honey. They're like, how many?
Like that.
I wish I could show it to you. I don't know how I would be able to unless I can pull it up on my phone somehow.
I mean, seriously, how do you maintain a high?
I don't know. It kind of gets me to thinking. It may have been on one of y'all's lives, but Brad up there with Faith, whenever he was showing his yard, and he had, man, all those boxes stacked, 4, 5, 6 high out there. I was thinking to myself, there is no way we could do that. One good thunderstorm, and buddy, they'd be all on the ground.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
Charlie's Highlifter.
Probably won't be able to find it now because I'm actually trying to find it.
But I mean, as far as like those Virgin Queens, you know, that's great. You can, yeah, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, hold it up, Alex.
Can you see it?
Yeah, there we go.
Could you imagine? And that's only what, maybe 6 colonies right there, 7 colonies.
My heavens. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be time to do some splits. You go to getting like that.
They got sticks on the boxes. And I think, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I didn't notice that before, but look at the guy in the back. There's a beekeeper in the back on a ladder checking the colony at the top.
That's just ridiculous. You know.
Why would you not pull some of those off to extract them out and give them? I don't know. That's crazy.
Them old boys said, we got to give them some winter honey.
Yeah.
Like said,
That's why women live longer than men do. I guarantee that was a man in that suit back there.
Well, it's 11:45, so I'm heading out, guys.
Oh, and we smashed that record.
I can't believe
yes,
it.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
6 hours and 41 minutes.
I guess we'll go ahead and we'll cut it on our end too. Thank y'all so much. We had no idea,
Can't believe
but
people hung out with us this long.
it has been a blast.
Hey, just think, you saved me from going live tonight. I just went on y'all's live and shared it out.
We'll do it together.
I'm surprised it let me. Charlie said it wouldn't let him share it.
I got something up here now. It says stream this to your audience.
Yeah, that's what mine did. And I just hit it and then it went to my channel too.
Oh.
There we go.
It wasn't up there. That's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, hopefully I can get in the bees tomorrow. It's supposed to be nice, so we'll see. See how that goes. And I got to go to the doctor and get this cancerous thing checked out on my head. It's starting to itch. So I don't know what it is. First time I ever had anything like that. You see that thing right there?
Mm-hmm.
Just popped up. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is, but
that's a worry.
Said it's just moles. You're getting older, son. So
that could be. Could be.
Hopefully that's just what it is.
All right.
You will let me know, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. We'll see y'all later.
All right, Charlie.
Bye,
take it easy.
All right. Good night. I'm gonna leave too so y'all can wrap it up for everybody.
All right,
talk to y'all later. Yep.
All right.
Good night.
DC's covered off.
Yes. Well, y'all. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
For,
I can't believe that.
For hanging out for this marathon of a chat and fellowship. Absolutely enjoyed it. Now
it was fun.
we'll kind of chew on this a little bit and see about doing I just seen that look.
Not a 7-hour live every Sunday night.
No, not a 7-hour live every Sunday, but maybe try to do a Sunday evening fellowship here and there type thing. And we all get on here and talk bees and cut up and fellowship about the Lord or fellowship with the Lord at the same time amongst one another. But as we always say, we appreciate y'all watching, and God bless you. Lord willing, we'll see y'all on the next one.
Y'all take care.
Good night, y'all.